Everybody find somebody. Everybody find somebody. I can take your pain away. I can take it. I can take it. I can take your pain away from you, from you. I can take your pain away. I can take it. I can take it. I can take your pain away.
Hello and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm your host Casanova, and joining me as always is the Blevins. Blev, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I took a look at the deck lists and it just put a big smile on my face. Unlike last week, which is a lot more straightforward. We've got some spice. We took out the old spice rack, and well, the players kind of dumped a lot in this week, and I'm pretty excited to cast it.
All 11 herbs and spices in these deck lists today. But before we jump too far into the deck lists, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for us, Blev?
Absolutely. Same old format, and as every fight night so far, double elim with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players are bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. So if you're used to the traditional Riot Lock format, a little bit different, but the objective is still the same. You need to win with both of your decks, and winning a lot this week will, of course, increase your share of that sweet, sweet $200 prize pool. But Casa, let's take a look at the players that are going to be playing tonight on the bracket.
Yeah, we've got Bry Guy returning from his speed run last week, going up against Green Sears, Stolen Conch facing off against Arax, Trios against Aikido, and Lucerbeam against Shawdox at the bottom side of the bracket. Our featured matchup is going to be Shawdox versus Lucerbeam.
Yeah, this was one I handpicked only partially because I'm a Shawdox super fan. I've just been captivated. He brings and makes some of the more creative decks. He's also has one of our personal favorites, Casa, Princess Powerful in the play group, as well as Rattling Bones. So some craziness gets to seep over from Princess Powerful into the Shawdox lists. But Shawdox was one of the players that I originally saw the Action Zillion combo in, and of course we got the chance to cast him in the finals of the DreamHack event, where he won with that very deck, and we'll be seeing it here this week. But his opponent going to be Lucerbeam. I think this is one of their first fight nights, if not the first fight night.
Their first one.
Recall. Yeah, first fight night, and well, this their lineup is a little more traditional than what Shawdox has brought, with the Zoe Lee Sin, good old straight up Zoe Lee Sin, and Pirate Aggro.
Yeah, just Zoe Lee Sin and Pirate Aggro going up against Shawdox, who is bringing deep, as well as Akshan Zillion Infinite Combo. And that's, of course, incredibly exciting to watch that list be played again, especially by Shawdox, who is one of the originators of it with Princess Powerful. We had that interview with him after he won DreamHack, talking about how it started out as a P&Z deck and then slowly transformed after they were able to figure out that the recalls were counting, especially with the Navorian Conspirator. That is a big card in the combo. I believe they were crediting Rattling Bones with some of the discoveries and some of the help with refining this list after they had gotten it started. So it's a very fun list to watch and to cast once that gets everything popping off, getting the infinite bomb chains going through. And, it's always fun when we get to see a deck that is a bit different, a bit against the grain like this. We haven't really had an infinite combo that has found its way into the tournament meta, and this is really the first one that has cropped up and been competitively viable and even competitively good. Of course, it does take your Shurima and Ionia regions, so we may see it kind of fall to the wayside compared to some of the other Shurima and Ionia decks when we get towards the seasonal, but there will be a few players potentially like Shawdox that will still be taking it if they feel confident in that deck's ability.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been keeping my ear to the ground in the RCO Discord, and maybe not in the last couple of days, but I know Rattling Bones, of course, a Fight Night veteran and top competitive player who's made a return, by the way. They're up at the top of the ladder. Super excited to see that. But I know they've been super high on this list. And hey, Casa, we've seen Rattling Bones be able to take a list that people maybe kind of slept on. I'm thinking of War Mother's Call, when everyone was on other lists, and even one of the originators of TLC, or at least popularizers of TLC. When people are like, oh, this deck's not that good, we see a player like Rattling Bones able to elevate that up, and I think Shotox is on that same level with this deck too. So I'm very excited to see, you know, the next level and progression of this combo deck in masterful hands. On the flip side, though, we've got Looser Beam with, you know, MF Gangplank Pirate Aggro, which is certainly, I would imagine, not a matchup you want to play against as the combo deck. Even though there are the Eye of the Dragons, it's still, you don't have those and you don't line up right, you're just not going to have enough time to actually set up and go off.
Yeah. If you can't buy the time, then, of course, you know, not going to be able to get the combo. That's just how it works, right? Like, aggro decks were the thing that Shotox was saying were worrisome when he was going into that DreamHack tournament. There was a lineup there that did have multiple aggro lists, and he was saying, you know, if he hadn't dodged it in bracket, he probably wouldn't have been the one who won that night. So that is at least one deck that gets to be a little bit worrisome for Shotox, and then the other one's going to be Zoe Lee. So it's not a matchup I've seen, but it's two combo decks going up against each other. And it's just going to really depend, I guess, on who is able to get their combo online first and set up and try and finish off the game. Shotox, of course, if they can find the way to go infinite and they have a turn where they can just get all those bombs, then, you know, of course, the Lee Sin is not going to matter as much. But we won't have that matchup first thing. It will be the aggro deck going into the combo deck. So Shotox probably not happy about having to play this matchup, but we'll see if they can string something together at the start. Actually seeing these health potions, I don't think these were in the deck last time we watched this.
No.
It might be a tech to help out with some of these more aggressive lists, as well as you were saying Eye of the Dragon. Is that actually... That was actually not in his version for DreamHack.
Correct.
He was going more greedy to just play against mid-range, play against control. So Eye of the Dragon, this is yet another tech to deal with aggro, and maybe this is a version that can actually face off against this aggro list and have a reasonable time with 2x health potion and 3x Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, I'm curious, because sometimes that makes sense. You know, you take your more hyper optimized deck, you hedge it a little bit to have an actual matchup against these types of decks, right? Sometimes that works, but sometimes you end up diluting your deck and, you know, you end up throwing away points in other matchups, and it ends up not being worth it, right? Like, if the Eye of the Dragons and the health potions aren't actually giving you enough win percentage in these matchups here, it's almost not worth it to do. Now, of course, Shotox and his team have really, I'm sure, tested this out way more than I have, considering I haven't tested it out at all. But I just know it's not necessarily like, oh, I have a bad aggro matchup, let me put in 3 to 5 cards for aggro, and then I just win that and my other matchups. It's not as simple as that.
Yeah, and, you know, we even have Rattling Bones in the chat saying this is more of the standard version of the list for right now. So it does seem like this is, you know, Shotox going back to, this is a tournament that has more players in it, where it was only 4 players at that DreamHack final, that he was kind of looking to target what he thought was going to come out of that. When it's a bigger field, it's a little bit harder to predict, and I think Shotox being able to hedge and take care of some more aggressive matchups as well with this version of the list, not just folding to them, is going to be nice. We see a potential opportunity to just go for a retreat return on this Eye of the Dragon in order to not only protect your HP a little bit, but also get the Dragonling online for this next turn. I really like this ability to block. I think Retreat Return is a fantastic card with Eye of the Dragon, and it's actually pretty rare that you see decks that are running both of these cards nowadays, but this is one of the decks that you do see it pretty much every time now. And Shotox is going to be able to start regenning some of this HP. Navori Conspirators are online, so the combo is starting to get there. The pieces are finding their way, but it is going to be a matter of Shotox trying to stay alive and stabilize for as long as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Here, I'm going to play out a Conservator potentially here. Thinking about what to bounce. Looks like the Eye of the Dragon, or the Dragonling, that costs 2. Huh. I would have guessed that cost 1. Now, the fact that it costs 2 makes me think that you probably wanted to pick up the Eye there to get the Attune. Unless we're saving, are we saving the Dragonling to block?
Yeah, I wonder if the Shotox wants it as a potential development punish, because Looser Beam will have to think about the fact that there is a Dragonling in hand
Sure.
that you are going to be having to play around if you want to go for a development. So it then leads to more of like open attack angles for Lucifer Beam, which is not what you want to be doing in this pirate aggro list.
Right.
You want to be developing, you want to be playing out your hand, you want to, you know, develop this GP, maybe a Jagged Butcher. But if you have to develop and then you know that Shotox is going to respond with a Dragonling, it's just a known threat that you have to continue to play around if you're Lucifer Beam. So I do like having this in hand. There's not really anything else you're doing with your mana, so the 2 mana cost doesn't really matter.
Right.
And Shotox gets to just kind of hold it back to continue to protect their face and preserve this life total. Because right now the hand is looking a little bit scary for Shotox, and this just gives them some wiggle room and something to do.
Yeah, no, that it's a really good point. We're even going to be using the Promising Future on the front, on the first landmark here, which is certainly not where you want to be, but you don't really have the luxury of picking and choosing your spots, of course.
Yeah.
That's also, you know, a spell to proc the Eye of the Dragon here. And now, like you said, Lucifer Beam has to decide what they're going to do. Now, and the development's not really punished by a Dragonling, considering there's a Misfortune and Gangplank has Overwhelm, but even so, still have that option.
Yeah, it will stop some of the damage at the very least, even though it will not get the lifesteal to come through because of this MF. Also, the fact that Lucifer Beam is on 3 Make It Rains is probably making them not too afraid of any Dragonlings. Now, of course, only 1 can be played on this turn, but realistically, that's going to be a tough scenario. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shotox block with one of these Dragonlings and actually recall it again to try and get more value out of the lifesteal at a later time.
Yeah, this is gonna be super tough. Looks like, yeah, gonna open up with a Make It Rain. Ooh,
yep.
Gonna hit both Dragonlings.
Just gonna be a recall and a replay.
Yep. So if we go block 5. Looks like we have to block with Eye as well. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We don't actually have to block with Dragon with Eye of the Dragon if we don't want to, but also Eye of the Dragon is not proccing anytime soon. Well, I guess it would with the it would proc on the next defensive turn, but it's a tough spot for Shotox to say the least. There's another Eye. We're probably just going to start with
we're just
a couple of...
I just feel like this might be too far gone. I mean, yeah, there's Akshan who can summon the Warlord's Horde, but how are you actually going to trigger it over this amount of time? And there's just too much on the board for Shotox to actually deal with. So it's at the point where this one's going to be a wash, but this is a matchup you don't really expect to win if you're Shotox. And really, this hand wasn't good enough to deal with it. There's probably certain hand states that you can find that can allow you to win. This was certainly not it. Not enough value, not enough card draw. It just didn't end up being enough to get there. And yeah, Shotox has some little fun things he can do, but he's not going to be able to get enough done with just these conspirators and this Akshan.
Right.
So we are going to probably just be seeing the combo deck matchup against Lee Sin, which I don't know the matchup tables well enough for this combo deck, Blev, but I have to imagine that it's a very winnable matchup. We've seen Shotox go off by turn 6 with this deck, which can be faster than a Targon Lee Sin. So it really is just combo deck v combo deck, and who can find the pieces a little bit faster or find some other win condition via maybe a beatdown in the early game that we have occasionally seen Zoe Lee be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would imagine that unfettered we're able to go off quicker as the Akshan combo deck. I mean, there's a couple of pieces of interaction, but really, there's nothing that's really stopping the combo, right? I mean, Conk Palms don't do anything. Deny, I mean, can stop Promising Future, but that's a 4 mana for 4 mana trade. I think the that probably favors the auction combo deck, and like all the chip damage that's not Lee Sin killing is basically just irrelevant. So I would imagine that Shotox is in a certainly at least a favored spot going into Lee Sin. But
Yeah, it feels like the infinite combo, like it's not going to be stopped by anything that Lee Sin is doing, and because
Right.
of that, it should generally, on average, get there faster. It also has ways to deal with Lee Sin, right? Like with the Will of Ionia,
right.
to at least stall it out, right? You can buy time with Homecoming and Will, and you can stop the damage from the kick by using recalls and retreats. So like even if the Lee Sin starts to go off, it feels like you can buy time with the Akshan combo, where the Lee Sin can't really buy time on their side from stopping the infinite combo. So I anticipate that Shotox going into this should be a little bit favored, but of course it is combo deck v combo deck. Maybe Shotox misses on a lot of the pieces. Lucer Beam hits like a perfect curve. You know, there's a lot that we can still see out of the matchup that can
Yeah.
change things.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, always possible, but it's very I think quite favored, and it looks like Chad is basically agreeing, very favored for the combo deck. Well, one thing I want to call out before we get too deep into this match is, you know, we take a look at the last game, and Shotox had 2 Eye of the Dragon, 2 health pots, and that game was just not even remotely close. Now, small sample size of 1 game, but it makes me think that, like, hey, you know what? Don't even try to hedge into that aggro matchup. Just take your L and go from there. Making the loss a little bit closer, like only kind of losing, doesn't matter. Like if you get blown out or if you lose and it's a super close game, it doesn't matter if it's not winnable. So just something to think about for sure. As you know, drew a couple of what I would consider the hedge, or if it were Magic, sideboard cards that are hedging against aggro, and it just didn't even get close to mattering that game.
Yeah, it really didn't get there. Lucer Beam now does have multiple Eye of the Dragons available. Is going to go for Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, just wants to deal with Akshan, which is fair enough. You really don't want to be leaving this champion up, accelerating the game plan of the infinite combo. So we do see that aggressive play for Lucer Beam, but is going to be answered by the recall. Shotox gets to protect their Akshan, continue to advance the Warlord's Palace. And that's got to feel very nice if you're the infinite combo deck, to be able to just get rid of resources from the other side. Of course, Lucer Beam does have a second copy of this Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, but will need the attack token before they can actually influence the board once again. And, you know, Akshan can still continue to find the level up and start pushing that Horde as quickly as possible. I mean, we are getting the Horde, right? There's 2 mana for Shotox. He can swing in, he can use any spell. This is happening at this point.
It is very much going to happen for sure, unless Lucer Beam gets it stuns Akshan here. But even then, you'll get it next turn. So yeah, it's happening. It's just, is it happening this turn, or is it happening next? Going for Crescendum.
Crescendum once more. Just going to continue to stack up the Eye of the Dragon. Maybe just going to try and do that like onslaught of Dragonlings attacking in as much as possible. We've seen this before with the Lee Sin Zoe deck sometimes against other combo decks or control decks, and just utilizing these defensive tools to be a little bit more aggressive. But honestly, at this point, it is looking like Shotox is just positioning themselves very well by being able to set up the Warlord's Horde, and there's not really that much pressure just yet. Yes, this attack token is going to have a couple 2/1 ephemerals, but Lucer Beam's health does not matter, so Shotox doesn't care about the lifesteal, and as long as their own HP doesn't get too low that a Lee Sin is going to kill on 1 attack without many buffs or much setup, Shotox is going to be pretty comfortable on whatever HP they're sitting at.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at Lucer Beam's hand, they basically have to try to beat down, and the OTK, I mean, it certainly could happen. I'm not sure what Lee Sin, where we are at Lee Sin level up progress, but it's not going to happen this turn. There's just not enough mana, even if Lee Sin was leveled up. But Lucer Beam doesn't really have any answers to like a Will of Ionia or let's see, they were also running Homecoming. Yeah, there's 3 Homecoming and Will of Ionia. And currently, Lucer Beam has no answer to that. So putting all of your eggs in the just OTK with Lee Sin and do 20 basket is a very risky proposition at this point. So I think Lucer Beam basically is priced into trying to chip away and maybe win over the course of 2-3 attacks, rather than saying, okay, I'm going to set up this Lee Sin and just try to kill in one hit, because it's just so much. I mean, Retreat Return counters the OTK, Homecoming, Will of Ionia, Recall. There's so many things that stop it that it's just unlikely to happen.
Yeah, it is really just going to be a matter of trying to get the chip damage in, because you are not going to find that OTK. You know, Bastion can start to help out, right? Because it can stop one of the ways that you can try and deal with the Lee Sin, like a Will or a Homecoming. But even then, right, there's still the problem of like a Recall. It prevents you from dealing 20 on a single attack. And as long as Shotox can buy enough time, they are sitting on this horde already, right? So this is already counting down. There's a good fistful of cards to start to get towards that infinite combo. You still have your Akshan on board. I mean, things are looking very good for Shotox as long as they can continue to find resources they need to stop the Lee from getting too much damage in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of I'm not 100% sure what Lucer Beam's going for here, because the air quotes free attack with the Dragonlings theoretically makes sense. Again, their life total is irrelevant for the most part in this matchup, but this is also representing a free block with Akshan, which will tick down the Horde. Of course, then a Twin Disciplines could come out, but Shotox saying, you know what, I don't want anything to do with this. I just want it to be my turn, so not even going to commit anything. Instead, going to start off with an attack.
Yeah, just swinging with Akshan to get the strike once again. Lucer Beam, of course, not going to block with the eyes, just continuing to try and generate Dragonlings, and is going to go for the Lee Sin, develop, try and set up to have the attacking turn with full mana with the Lee Sin, at least somewhat try and go off using the fact that they have Bastion to potentially get through whatever defense Shotox has. But there's so many cards in hand that it's hard to imagine a world where Lucer Beam is able to get through whatever Shotox has on a defensive turn, because Shotox is entirely just going to be holding mana on non-attacking turns to stop Lee Sin. That is everything that has to happen. So whether it's recalls, whether it's retreat return, whether it is homecoming like this, or whether it is a Will of Ionia, Shotox is going to be able to just try and deal with this Lee. Yes, you could Bastion now, so that Akshan goes back, but Lee does not. However, that does mean that you have no responses to any types of removal on the next turn. You can only stop retreat return or recall with your Nopify.
Right, and this is, I mean, very clearly telegraphed from Shotox as I'm using this to be mana efficient, so that I spend 4 mana and you're going to have to spend 5 mana. Now, of course, Lucer Beam only needed to spend 4 mana here, but it was another card out of hand. Shotox going to be able to redevelop Akshan if he wants to. Get another tick down on the Warlords. Could even go for like a Promising Future if it's in there, or if it's in hand. But I mean, this is very clearly there are multiple answers in Shotox's hand, and this is just essentially a mana efficiency play.
Yeah, if there is a Promising Future, it does feel kind of good to use it now while there's no deny mana. But instead, just gonna go for the Will on the Lee Sin, make it so if Lee Sin gets replayed, there's just no mana at all to support it on the next turn. You know that it can't get denied, so I guess it's pretty reasonable to go for that now.
Sure.
Because now Lucer Beam, if he wants, he can only play Lee Sin with 2 mana left, so not really going to be able to get anything out of that development. And Shotox has essentially bought themselves an entire additional attack token turn where Lee is not going to be pushing damage.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is scary to Shotox in general, like if they had no cards in hand, the only thing that's scary is leveled up Lee Sin with Overwhelm and currently 8 attack, which we know for a fact cannot happen on 7 mana. So I do like that Will of Ionia. Again, it's about mana efficiency. So much of the Lee Sin game is about being, ahead on mana, and Shotox really expertly playing into that and just choking Lucer Beam out on mana.
Yeah, Lizard Beam just really floundering at this point. There's not a lot that the deck can do to deal with this. You can't really get that aggressive with your elusives because Shodox has their own ways to block them, but even then your elusives are not that heavy of a beatdown. It would
Yeah.
just be a Zoe and a Shadow Assassin. We are going to see an attempt on the Ukshan once again with the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike just to try and delay the Warlord's Horde, or even maybe just force it to proc now with the strike. But it's gonna be really tough to actually make this connect, as we do just see spell after spell for Shodox able to protect this. Recall gonna get nopified, but there's still 5 mana left and 5 cards. I think it's likely that Shodox has another way to try and keep this alive.
Yeah, retreat. Now, the only awkward thing here about retreat, it's not that awkward. We could just choose not to play return here. Yeah, which is exactly what Shox is going to do.
Just trying to get it for the next turn.
Yep. Now, a mistake that I've made too many times is playing the return there, procking my warlords, or my my warlords on a turn I didn't want it to proc, and just kind of having an awkward next turn. Shox, of course, does not make that same mistake, and now has 11 effective mana with the warlord's turn, an action in hand, and make that 2.
Yeah, has the Zephyr Sage, so can actually duplicate
combo.
it. No promising future, but has the combo.
Yeah, well, depending on the other cards in Shodox's hand, this could be it could be very close to being over. We see currently Lucer Beam has no interaction, right? None of these cards actually do anything, and we see Lucer Beam actually just trying to draw cards to get there.
Yeah, and I mean, with both of these, you're going to be able to get the Ukshan down, generate another Horde, potentially can continue to go infinite. Just like you said, it really depends on what is picked up and what is in hand and whether or not this is going to happen. But I think it's very good odds at this point that Shodox is going to be able to run it through. Once you're able to cast 2 of those, still has 5 mana left over to continue to help set it up. There's a really good chance that Shodox is able to just close this out.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the cards in hand, but Navori Conspirator certainly is one of the pieces. Now, I think if we have,
he's got both.
Conspirator, so I think we're just I think we just need another way to bounce, or a solitary monk to make it deterministic.
Well, and Shodox is going to be able to proc the Horde over and over again and continue to draw. So we should be done at this point, right? Because Ukshan can create another one for free. The Conspirators can proc it again. You can reduce everything to 0 and just continue to draw over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that you're going to need to play Ukshan and then have, unless if there's not another way to bounce in hand, you play Ukshan, and then you have to play a Conspirator to bounce the Ukshan, because just bouncing the Conspirators over and over again while Ukshan is in play doesn't actually do it, right? This
but with
easier.
With the additional draw, because at this point, Blev, you can at least get one more of these Hordes without ever having to bounce this Ukshan. And so he's drawing
very likely.
He's drawing minimum 4 more cards.
Right.
So there has to be, within those 4 cards, there's going to be some way to either end the game, one, or to create another Horde by bouncing your Conspirators a different way. Like, it's really, I think maybe there is somehow a world that, I really don't think there is, but yeah, maybe there's some world that you draw a perfect storm of cards that does not give you the infinite, but I'm pretty sure Shodox is just there at this point.
I think so too. I'm thinking the devil's advocate of, it's not deterministic in that it doesn't matter. Like, we're not demonstrating an infinite loop yet, is basically where I'm coming from. I think if we get one more Conspirator or a Solitary Monk, then we're there. Then I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine conceding at any point from Lucer Beam, honestly. But like, it's not determined yet. Is what I'm thinking, at least. Could just be miscalculated. I mean, I think it's very, very likely, but
Yeah, I think in the sense of what I'm saying, where this is complete and he can continue to go, it's because he is able to cast 4 of these in one turn. And I think it's pretty rare. You're not going to find everything you need when you cast 4 of the draw mechanic in a single turn.
Yeah. The old health potion, healing nothing on your Akshan to get another proc.
Akshan grappling hook.
Yep, that will get a card out of hand, and yeah, now
Create another palace.
Yep. And then you do it all again. Okay, now we get to start the Zillions. Lucer Beam taking some time to eat some dinner. That's another legitimate reason, another legitimate tournament thing is like, hey, I got to eat some dinner here. All right,
There we go.
looks like
Okay.
Lucer Beam gonna.
Yep. As soon as he saw the Zillion, he knows that it is guaranteed. It is 100% over. There's not even there's not even the 0.00001% chance that Shodox missed everything and couldn't actually finish that game off. Once you see the Zillion, it's 100% done. And Shodox is able to take that game over the Lee. But now, Lee Sin versus Deep, this is a matchup that Lee Sin can certainly win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still not 100% sure that it's deterministic. I still think it's very, 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 like, we're looking at fractions of a fraction of a fraction of a percent that it could miss. But I'm not 100% sure that it's...
You know what, Blev? You come back and you tell me the scenario where it can fail, and then I'll believe you. Until then, that game was done the second those double conspirators were there.
I think given the cards in their deck, you can determine that it's that there was no misses. But I think if it were ladder, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, Lucer Beam said, you know what? I just wanted to take an extra couple bites of the sandwich, but we're going to game number 3.
Yeah, we are jumping in. Shodox going to start things off with the Dreg Dredgers, so can start heading towards Deep. Recently in Twitch Rivals, I saw someone get to Deep on turn 4, so we'll see if Shodox can match that pace or not.
And this is a way to do it, right? We see Scarab, we see Dreg Dredgers. Ooh, even has the Zoe emote on hand.
Yeah, gets the Zoe down. Going to be able to swing in Jaw Hunters to try and deal with Zoe. No way to answer it for Lucer Beam, but it is a 1-mana champion being traded for a 3-mana card from Shodox. So it's actually not even that bad when you lose your Zoe to a Jaw Hunters, but it does hurt because, of course, yes, you would prefer to keep your Zoe alive, right? Like, that is obviously where you'd rather be, is the Zoe gets to keep swinging each turn. But when you think about it in the grand scheme, you're trading 1-for-1 on cards, but you're up in mana when they trade into each other.
Absolutely. I mean, good old Jaw Hunters. Always good to see the classic come back. Now, Lucer Beam deciding, they want aggression, do they want setup, or do they want the just basically the middle of the road option in the messenger?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the messenger always nice because you need to find your Lee Sin, so just getting the additional draw is always going to be helpful. You can also think about the fact that, hey, I do have, you know, double Pale Cascade, so maybe I already have enough draw in my hand. I don't really need that. Maybe something like a Moon Silver for later can be really nice to help set up some combos, or realistically, because I have the double Pale Cascade, is Moon Silver really nice to just trigger that on any turn to get the Nightfall. There are like a lot of different lines to think about. I don't think it's ever Charger here. It's either going to be Messenger or Moon Silver, and we do see the Messenger. Just want to look for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, all these cards are nice, but if you don't have Lee Sin, it's kind of a moot point, right? This Jaw Hunter's going to take the trade on the Zoe as predicted. Going to toss another Jaw. get a little bit of damage in, and 14 is an interesting number. I mean, that 14 looks smaller and smaller the closer we get to deep and the more sea monsters we see.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's only a few hits out of sea monsters to take that down, and Booster Beam does not have a lot of units for chump blocking. In fact, not a lot of things in general to deal with units when they get to the board. That's another additional chump that he's found with this Shadow Assassin, and potentially even with the Mentor of the Stones. Yes, we've got the ability to find a Crescendum to actually start chaining out the Dragonlings on top of that, but still, that's just going to be essentially one block out of each of those things, and Shodox can still find something like Abyssal Eye once they have hit deep. Now, with Double Scarab, it's going to be a pretty quick way to get there, but Lucifer Beam now finding the Lee Sin with essentially every combo piece they could possibly want. I think this is looking very good for the Lee side at this stage.
The only pieces that we don't have are actually any sort of protection. Granted, you don't need a ton of protection in this matchup. It's basically just either atrocitying a unit to try to kill Lee, which is not good in general, or having Nautilus plus Nautilus's Riptide to be able to interact with the Lee, which we're not quite there. So if Lucifer Beam wants to play this Lee out early, we might be they might be in the driver's seat for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Bone Skewer and Atrocity are both pretty terrible answers to Lee because you can just play 2 spells and get the barrier. Whereas, you need something like Devour of the Depths that's already deep. But there's a lot of ways to pump up Lee's HP, and he naturally has pretty high HP. So that one also doesn't feel like a good answer. I mean, you're absolutely right about like a Nautilus with a second Nautilus ends up being the only good way that you have to deal with Lee Sin, and that's answered by Bastion or Deny, and we see the Bastion get picked up. Booster Beam has everything they need. This should be a Lee Sin victory. It's just a matter of, can Booster Beam find the win on this turn? And if not, can they survive for one more turn?
Yep. Salvage coming out. Hitting a Bone Skewer, meaning there's only one left in the deck. Also, Bone Skewer is not threatening anything right now. How close are we to the Lee level up? Not very. Okay, so it's probably not... Well, yeah, we're not going to be able to get to level up this turn, I don't think. So it looks like we're probably just chipping away. Which actually, I mean... It's potentially scary for Lucifer Beam going into next turn, depending on what Shadox has, as next turn is technically Nautilus turn, though we're not quite deep yet.
Yeah, likely Shadox gets pushed to deep, especially if Lucifer Beam attacks, right? So that's maybe what he's thinking about.
2 of 8, maybe gonna go for an Eye of the Dragon, which is actually pretty decent, as it can chump. It can chump a Sea Scarab. No, that's what we're going for. We'll have 2 additional mana for a Twin Discipline or El Cascade if needed. I think. Okay, Devourer.
Yep, you can just play the Pale Cascade.
Back up Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, at this point, it's not even about protecting Lee. It's not about any of that. It's just about surviving this next sea monster attack. And it's 6 away from deep, so very likely that Shodox is able to get there.
Yeah, and Will of Ionia as well.
Yeah, that's big. That's actually a big pickup. That should just seal it for Lucifer Beam. There should be no way to lose on this turn, and then there's enough spells and damage pump in hand to actually just one-shot with Lee Sin on the next turn.
Being in Lucifer Beam's, having been in Lucifer Beam's seat many times in this matchup as the Lee Sin, I'm feeling very confident as Lucifer Beam here. This might be a world record for longest time without going deep and having 3 Sea Scarabs.
Yeah, nothing's died. Wow, gonna actually even just use this. Does not want to lose any blockers.
I think
knowing
that's fine.
how important it is. No, I think this is correct. I think this is great.
Yeah. You need spell procs for Lee anyway. Okay, we're going to jettison. I think that puts us
Oh,
at...
does he have 2?
Okay,
He's got
2
2?
jettisons.
This is like the only, kind of way to go for the win, but Lucid Beam can actually just recall this
Right.
so that it still doesn't kill the Dragonling and it removes one of the attackers.
Ooh, I definitely would have, even though I'm pretty sure that's the correct
Would
one.
have used the eye?
I have to use the
Yeah.
eye there. I just get... There's just no way I'm chancing it that it randomly, like, switches positions or for some reason, works in a way it shouldn't. There's no way I'm chancing that. But yeah, this looks like pretty standard blocks. Just block with as much damage as you can.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, you could kill a sea scare, but I guess you don't really even want to necessarily.
No, more about just surviving, and then this should just be able to be wrapped up. I haven't done the full calcs here. Maybe there's a way actually.
4.
Wait a minute, Blev. Now there's an atrocity out. Because you don't need to kill the Lee Sin.
There is.
You just need
True.
to kill the face.
True, there are 2 atrocities in deck.
So this is actually, I was thinking so much about how, yes, Lee is just wrapped up and there's really nothing Deep can do about it. But there actually is one thing that Deep can do about it. Because there is no deny. There is no answer. This is actually just going to have to be Lucid Beam has to all in for the Lee Sin win. He doesn't really have an option outside of that.
Right.
And if there's an atrocity, that's just going to be a Shodox victory.
Nope,
But it's not there.
salvage
It's
is
a
not.
salvage.
There's still...
Can survive with
no.
Bone Skewer by shuffling, putting this back in the deck.
Yep.
But nope, it's not there. Lucid
Yeah.
Beam finds the victory.
Yep. Finds the victory, and it seems that Lucid Beam was, in fact, ready for that. See, I said the line there, chat. That was the line, right? That was what you wanted me to say? that
It's not.
he
it's not
was
what they
ready?
wanted.
That's not... Oh.
No, you know what they want. Don't
I have no idea.
don't play with chat like that. Chat knows. Chat will remember this, Blev. Chat will.
No.
It's like an RPG where it's like X will remember this. Chat will remember this, Blev. They'll remember this for a long time.
They
We
will
just see
remember.
Lucid Beam able to take the 2-1 over Shodox, getting the victory with combo, but Deep not able to get it done against Lee Sin. That is a really tough matchup.
Yep.
Actually came down a lot closer than we normally expect out of that matchup, especially with the hand that Lucid Beam had. But Shodox was able to get very aggressive with the multi-scarab hand. It
Yep.
didn't go deep as fast as multi-scarab hands do a lot of the time because nothing really died, but still finding Deep, almost finding the victory on that swing in. If he had had an atrocity, he would have had to YOLO it anyway, and he would have found the win
Yep.
because we know there wasn't a deny in hand. There wasn't any way to answer it. So really, really close set between these two, but it is
Yep.
going to be Lucid Beam moving on winner's side in their very first fight night. Exciting to see them take down Shodox, the DreamHack champion. Now Shodox is going to have to try and make a full loser's run if we're going to have combo as a potential fight night winning deck.
There is another player that's running combo as well. I believe that's a Keto. I haven't looked at the bracket, so maybe they've made it as well, but we'll have to check that out in a bit, Casa.
Yeah, we will check in on that very soon, but for now, we are going to take a short break, but when we return, we will continue on with more Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. We're jumping in with another one of our round 1 matches. Zakedo versus Krios. And we do have the infinite combo being started up, going off for Zakedo right now. They might have enough gas to get this done as well, if I'm looking at this hand correctly.
Yeah,
Feels like this is done. Zakedo is going to be able to finish this off. It is against... Looks like this is Krios on Ruben's pile. This is a deck we haven't seen in a little bit, but always kind of makes a comeback in tournament.
It's always a possibility. The only thing that is looking not... The only thing that's looking interesting here is hand size. There's definitely all the pieces. There's just a lot of cards in hand. I think we're probably going to have to play out some of these extraneous cards. And actually, right now, we're not able to create the landmark. There's not space.
Yeah, I think you can just play this recall on the far left, though. And you should be okay at that point to... play down your Akshan.
Yep.
Try and go again. But we did just see that hover. There's only 4 cards left in deck.
Oh. Wait.
So I'm curious about the Zillion, if it's just in the last 4 cards.
Mod check. This can definitely happen if you only run the 1 Zillion. Okay, just getting rid of some cards in hand here.
Yep, gonna go in for the
Sure,
swing.
get an attack in.
Or maybe not. Gonna play the Solitary Monk.
Yep, get rid of something extraneous. And then you do it all again.
Yep.
Okay, so there's been a lot of
Yeah, that Zephyr
Sage cost
is
0.
free.
There's been at
So
least
this one
6 instances. Okay. All right, Conspirator.
Yeah, I mean, it's just certainly deterministic. I think Krios probably recognizes that, unless for some reason
I
they
think we just
there's...
need to see Zillion.
Do you even need Zillion at this point? Can't you just develop the board wide enough, re-stun the last thing on board, and maybe find a win that way? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there isn't.
6. Can
20
you? I mean,
health.
you've got 4.
Either way, though, as long as the Zillion is alive in the deck,
Right.
then it's definitely over. Just taking a second to find it.
Okay, there is a Zillion at least that has been submitted in the deck.
Yeah, and the fact that Akedo is hovering over it makes me feel like they just haven't hit the Zillion and it's in the bottom 4 cards.
Well, what would be hilarious is if there were 5 cards left. Because you draw in pairs of 2, and if Zillion was the last card, you actually might not be able to get it.
Oh, yeah. But it's 4, so you find it. Yeah.
Right, you do find it here.
That would
But
be
it would
funny,
be hilarious if there were 5
Because
cards.
if it's
and
literally
then
the last one.
stalling this out would be even more hilarious because it's possible, like...
Well, I think they'd still win because they'd draw it the next turn and then you just play the Zillion. You would just have to pass another turn.
Yeah, but then you're... I guess...
You could still, like, reset it with the Zillions, I think, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to... It wouldn't be as easy. I'll say that. Okay, we're stunning a unit.
There's the duplicate. Guarantee you find your Zillion.
Hey, there he is. The Zillion will come down, and now we're no longer in need of... no longer in need of comboing. And this is game 2, Casa.
Yeah, this is game 2. Looks like we'll still have... It looks like more of an aggro deck remaining for Akedo. I believe that is a discard aggro list. Or am I... Oh, no, it's Ezreal Draven. Okay.
Yeah,
Ezreal Draven, not discard.
Back to the old 4 cards left.
What do you think about Ezreal Draven versus Ruben's Pile? This is a matchup we've seen a lot more of.
Yeah, they're
Feels like a close one.
Yeah, they're pretty similar decks in terms of what they're doing. It's a very value-oriented game. I mean, we've seen players like Rigby and even Ruben and himself, of course not on tournament, but these players that have a very strong proficiency with the deck really be able to seemingly overperform with the deck, because it's called Ruben's Pile for a reason. It just looks like a pile of random cards, right? Like, it's not, there's no real like synergy to it. It's just kind of doing good stuff, kind of. But we've seen players like Rigby really have a lot of success with it, and overperform with it. So I mean, if Cryos, I would imagine if you're bringing it to a tournament like Fight Night, you probably have a pretty good proficiency on it. So I'd lean towards that.
Well, considering sending an
4,
attack
7,
in,
8, 9, 10. Okay. All right, now the time bombs, they start a ticking.
yeah, I mean, this is just going to be play these down, finish it off. Chris should recognize at this point. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is done. We will be getting to that game number 3. And it will be between Draven Ezreal and Ruben's Pile. And like you were saying, it is kind of a matchup that we've seen a lot. And it feels like we've seen it go both ways, right? Like, there are times that Ruben's Pile just gets off the ground too quick, uses some of the Targon value, and you run out of removal as Draven Ezreal because it does have Targon's value tools, which means at a certain point they're just going to play more cards than you have answers.
Yep.
But we've also seen the flip side of it where we just see an early aggressive Draven Ezreal hand. They clear away a lot of the path and get a lot of that face damage in, find the late game finishers, and are able to finish things off. I mean, it's been a minute since we've seen this deck. I think the last time we cast it, Tribeam was still 4 mana.
True.
So there have been nerfs to this list since then. I think Tribeam is still incredibly strong. Usually you're playing them late game anyway, where the difference of 4 and 5 mana isn't huge. So the card, of course, I never saw any reason why people would cut it. But it is still a nerf, right? There are some occasional slots where you don't have the 5 mana, but you have the 4, and that can hurt you quite a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously a 1 mana change, especially between 4 and 5, is such a huge difference. But the card still does pack a punch. You're going to be able to get it very, very high up in terms of its power in general, at least. And in a matchup like this, that's really, I think, gonna swing tempo. Both of these decks really rely on, getting tempo early and keeping it going. But, something like a Tribeam can almost always swing it back in your favor.
Yeah, and there's already a couple 3-drops to go with this Tribeam, right? We see the Thorn of the Rose, we see the Sump Dredger, and the Arachnoid Sentry. There's a couple easy pieces of removal here with the double Mystics. Wow, Draven on 3. Perfect timing. Setting up for the Sump Dredger as well.
Too.
Yeah, got the Pool Party Draven.
Great skin. Cryos going to be able to keep on the pressure with the ballistic bots here. Is there going to be... It's only going to take 1 ignition to be strong enough to contend with Draven on the attack. Can't imagine that we're going to see a block with Draven.
Having a tough decision here, it looks like, with the Invoke. See a lot of snap picks with Invokes recently, and
yeah,
it's time decision. I mean, what do you think would be the best thing off the Priestess? Right, it's just 4, 5, and 6s. Maybe you just want some removal, like just a Meteor Swarm.
Yeah, Meteor's good. Golden Sister is obviously very good value. It also gives you an elusive that can punch through. It's gonna help keep you at relatively high life total, but it's also 2 turns away. So I think if you're presented with both of those options, or even maybe a Comet, Comet's not super
Comet
great,
feels too slow.
Yeah.
Everything's too small that you're having to deal with.
But even a just a 5/5 lines up at least decently into this.
Yeah, the Warrior's
I don't know.
reasonable.
Yeah, Warrior. I mean, it's going to be trading for 2 cards, right? So I guess it just depends on where do you want to get your 2 cards. Do you want to get it in 2 4/3 bodies? Do you want to deal 4 to one and 1 to another to kill 2 cards, or do you want to just have a 5/5 that's gonna value block and then trade into something else? If those are the 3 options, we don't know. I mean,
yeah. Okay, so Sentry is going to go on to the Goat instead of setting up a Sentry Flock onto a Ballistic Bot, and I suppose this is just so that this attack in makes Krios feel like they're forced to block with these Ballistic Bots and sacrifice them in that way instead, because, those are the only 2 available blockers, and if you don't, that's going to be 14 damage to the face, and you need to block some of this. You cannot just allow this all to come through. So you will have to sacrifice, at minimum, 1 of these Ballistic Bots, but you might just be in a situation where you do have to part with both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the block on the Goat. I mean, the Goat block feels very easy to make, right? But 1 Ballistic Bot block feels okay. Blocking with the second one on the boom baboon, definitely not where you want to be.
Yeah. Feels pretty bad. I kind of like just flocking this goat, but you do have the Thorn of the Rose. So you have another way to get a stun if you actually want to deal with this other ballistic bot in that way.
Yeah.
But you also have Tribeam. Tribeam can deal with ballistic bot. You've got a couple other ways to work with it. So I think that's what we're seeing. We just saw the same thought process that I went through.
Yep.
We saw Ikeda go through the same one where it's just like, okay, I can save flock for another target, but I also just have these big Tribeams, so they're kind of do the same thing. And this is already stunned. I've already expended the stun, so I might as well just do this. Need one more 3-drop for the Tribeam to actually get the kill on to the Vi, or as we saw, you can use the Tribeam and a Mystic Shot to accomplish the same.
Yeah, that's potentially a little bit risky, though. Pale Cascade would counter that. Granted, there's actually only one Pale Cascade in the entire deck. Kind of an interesting choice. It's usually not one that we see cut very often. Just gonna open with the Tri-Beam, see what we get. A 4/4 blank. I'm just gonna go for the value eat with Vi onto the Flame Chompers, which will level up Vi. Looks like we're just gonna say no to that. Throw Mystic Shot.
The one of Pale Cascade or a Guiding Touch.
Oh, Guiding Touch. Also a one of.
That's pretty rough. I mean, that's the level up for Vi.
Yeah, that is in fact a level up for Vi. Also, gaining extra health here.
Yeah, you also just threw away a Mystic Shot when your opponent's at 10, and you had double Mystic Get Excited in hand, right? So that's, I mean, that hurts. That really does not feel good for Ikeda. Can try and set up this next beam to get even more value, but that's a swing turn for Krios. Getting the level up on Vi, denying some burn.
Yeah, Thorn of the Rose can come out. We could... Yeah, it's... looking back on that flock turn, I mean, it made sense. You want to be efficient with your mana. You want to keep the pressure on, but now we're looking at this Thorn of the Rose, and this stun can be used aggressively, but is it even that good? I don't know. It's certainly not looking as good. I mean, if we had a flock here, if we would have instead of using the flock, we would have used the Mystic Shot on the go. We'd have a flock in hand instead of Mystic Shot right now, and that looks a lot better in this scenario. Granted, it's tough to, predict this scenario or a scenario like this, but it's definitely something to think about.
All right, so Ikeda is going to put the stun down onto Vi. Looks like they just want to try and get a wide swing in. There's a lot of burn still available. So trying to get as much of this past Krios' board as possible is going to put Ikeda in the best position to win. The Ezreal is likely already leveled up, and if not, the Static Shock will get it there.
Mm-hmm.
So finding an Ezreal is also just an out for Ikeda at this point, with this hand having so much potential damage.
I wonder if blocking or if stunning the Vi was even correct. I think for the same reason that you stunned the goat, I think I would have liked stunning the 1/2 here. By having to block a boom baboon when there's an axe already in hand threatening to kill it feels like a lot harder of a decision than blocking with a 1/2.
That's true. That does get a little bit spooky. Another stun though for the Vi is going to be nice for Ikeda if there's any development for Krios.
Yep.
That's a very quick Arachnoid Sentry I imagine we'll be seeing.
Absolutely, especially since it's going to pump up the Tri-Beam as well. Ooh, just an open pass from Krios.
Wow. Okay, so Blev, do you end around here and get your token back, or do you actually play out this Arachnoid Sentry and the Tri-Beam, and then just look to go for an open attack based on whatever Krios can develop? I mean, it's interesting because token back is nice.
Yeah, I like taking the token back. That seems like Ooh,
That's good too.
Yeah, rewarded for not playing the sentry. Yeah, it definitely would be a tough decision not to just take your token back, right? We've got Tri-Beam to punish pretty much to punish a lot of blockers. I mean, Submersible would survive. That's about it, depending on what has been invoked, which I don't know if we've seen either of the invoke spells yet.
No, we haven't
I
yet.
don't
You're
think
right.
we have. So
We
two of
haven't seen
them.
any of
There's
the
2,
invokes.
4, 5, 6s.
It could just be removal for the Ezreal, and that's what Krios is waiting for. At this point, though, if you just play that in response to an Ezreal coming down, you're likely losing to whatever is in hand.
Right. I mean,
You just don't have enough
Ezreal.
HP.
Yeah. Don't put too many eggs into killing Ezreal when there's not even an Ezreal there yet.
It was a Traveler. Just got discarded.
Okay, so that's one of the spells.
All right. Akedo's going to try and just push for the finish. Gets to remove and deal 1 damage.
Well, Crescent Strike. Pretty big.
Yeah, it's a good find. I guess this just leads to either just passing and saying whatever, or you go for the Tri-Beam onto the Vi and try and find a little bit of extra damage that way. Or at least create more pressure.
It's tough. I still think, I mean, I'm putting Cryos on at least one star shaping in hand. I feel like there has to be, and I think that's why Akedo did not want to use the Tri-Beam there, as star shaping onto the Vi would heal it back up. We did get no kill. We'd have a 4-drop, which could be fine, could be good even.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with star shaping on the Vi is it's not going to the face, and you're
True.
still generating the unit. So that means Krios then has 3 mana to deal with whatever unit you played, and they're at 6 life when you have a Get Excited and a Mystic Shot. I feel like you're not losing out on the exchange if a star shaping is expended on this Vi.
Yeah, that's true. I'm curious what the thought process was from Krios on that open pass earlier, especially when there was a Traveler in hand at full mana. I feel like it's a relatively safe develop that gives you value and allows you to do something with the mana. There's the star shaping.
Yeah, there it is. Which, again, I feel like you wouldn't be losing out if that had been played on the Vi, right? Like, you'd feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. Probably wouldn't have even been played on the Vi, come to think of it. Gonna go on to face here. And now, I mean, Krios potentially has another win con in hand. One of the rows going to pump up the Tri-Beam and, of course, give that Guile. If I can take a swing in here, chip 5. Trade with a unit, and it will be a trade because of the axes, at least potentially. Now, Akedo can respond with the flock.
Yeah, Flock or Scorched Earth.
Right. And there are no more guiding touches, so the only thing that would stop this from working is another star shaping.
Right.
Which at this point I feel like Kraus is probably fine using it on the Vi, but either decides not to or doesn't have it.
I feel like Akedo's also cool with that, and you can also just Mystic Shot the Vi afterwards, and your Scorched Earth will still go off. Yes, that's taking 2 damage away from you that would have gone to face, but it saves your Draven, so theoretically you might just be getting an additional 3 damage in instead. Krios gonna Meteor Shower. I imagine that was one of the early picks. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep. And this was the best time to use it for sure in terms of getting the most amount of damage off the board.
Yeah, nothing to play the Tri-Beam on, but now can start to look to get damage in. Sump Dredger is going to find a Rummage. That is a 7 damage Tri-Beam. Whatever gets played down can just get beamed.
Right. If there's nothing to play the beam on, then you just send them. Send in the troops. Spacey Sketcher, probably not the number one choice to try beam for 7, but
At the end of the day, it's almost, I mean, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it's almost like, why not? Because you can play this tri-beam, you remove one blocker, you gain one more attacker. Next blocker that is played, you could Guile. And you should be winning on this turn via any residual damage you get in through your attack, and then having 5 points of burn left in hand. So really, it doesn't matter what you tri-beam, as long as you're removing one blocker from play and you're getting the additional attacker.
Yeah, absolutely. The only, and I guess it wouldn't be a punish, it would be a push, is another Crescent Strike.
Right. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That would be rough, but you'd still have one attacker left on board.
You're still getting your 3 in, basically, depending on what... You're either getting 3 in from the Sentry, or what if the Tri-Beam unit is weaker, then you're getting that through. I'm seeing open...
Yeah, I almost don't like burst passing. I like continuing to develop my board wider here. Because now the like blocker differential, right, is back towards Krios being able to regain some semblance of board pressure to actually develop the blocks, whereas you could have had 3 on board, they develop that Cosmo, and then you tri-beam and still set up a bigger differential. But now if you tri-beam, it does give them more time to set up more blockers. I mean, it's fine. Like, I think Aikido is still in a very good place to win. I just don't personally love the line that has been taken on these last like 2 or 3 turns. I feel like Aikido had room to be a lot more aggressive to try and close out this game. But end of the day, I think they're in a position that is just going to continue to be winning.
Okay, it's pretty good. Captain Erica, pretty strong there. Yeah, I think like the rummage specifically felt a little loose too, because now, I mean, there's just, I feel like almost regardless of what you draw off of rummage, you'd rather have an extra mana to use Guile.
Yeah, I think Guile would be fantastic.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make here, especially considering that the Captain Erica has Spell Shield. We already saw that there wasn't a Crescent Strike created. Iterative improvement. I mean, this is another thing that creates differential, though. I think it's still going to be block, take 3. I mean, this is a punish. Pretty big punish.
Yeah, I mean, still holding on. Obviously, any Ezreal that gets drawn just still finishes the game, right? Like I'm saying, I think Aikido is in a position that it's almost unlosable, right? It's just you've created so much pressure. Krios has had to use so much healing already. You have full control of the board. You have equal hand size while having control of the board. You have 5 points of burn while your opponent's at 7 health. You're not low yourself. Like, there's really not many ways for you to actually lose this game. Yeah, maybe a big Celestial gets kind of scary, but I don't know if any Celestial is going to be big enough at this point.
Basically, it would need to be, even if it were a 16 power Great Beyond, you still can Mystic Shot plus Guile to not die. So you're not even worried about that. Aikido, of course, in a very commanding position at this point. We can even Boom Baboon, and then if opponent passes, you can burst open with the Flame Chompers with the axe attack. I mean, there's a lot of options here. Zoe, not really relevant. Probably worth Mystic Shotting the Zoe because it's effectively, it's denying them card draw and also effectively doing more than 2 damage by opening up a blocker. Or removing a blocker, rather.
Okay, Golden Sisters.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty good from Cryos.
Yeah, I mean, the open attack angle is still there, right? You can just play this axe on the Flame Chomper.
Well, that also probably makes it a little bit easier. We're going for Guile.
On the lifesteal. I mean, it makes sense.
Yep. Fangs, that's probably a punish.
Yeah, I mean, you can just get excited the Fangs on the Flame Chomper, or you can just pull it to the end if you think you're going to be able to just win on the other side of the
Right.
attack. If you play the axe on the chompers, you don't have enough to play both get excited.
Right. Yeah, which means lifesteal is going to get through if opponent is able to live. Which means at this point, if we're not ending the game, it is actually kind of close to Cryos turning the corner if they're able to survive. Because theoretically, this is going to pull the Fangs to the side. We'll get blocks. This is going to theoretically push 6.
Yeah, at first it's going to be lethal, so there will have to be a response from Krios. There's the blocks. This can be, you know, the get excited to face to have the win go before the lifesteal. So there will have to be an answer.
Yeah, but if there's like another star shaping, all of a sudden this, I'm not really as confident in Akedo's position. Granted, it's still probably good enough, but I'm not as confident. Yeah, there's a star shaping.
Still going to be in a good board position for Akedo, but now there might be a win condition found for Krios, and a lot of the burn is gone. Akedo has already spent it either for board clear or now sending a little bit to the face. Board advantage is still in Akedo's favor, but not heavily anymore. And there's a chance that by playing safer, quote unquote, Akedo has potentially put this game in a position where Kraus can come back instead of going for the very aggressive options that were potentially available for Akedo to go for.
I mean, effectively, Cryos, if they want to, is at 10. They're at 10 right now. Now that will cost them their board, but they're at 10, and there's a win condition. Technically, it's a slow one right now, but that can do it. It'll at least chunk 5 and be able to block. And you know, a big difference between Akedo's and Cryos' deck is that Cryos, as we've seen so far, I mean, they have the ability to gain life, where Akedo doesn't. Any damage that this Submersible does is going to be permanent.
Yeah, Ballistic Butt, I mean, Ignitions can slowly win, but not against Lifesteal, unless the Lifesteal units are dealt with. Yes, you have a Get Excited that can be used on the Golden Sister, but that's taking that 3 away from face. And here's another Vi. I mean, this is going to be pushing a lot of damage through.
Right.
Even takes out the Ballistic Bot. Was held on
for free. And this is going to be 10 coming in. And there's not really anything that Akedo can do about this. I am okay. Yes, for us deciding how safe they want to go. Pulling the Ballistic Bot keeps the Vi the most alive, right? Yeah. Pulling the Draven is probably the best value, but puts Vi potentially in danger. And then pulling the Captain Erica is just a straight up trade, but it also
prevents any value.
Well, the Fang still can get value traded by Draven, so I guess
that's fair.
I guess I like this better because now, like, the Fangs is getting value traded regardless. Whether there's one option to value trade or 2 doesn't really matter. So if you're swinging with the Fangs, you might as well just keep your Vi as healthy as possible.
I mean, at this point, though, Akedo's out of cards, right? Doesn't have board advantage. Their HP is falling low as well. Krios just needs 1 more attack token to find the win.
No more spells in hand, which means Ezreal no longer scary.
Rummage with no cards.
Actual worst draw.
have to just swing with everything. It looks like a fully wide open attack to pull the axe, so you can try and look for more options. There's one more get excited in hand. That's kind of your last out, and you have to hope there's no more healing.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds about right.
You also have to hope that there's no way to just deal with the Boom Baboon. This is a P and Z
Right.
deck.
Feels like get excited. On to Draven.
We've already seen, what, 2 star shaping and 1 guiding touch, so there's only
Yep.
1 star shaping left.
Yep.
Would have to be a lifesteal unit at this point, which potentially is too slow off of the draws. So there shouldn't be worry of lifesteal at this point. It's just, you know, you're dead on the next turn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, get excited. On to Draven, and this is now, I mean...
That just does it. I mean, that seals
Right,
it.
we're not doing
literally
6 off
can't
of
get
1
enough.
card.
Didn't find Ezreal. I mean, you can complain
Wow.
about not finding Ezreal, but I think there were lines here
There were
to
wins.
find the victory.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a win somewhere, or at least a threatened win that did not occur. A couple of times.
It felt like this match, Aikido maybe didn't recognize their position as far as how they needed to play those
Yeah.
next few turns, and maybe got too comfortable with the fact that they had a lead, but slowly got ran over by the value of Targon, got outlasted.
Yep.
And really needed to find that victory faster. The one thing you can't give Targon is time, because they will ultimately grind you out and beat you.
Yeah.
And so needing to find that quicker victory, needing to understand that in those situations you needed to widen your board as much as possible so that not everything could be blocked, and then finish with the burn you had in hand. There was an opportunity. I think that rummage and pass, instead of actually generating a bigger board advantage, was a key moment that caused Aikido to lose that.
Yep.
And Krios ends up taking this 2-1 after finding the win in game number 1 with their zombie Anivia list against Combo. Then losing to Combo, and finally picks up the win with Ruben's Pile. And we'll be going up against Lucerbeam in round number 2. Both of the Combo lists have lost their matchups, with both Aikido and Shodox losing. They will have a mirror match in the losers
man.
bracket.
I almost kind of wish we could watch that.
But it wasn't the combo deck that really failed them on both sides of both accords. It was their additional deck that they brought. Did not let them find the win. So you take a look at the bracket. Bry Guy trying to pull off a run back from last week, going up against Stolen Conch, Krios versus Lucerbeam, and then in the lower bracket we've got Green Sears and Arax and Aikido and Shodox.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think that match we just that last game we just saw is actually a really good one to go back and watch. You know, as anyone that's watching, because I think, you know, we brought up a couple of spots where there could have been some play differences, at least some lethals could have been threatened, and I know, you know, you can get your bingo cards out because it's Boomer talking about 25-year-old article, but who's the beatdown? Definitely. And if you want the updated one for LOR, shout outs to Morp. They did a really good write-up, putting it more in lore terms, and an updated, you know, this century version of who's the beatdown. Because I think, you know, memes aside, I think that really is hey, I'm playing Ezreal Draven. I'm a control deck. I want to play the control longer game. Well, in that case, I really think that we needed to see Aikido become the beatdown and actually go for it.
Yeah, but, you know, we're going to be jumping straight into our winner's semifinal match. It's going to be Bry Guy versus Stolen Conch. We've got Karma Ezreal from Bry Guy once again. He brought it last week, had great success with it, and is going to be running it back. And Stolen Conch on the other side, you might be saying, oh, wow, it's a Ezreal Karma mirror. Look at these regions. Well, no, it's Lulu Jinx. It's Stolen Conch, of course. That is their favorite deck. We have seen them bring it many times in the past. Last time they brought it, they went quick 0-2. This time they won their first round, so we'll see if they can continue that success here against Bry Guy in this matchup against Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, and they've also brought another aggressive deck, and I'm actually, you know, Lulu Jinx has been growing on me. I'm not sure which deck is more of a meme now. We see Rek'Sai Pike deep, or not deep, sorry, I'm lurk. Wow, I'm forgetting these keywords. We're seeing lurk. Lurk with Zap Sprayfin. That's an interesting one, but we'll have to see. Conch is going to need to get the dub with the Lulu Jinx first, and this is a pretty solid opening. I mean, having Lulu on 3 with attack token is pretty good. Granted, it's Lulu not bound for this game.
Yep, Lulu just going to get thermo beamed. Dolan Conch going to have to try and get something down onto the board, but Bry Guy actually hitting another thermo is very nice. Dolan Conch going to rummage away a rummage and a flame chomper. Bry Guy's cool with just these passes. I mean, that's not a very threatening board just yet. Bry Guy's happy to bank that mana. Just float a single one.
Yeah, but Bry Guy, you know, gonna be pretty happy to just not die here, right? Anything that's happening, I mean, this is all good. You know, you can at least threaten to kill Eye of the Dragon. Of course, we see it's gonna get notified, but yeah, I mean, these Flame Chompers, they're not really threatening at all. We're not even gonna see an attack in from Stolen Conch to, you know, putting a damage onto a Flame Chompers in exchange for 2 damage to the Nexus, not even worth it in their eyes.
This game feels over, Blood. This game feels over because of the fact that you look at Bry Guy's hand, right? He's got really good ways to deal with aggressive threats with this Thermal Beam. He has on board, he has this Eye of the Dragon to continue to just pull out Dragonlings and heal up. He has Deep Med to refill, and he even has the Karma. So it's really, really tough for Stolen Conch to get themselves on board in any meaningful way just yet.
Yep. And we even have the Hexite Crystal now in the deck that Deep Med can potentially find. If that's drawn at almost any point, it's going to be pretty good.
So Suit Up's pretty nice, but the thing is that's a decent thing for you to use your will on, because you actually just get rid of the buff. So yeah, of course, you don't want to put the Flame Chompers back in the deck, but this is like a good spot for Will of Ionia. Looks like Bry Guy decides he just wants to pass it, maybe looking for that will on a later time, and wanting to develop Karma just to get some random spells going.
Yeah, I like this. If there's a... Ooh. I definitely... Interesting. I kind of like the Tri-Beam there. No need... Ooh. That Dawn and Dusk?
It looks like a Dawn and Dusk. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no Thermo onto the Jinx. I suppose just trying to hold on to a lot of mana going into the next turn.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Experimenter come down, and for Bry Guy to use Will of Ionia on the Jinx so that the Experimenter discards the Jinx.
Yeah, that would be a very good play to be kept available.
I don't know if it's better than bouncing your Karma, but it might be.
Well, you have a second Karma in hand. I think it is.
True.
I think it is better. You stop the Jinx from leveling, and... Well, no, I guess you don't, but...
You stop
the
rocket. Oh, we might see it. We might see it, Gassa.
Yeah, I mean, Deny is up, so...
I mean, that's definitely better, but...
Yeah.
Come on. Do the fun play. Yeah, no,
Deny
Jinx
Thermo
dead.
Beam is probably just a better line. However,
it's significantly
there
better.
are a lot of spots, though, Blev, that it actually is a very good line to just throw her back into the hand. It just...
Oh, yeah.
At this point, Bry Guy just had 2 cards that line up much better.
Yeah. It's significantly better, right? I mean, there's just not, denying your opponent the ability to draw 3 cards feels, I mean, that's probably good, right?
Yeah. Bry Guy goes for the retreat. I think there's actually small argument to just letting that trade happen and then playing your second Karma.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like strictly better or anything to do that. I just think that in this spot, it's okay for you to clear a little bit more of the board. But at this point, you do have your Karma online, and now you actually get to play Karma spell with leveled Karma on board if you want. So
Is Dawn and Dusk plus Get Excited just lethal?
How much does that do? It's what? Because Karma
Well, let's see,
doubles it, so you get a full board of Karmas.
3?
Right?
Oh, right. There's going to be a 6 Karma. I mean,
Yeah,
it just fills
I
up
think
with
Braga
Get
is
Excited.
calculating
That's
that
30,
right now. I think
It's
that
gotta
does
be.
just end it, right?
It's gotta be. It just has to be. How could it not?
Yeah.
No, don't go. No, Bry Guy, no.
Someone in chat said 18 damage.
Only 18?
Is that right? That might be right. That actually sounds right.
What? Okay, we're gonna have how many karmas in play? 5 karmas.
Yeah, it generates 5
And then
Karmas.
Each. The Get Excited is gonna make. Oh, I guess it won't. Oh, I guess yeah. I guess it's only gonna generate 1 per karma. For some reason, I was thinking it's gonna generate 2 per karma.
Yeah, that's correct, right? It's 18 damage? Because it's 6 casts of the spell.
Yeah.
Each Karma generates 1 additional cast.
Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking there was an exponential factor, but there's not. People are saying 6 times 5, but Get Excited does not do 5 damage.
Am I just like completely like not realizing how this works? Am I really missing something? I might be. I just think isn't it just 6 casts of Get Excited, which is 3 damage? So that's
People
18.
are saying 6 times 5. Get Excited doesn't do 5 damage.
Yeah, it's 6 times 3, right?
Times 3.
Is chat losing their mind? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's just
Okay,
18. Yeah. You were right. I was sad.
No,
but
no,
you were correct.
yeah. Enceladinato had it immediately. It was like 18 damage. I was like trying to make sure that I had all my math right. We have 5 karmas on board. You get 1 base cast of Get Excited. Yeah, I don't know what
Chat is
saying.
correct
Chat is
that
losing
6
their
times
mind.
5 is 30.
They did great
checks
math
out,
there. I'm very
but
proud of you, chat.
Also, 2 times 2 is 4. That's also a correct statement.
Yeah, great. But that's also just so much damage, and Braga now just has to find anything to clean this up.
Chat's trying to cover their tracks, but we called them out.
Yeah, there's the Mystic Shot, and I don't believe there's any healing in this deck. It doesn't seem like the kind of deck that would run any healing, and there isn't. No way to stop the Mystic at all.
Is there 2 Nopifies?
No, there's nothing. It's just Mystic Face. Bragai's got it. What a fun way to win, too. With the Dawn and Dusk on the Karma with the Get Excited.
Yeah. Yeah, both of those spells were generated too. It wasn't even a normal Get Excited.
They were.
It was just if that was just Karma and there were no other cards in hand, it would have been good enough. Which is maybe scary to think about that Karma can just do that. But
yeah, it's always really fun when you get to develop your Karma early. When you're in matchups where she's like fairly safe and you get to develop her and just see what comes of it, see what you end up getting to play, and when you actually get to use those cards, it tends to end up with some pretty fun scenarios. It's been a while since we have decks that like to develop Karma early. Really, it was the most of the time that we saw this was actually in beta when we were seeing these like Karma Fiora all spell decks with River Shaper. Tied to Time was someone who used to play it a lot. Hype used to play it a lot. And it was really fun because you would see basically like Karma's being developed on like turn 5 and just generating you random stuff throughout the entire game.
Yep.
And you had a lot of variance in those matchups because of it. Wasn't really fun to play against. You never knew what you were playing against. You never knew what cards were going to be there, but
right.
It was always fun.
Yeah, and I think it definitely it seems like Karma Ezreal traditionally it has, but with the amount of different decks and variety of decks that you can play, Karma Ezreal doesn't feel like the same sort of barrier to entry that it has in the past, but we see there, I mean, Lulu Jinx, certainly a fine deck, but not one that does particularly well into just a Karma being played with any amount of backup, any amount of protection to it, right? I mean, there was a Get Excited, it was stopped immediately, and Karma kind of gets to go rampant. So I wonder, if Karma Ezreal goes up in play rate, I wonder if we start seeing more decks revolving around, oh, I absolutely need an answer for an early Karma or else it just gets out of control.
Yeah. Stolen Conch trying to get as many lurk procs as possible. Only has 1 so far, but does have the attack token. We'll see if Conch has any way to shuffle maybe a Rek'Sai on top or a Pike to start really getting things going for this lurk deck, because it was a lot of early passing. which for Bryguy ends up being pretty okay, getting closer to your Sejuani, Dreadway, and Gangplank turns. You do scale pretty well in this matchup.
Yeah. Interestingly, we could have seen the parlay also used there, and it would have worked the way that Bryguy wants it to, and actually killed the unit. Granted, this I guess still could have
okay,
happened.
that's Rek'Sai on top.
Okay. We could see the harpoon used to save the monkey idol, but instead we're just going to see a second monkey idol played.
Yep. Like second monkey idol. This parlay will probably be used a little bit later.
Ooh.
That's brutal. Pike's getting a lot of damage
quite
out.
brutal. Yeah, and that's going to be enough, right?
Yeah, you should be at 5.
One. Yeah. Oof. That's not great. Yeah, I'm now wondering why what was even the point of the make it rain there?
It was to ping the face once.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Which is
I guess
certainly
he hit a
something
monkey,
that
right?
What's that?
He hit a monkey.
Yeah, there
though.
was a monkey. There
Yeah.
was a monkey. That ping was happening regardless. It felt like it was either a setup for harpoon or for parlay, neither of which ended up happening. Granted, I mean, we're still gonna have this roughly the same options this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we can parlay onto, one of these lurks that's on 1 health, clear it, and then you can harpoon the pike potentially. But the problem is if you go for that harpoon and you have no mana left and you get bone skewered, I mean, this game is probably just done if you get bone skewered here. Yeah, so now you can actually make a warning shot monster harpoon play onto the pike, which is still unconscious, has 4 mana, but this might be your best bet at getting back in the game right now, is to just rip this monster harpoon. Don't let the pike get reshuffled onto the top.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're priced into it at this point. It's still, I mean, we still want our ping this turn anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want your ping this turn. You just hold the parlay for another turn, right? I mean, you're going for the ping regardless. You're probably monster harpooning. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're holding onto it. Maybe you don't want to remove this pike, but it feels like this is the best play. You need to be working towards getting this Sejuani online as soon as possible. So you need this ping regardless.
Unless, I wonder if Bryguy is like wanting to monster harpoon plus parlay the Rek'Sai. But that just feels like it's not winning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do know that there is a Rek'Sai in hand, and there have been quite a few lurks.
Yeah, and I guess Rek'Sai gets Sejuani'd, and that's a pretty hard counter to Rek'Sai.
I mean, like, part of it is maybe just Bryguy being like, okay, this feels like double skewer. But for me, I agree, right? Like, yeah, this does feel like it could be double skewer, but what are you doing if it is double skewer? Like, we're pretty much always losing to that with the hand that we currently had, right? A negation, killing a unit. So at the very least, Bryguy gets something out of this, getting the single right out.
Yep. And I think we can pretty reasonably wait on the parlay as there's almost certainly going to be a develop. And if there's just an open attack, I think you're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, you take 4. Nah, screw it, right? Call the pack on the Rek'Sai probably. Just going to lurk the Rek'Sai, try and get her completely.
That looked like it was on the pike.
Oh, it was. You're right. It was on the pike. Yeah, I guess to be fair, the Rek'Sai win condition's a little bit harder because you're dealing with Sejuani. So Pike, I mean, Pike is just going to level when he comes down and can basically kill off either of the champions, and there's no interaction. Yeah, it makes sense for it to just be Pike.
Call the pack, sure. Not really what you want at all. How close are we? 3 of 5. So if we can get... I feel like... Oh, yeah, what's the pike at? It's at 6, 7, 8 power. That's not good. now almost anything that Bragai plays is going to die to this pike spell.
6 power, right? 6 power.
Well, it's +6, or it's plus. Oh no,
Plus
it's
4,
only
right?
+4.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yep, it's +4.
Which still
For some
kills
reason,
an
I was saying
unleveled
it's +6.
Sejuani or kills a gangplank, right? So,
Yes, that's true.
which is really, I mean, that's the threshold.
Pass from Bragai makes sense. We have 6, 7, 8. Next turn, we technically will have enough mana for Sejuani plus Sejuani's Fury of the North, which will keep it alive.
Against
The
the
problem
pike.
is, yeah, we'll keep it alive from the pike. The problem is that we need to get a proc this turn and save the warning shot for next turn. And actually, even that won't. We're still not enough to get the Sejuani level up, or the Sejuani freeze proc. This is looking kind of brutal for Bragai here. Just gonna take the warning shot to get the proc and hope to draw like a Make It Rain or even another warning shot to be able to level up.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Bragai can string this together. I think it's possible. It's just really low odds at this point for Bragai to win.
I mean, we still development. I mean, open attacking is not great here, right? It'll push some damage. Bragai will get a trade. That's fine. I think Bragai is perfectly fine with open attack here.
Ooh.
Second, I have no idea what the name of that card is. Second, 6 years.
Something the Under Titan. I can't remember his name. Zerzareth, the Under Titan.
Zerzareth.
I always just called him the Under Titan.
My God, it's the Under Titan. Yeah. So if we're just gonna get an attack here, I would imagine we're gonna see Yordle Grifter. Oh no! Oh, missed the proc.
Okay, I mean that's helpful for Bragai.
Very helpful for Bragai. I would imagine. Yeah, I think you had to block the 5/2. I mean, chump blocking to save yourself 1 health does not feel like the play. And we're gonna be saving. We want to save Sejuani's Fury of the North for the pike. The question is, where does Bragai go from here? Because there's not going to be a proc. There's not going to be a damage proc happening this turn. Next turn, I guess, depending on the draw, there could be. Bragai kind of just has to pass. Jagged Butcher, not what Bragai is looking for. And we're just going for
Dreadway, and then just deny the pike with your Fury of the North.
Yeah, and yeah, still probably can't attack. Still, it's still at +4, right? So, ooh,
yeah, that. Yeah, I guess you don't even need the pike and.
Yeah, Jaw, we're not ready for that fish. There you go, Chad. I said the thing. Yeah, Jawfish, can't really do too much against that. Pretty much ever.
Yeah, you play a Jagged Butcher, it can just even be a pike onto that, and then you just go for the open attack, nothing that a Bilge deck can do. So we are going to get the Lulu Jinx on a run back. Gonna get another attempt. Time against Bilge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Rek'Sai just sitting in the hand the whole time. I don't think it never got shuffled away or anything. It was just in hand.
Not big enough to level yet. Plus, you're always worried about Sejuani in response, so...
Yeah.
just a really good Pike game. Pike a lot better in this matchup anyways.
Yeah, and
That's
getting
gonna do
the,
it.
I'm assuming the natural spell. The second one was determined or was caused, but the first one
Yeah.
I think was
First one's
just
natural.
a natural. Which, hey, sometimes that happens, and sometimes that ends up spiraling out of control. This Lurk is going to take that game number 2.
Yeah, sometimes lucky on the lurk with the Pike, and then once, I mean, if you can get lucky once and then able to put it back on top with the Bone Skewer, or even just able to put it back in the deck with the call of the Wild, or Call of the Void.
Yep.
It's gonna be really, really difficult to beat the Pike multiple times coming down with Death from Below.
Yeah. It is a deadly, deadly spell. One of the cooler designs, I would say, in general in lore. I just think it's cool. Turns into a spell, almost like I mean, it acts a lot like Concussive Palm, but a little deadlier than Concussive Palm.
Little bit so, and now it just comes down to the bilge list gonna have to go up against Lulu Jinx, and a Lulu Jinx high roll can definitely have Stolen Conch just run away with this.
Sure.
It can be a little bit hard to remove some of the things that come out. Make It Rain can be helpful, but there's a lot of 2 toughness things that you're worrying about in this deck.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, really the only 1 health units are Zonite Urchin and Boom Baboon. Everything else, and
else
the
is 2 or more.
the Poros from Poro Cannon, and I guess Jury Rigs too. But yeah, most of the relevant stuff is 2 health. Of course, as I say that, immediately Boom Baboon is played.
But yeah, most of the things you're worried about, I guess, right, are going to be 2 or more. But the fact is there's still targets that can make your Make It Rains good. For Bry Guy, gets to play one down here to deal with Boom Baboon, and also continue to proc Plunder and get triggers for these champions that they have in their hand right now. Can obviously trigger it with the Crackshot Corsair. And that's going to be nice too, because he picked up a Jagged Butcher, which is going to be a good defensive unit, especially when it's proc Plunder.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Bry Guy. You have that, you've got the Monster Harpoon. If there's like an early Jinx or something, you can probably find a spot to get it at 3 mana. And you've also just got your turns planned out. I mean, you've got your late game options in your champions, and you got a pretty strong turn here. Granted, it's a little more awkward now with this Jury Rig block, as you probably would have wanted to play the Betty Croaker, but actually the block's not coming out, so it's gonna work in Bry Guy's favor, I think.
Yeah, Bry Guy's still just chilling with this. Gets to play down the Betty Croaker. We'll get to play the Jagged Butcher. And getting very close to these level ups. 3 of 5 on both. Has a Monkey Idol in hand as well. Will just be missing Plunder on this turn, but the next 2 should have an easy time.
Yeah, I mean, the Zonite Urchin, fine. I mean, all these these derpy units just don't matter, right? I mean, Bry Guy is just gonna have more beef on the board. And it's going to be doing even more. Boom Baboon, sure.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, where's Lulu, right? Where's Lulu? Where's Jinx? Where are the where's Pix even? Just to buff up these Flame Chompers. A lot of the very scary things that this deck can do are just not being done in really neither of the games that we've seen it so far. Yes, there was a Lulu in one, it did get beamed, but a lot of the things that are good about this deck have just not happened for Conch.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the double-edged sword of the Lulu Jinx. It's almost it's combo-esque in its execution, in that you really do need it's not like an infinite combo, but you need the combination. It's very powerful combinations of cards that are stronger than the sum of the parts a lot of the time. Flame Chompers plus Suit Up, very strong. Flame Chompers plus Pix, Lulu plus something else. I mean, all these things are very strong, but when you draw them in the wrong order, or just you get these just awkward, very derpy hands that Bry Guys can be able to punish.
So many Flame Chompers, but nothing to actually make them relevant. And we see a couple sad Boros from Stolen Conch. Seems like they're just not finding anything good. Is this going to be another one? No, Poro Cannon. Because he's gotten 2 from Boom Baboon, drawn 2 naturally.
Yep.
Finally a suit
Hey,
up.
there's a suit up. Okay. Bragai could
Could have
theoretically
harpooned it. Yeah.
could have just harpooned it and just put it away, but no matter. Hey, there's Lulu,
Oh,
but
and she's just dead to Sejuani.
dead to Sejuani. Yeah, just could be dead to Sejuani. Could be dead to harpoon.
That's true.
I mean, Bragai also just not even showing a care at all for it.
Yeah, Bragai seemingly wants to hold on to the mana efficiency of Harpoon and wait for another turn.
Yeah,
Don't let the board go away.
I mean, it's only doing 6 damage. It's fine. It's doing 6 damage, and it's also even doing 1 to Conch. Yeah, which is going to turn on the Harpoon. We could see Sejuani plus Harpoon, though I feel like since we didn't see Sejuani before,
Yeah,
maybe just GP, probably Harpoon and then GP, or...
that's what I'm thinking, because I actually think Harpoon first is better.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be proccing the barrel unless... Is there
Might
a
just
buff?
not be
Oh,
Harpoon.
Twin Disciplines, actually.
okay.
The barrel actually protects the Harpoon from getting beaten by Twin Disciplines.
Sure.
So this actually is better to order it like this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, is Stolen Conch beating a 3 damage Anivia attack in the form of Gangplank plus 2
Also
barrels?
true, right? Could just hold on to this Harpoon. Play the Sejuani out.
Yeah, and then Harpoon any of the leftovers, right? I mean, yeah, we don't even need to play Harpoon yet. Could
Oh. Okay, yeah. GP grabs it because he was second. I was like thinking how that was gonna work with the Corsair. Seemed like Bragai knew immediately that that's how that was gonna work.
he knew, and he didn't check the eyes. Again, something I would be checking the eye probably 2 to 3 times, reading both of the things, trying it in different combinations in case there's a visual glitch. But Bragai just knew.
He's a speedrunner, right?
True.
Okay. Just has to go for a Twin Disciplines onto the...
Yep. Just
The
to
Lulu.
save the Lulu. Does not feel great. Down goes the board. Life total down to 4.
Lulu still gonna die.
Yeah, Boom Baboon just making this Make It Rain look even better.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can just play out the Sejuani and set yourself up to win with the barrels and Make It Rain and the warding shot you'll generate. I mean, you also just win on your next attack, but Sejuani's just very safe, right? You can just play it down.
Yeah.
If they attack in, you can just freeze with Make It Rain, or you play this Grifter, and you'll be able to get that additional way to trigger Sejuani.
Yeah, all looking very... I mean, I feel like either of these champions leveled up is pretty close to a lock on this matchup, but both of them certainly seems that way. Conch, of course, can, I mean, bank or at least hope that there is no damage enabler, which theoretically there could not be if Conch is able to go wide enough and Make It Rain could just miss. Granted, if it misses face, it's killing 3 units. So
Yep.
there's really no misses for the Make It Rain.
There's no misses. There's no misses.
Yeah, development will get punted, and then also warning shot just in case. Okay. Okay. This
Stop
is a
the barrel
start.
train.
Yeah, this is at least going to prevent Gangplank from being a kill on open attack. Grifter. Ooh, we're not seeing the misses like we did last week. Bragai figuring out the correct RNG manipulation to make sure that they don't miss their allegiance.
Yeah, okay. Wow. There we go. Stolen Conch just gonna send out the juicy, send out the surrender,
Yep.
Lulu Jinx just not coming through for Conch on fight night. It's been a bit rough, I think, for Conch. This is a deck that I've heard some people talking about being very strong. Actually, recently it's had kind of a bit of a resurgence in people actually believing in it. And Conch is really the only person that's consistently been brave enough to bring it to fight night.
Yeah.
Because it's their favorite deck. And every time it feels like the deck does not do the things that I've seen it do on ladder. I've seen it do on people's stream. It just shows up and doesn't draw any of the things that is like good about a Lulu deck.
I think the Lulu Jinx deck is I call it the Instagram deck, where you're only seeing the snapshots of brilliance of the deck. You know, people are only posting their wins. They're posting their I had five suit ups and attacked with 20 power worth of flame chompers. Those are the only ones that are making it on the timeline, Casa. All the losses and the awkward draws where you draw all this trash and you draw 5 boom baboons and you have a bunch of 0-2s that do nothing. Those don't get posted. Those get deleted and forgotten instantly. Those are all played on alt accounts that you never see.
For me, it's been weird too, because when we were prepping for the caster tournament, right, I had the Lulu deck with Shiraza. Like, obviously that deck was should have been even worse than this, and it felt like somehow more consistent than Conch's performances on Lulu Jinx in Fight Night, which is insane. Like, I don't think this is Conch's fault. I feel like every time he comes to Fight Night with Lulu Jinx, he just can't draw at all. Like this, it just performs like the absolute worst. I think he's cursed every time, but we'll see if he can break that in the losers bracket. We've got a lot more LOR to play today. We are going to run to a short break, but we'll have even more Fight Night Legends when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. We're jumping into our other winners semifinal between Krios and Lucerbeam. It looks as though this is Ruben's pile going up against Lee Sin. Lucerbeam trying to find some extra damage to push through. It looks like this is a get excited from Krios to stop the kick damage, to stop the OTK. And it will be stopping some. Still going to take 11, though.
Yeah, you know you're not in a good spot necessarily when you have to get excited your own leveled up. Was that leveled up Zoe to survive? Granted, that does mean you have a leveled up Zoe. Which could, with this board, I mean, if there's another Zoe, if there's an elusive,
Could end it.
I mean,
Elusive.
This could crack back and just be over.
Yeah, and I think that's what Lucerbeam is like worried about here, right? Like, you saw it, the fact that he wasn't killing there. He looked kind of visibly upset with the fact that he wasn't able to stop Zoe from being killed off there. Wanted to be able to kick it into the Nexus. Because now he knows any elusive that is found is just going to be GG. There's no response currently, and I don't think there's going to be a response that can actually answer full board of elusives in this deck. We see the pass. Eye of the Dragon just going to try and get more lifesteal, try and widen the board to protect, but it's still not going to answer against any elusive.
Yeah, just basically need to deep med into an answer. Ooh, that will probably keep
Submersible.
It's not
It's
good.
all elusive.
Can will 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we need to deep med to find life gain or a blocker.
Yeah. I mean, can't find a blocker. It's only going to be spells, right? So.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Have to find life gain.
Oh wait,
plus
no,
will.
we can gifts stun. We can gifts stun and will, right?
Right. Yep, we could look just gravitum.
Yeah, gifts gravitum plus will. We still have enough mana to do this even after get excited. So yeah, deep meditation. So I guess we could have also gotten damage, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I imagine that gravitum is just going to result in Krios overriding whatever gets stunned.
Right.
And then you have to hope that will is enough to protect, because Krios still has to find a good amount of damage. The overwrite can't just be something small.
Right. And it has to be an elusive, right? I mean, if it's not, then it's a wash.
That's well. That's
pretty
exactly
big.
what you need to find. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still enough, right? Because we're still 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Will doesn't do it.
Yeah, there's not really anything to do there.
Submersible coming in clutch in this deck. I mean, it is a great late game threat for the Ruben's file. And yeah, you've got a Will of Ionia, but that does not stop quite enough damage.
Nope.
And Krios is going to make it to the winners final against Bryguy. Was this was our grand final last week, wasn't it? It was Bryguy versus Krios. Bryguy took down the win. They get a rematch in the winners final. One of them, at the very least, is making it back for another time in the finals and another time at Fight Night.
This might be
very well played.
This might be the birth of some fake meat, some fake beef here, Casa.
Beyond beef.
Yeah, some Beyond Beef.
Beyond Beef. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's just 2 matchups for now. That one didn't start with Ian and Majin until like their 4th, 5th.
Right, but I mean, it is I believe, if I recall correctly, this was the winners finals and grand finals from last week, and we could see the repeat. I don't know if we've seen. Maybe with Ian and Majin it's possible, but I don't think so. I don't think we've seen winners finals, grand finals into winners finals, grand finals. I don't think we've seen that yet. And Croc is also saying same 3 decks out of 4, so very much a true mirror.
Yeah, bit of a run back.
Yeah. guess not a mirror.
like-
Yeah, a run back.
Ruben's Pile, I think, is the only new deck out of the two players. I think Krios did not bring that last week. I don't remember what they had with Zombie Nivea, but it was Zombie Nivea.
Yeah, and it definitely wasn't Ruben's Pile. Guess we have to
Yeah,
get
it
that.
was it was Aphelios actually last time from Krios.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So a different Targon deck, that time with Bilgewater. This time running it with P and Z, liking a little bit of Targon in the lineup right now. As it's the least played region currently, which is crazy. I love it that it's the least played region. I'm happy with that.
I was gonna say you love Targon.
I love that it's not being
hours
played.
of evidence.
But,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. But it is crazy that it is the lowest played region right now, and it still looks very, very strong. It still looks really good as we see Krios once again taking their Targon list to the winners bracket final. But the other deck that they brought last time, and they brought it again, is the Zombie Anivia. This is one that we haven't seen so much of, but actually this one popped up a lot in Twitch Rivals. There were a couple of players that were playing this, and that was gonna be from recommendation by a lot of other Runeterra players that were helping them prep their lineup. So starting to creep its way back in, having some decent matchups against some of the things with just the low toughness, right? So it can do okay against pirates. It can do okay against a lot of the Ionia Shurima decks, where Avalanche is really good or Withering Whale is really good. So these are the kind of decks that it can prey upon and start to find some really good attacking turns with their Anivias. It plays its own strategy, deals with a lot of the low to the ground threats, and because of that, it's kind of found its way back into the meta.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in Twitch Rivals as well. And of course, they were cut off at the bottom, but there were 2 Vengeance, 2 Harrowing, and 2 Ruination at the bottom of that deck list. But makes a lot of sense for Twitch Rivals. I mean, if you have a brand new beginner player, like, it almost doesn't matter what deck you throw at them if they don't know what they're doing. Like, you're starting from scratch. But if you have someone who at least understands the concept of a control deck, right? This one plays just about as close to what a traditional control deck in another deck would play like. It is a ton of reactive spells, it's board wipes, it's life gain into a very straightforward win condition of playing Anivia and attacking with Anivia and doing that over and over again. Or having a Harrowing, which will like almost OTK, right? So I think there's not to say that Zombie Anivia is an easy deck to play perfectly. I think that there's a lot of room to misplay. But if you're playing, in a Twitch Rivals format where there's maybe 2 novices playing, I think if you can get the Anivia matchup into what I would imagine is the level 0 of an aggro deck, you're probably going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, and I mean, I did see it happen a couple of times in Twitch Rivals recently, where it was, like a new player on Anivia, and I had brought up that Zombie Anivia, like Zombie Ash, kind of plays its own game plan. It doesn't really matter what you're playing against. You always kind of have the same idea. Yes, there are different mulligans. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but at least at the very base level, it is just like, okay, well, I just need to use all of these things to survive, and then I press my Anivia and continue to play Anivias until this game ends, one way or another. So it does have a pretty basic game plan, pretty easy to understand, and overall, it is one of the easier decks to pilot that's in the format right now, as far as at a competitive level. And I think the fact that everyone expected everyone else to be on aggro made it a really good choice. And it's even kind of feels like that's why it's a good choice in Fight Night now as well, because we know that a lot of the meta has been a lot more low to the ground, aggro or mid range, and both of those are things that Zombie Anivia can have a pretty good time against. One thing it's not going to have a good time against, though, is Ezreal Karma. Yeah. And we saw this happen last time because Braga won the matchup between him and Krios both times, because he's on Ezreal Karma and Krios is on Anivia.
Yeah, but Gassa, it's a different week. Anything can happen week to week in Fight Night. That's the beauty. We can see matchups that have been very lopsided. Flip on the turn of a dime. But either way, Bragai versus Krios, a classic in the making. I'm calling it now.
Yeah, it does feel like we might be seeing more and more of them, especially if they both make it back once again.
Seeing at least one of them.
Yeah, very least we will be seeing at least one. Bragai just going to be passing. I mean, this is a matchup where we're going to see a lot of early pass.
The game starts roughly turn 5, turn 6.
Guy probably going to consider whether or not he wants to just play Shadow Assassin. But he is just fine to pass. Not allow Krios to make any plays either.
Yeah. You don't want to turn on your opponent's Vile Feasts and these other like very low impact cards that are literally worse in their hand, that are actually taking up hand space. You don't want to play out a card that turns that on for Krios. So Guy now opting to do that here to at least, chip in 2 damage.
Yeah, might also be looking okay with something like a Static Shock onto the Vile Feast. Interestingly, their Krios actually offered up the ability for Guy to just take the pass, ends up going for the attack, and then Vile Feast comes out. Hard to think like either way whether it makes more sense for Guy to just like take the pass and say whatever because the 2 chip damage probably doesn't matter that much. Actually, I don't know. I kind of take that back. I think chip damage does matter in this deck now. It used to not because you would kill from 20 at burst speed, but now you actually do want to kind of get a little bit of damage in where you can.
I would say yes, but there's also 3 Withering Wails, a Grasp of the Undying, and 2 Vile Feasts, as well as Bloody Ravines that, like, whether they're at 20 or they're at 16, it's almost irrelevant. I kind of would have liked the pass, but I also think it's a very little consequence either way.
There's the Grasp onto the first Ezreal, but there's 2 more in hand already. Guy was just hoping, I guess, maybe to get a little bit of extra chip by having that Ezreal on board. Be able to get those additional Mystic shots. Does get to see 1 Grasp of the Undying, though.
Yeah. I will say this feels like almost a different line of thinking from Guy compared to last week, where it seemed like he was almost happy to take passes the entire game almost until Krios actually made some sort of move. I mean, we saw at least, I think it was across the 2 matches, but we saw just the line of I will pass. Both players will pass with 10 cards in hand at least twice across their 2 matches. So, this seems much more like Guy willing to actually play out cards and, therefore give Krios the ability to play out cards, before those crucial, turn 10 when both players are enlightened and the game, arguably starts. It seemed like Guy taking a little bit of a different approach here.
Well, I mean, he's going for the PB, right? We talked to him in the interview.
Right.
It was a little slow last time. The time he put forth, but he's gotta go for the PB, make this a little bit of a faster fight night for him. He already got slowed down by unfortunately running into the infinite combo glitch, and that just really affected his time already. So
that's true.
Guy's trying to pick up the pace a little bit, trying to end this game a little bit faster. But in all seriousness, maybe just feeling like with this hand, there's a little bit more room for aggression. Knowing that you've got this Karma and the Ezreals, and the early Ezreal trying to force out something like a Vengeance. I think the Grasp was a little bit unlucky for Guy. I think he was hoping that he was going to find a Vengeance that could open up the door for the Karma and the Ezreals later in the game. Yeah,
and now Guy has played out some cards, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, so can take a pass here pretty safely. But it was at the cost of 3 mana, 3 spell mana, which at this point, maybe doesn't seem like a lot, but if Krios now has the ability to sort of put a little bit of foot on the gas here, if they want to, having that mana advantage might be able to force some stuff through, or at least get some efficiency out of this as we're approaching the turns where passing back and forth are not as good. Very interesting attack here with the Tavern Keeper, as it feels like a chump attack, right? Like, feels like you're just sending your Tavern Keeper in to die. But Guy does not take the bait.
Yeah, like being cool with it dying to go for like a Ruination or something, or trying to set up Avalanche and Blighted Ravine to take out the Scattered Pod.
Mm-hmm.
Because this could still be Avalanche, Blighted Ravine to just kill off the Ezreal, which is another good way to deal with Ezreal, where Bryguy's going to hate that. He really wants to be forcing vengeance. But it is just a single Blighted Ravine for now. Ezreal stays alive. Gets the opportunity to attack in, and maybe a deny can be committed to protect it, but if it is just a Vile Feast or a Withering Well, starts to get a little bit less enticing. And now there's only one Ezreal left.
Yeah, that's two down.
Which is a little bit rough for Bryguy, because normally you like to have the two Ezreals. When you have two left, you like to set up Karma, and then if the one Ezreal is going to be removed, you actually play Ezreal's Mystic Shot to shuffle two Ezreals into the deck, so that you've got more. But now he's on last Ezreal, and at least you've got leveled Karma. You can win with just the Karma. You don't actually need the Ezreal. She is just that powerful once she's enlightened, and this is a double deny to back her up. So that is pretty good for Bryguy, especially with this time trick going to be able to draw even more.
There's a Scattered Pod as a win condition. Will of Ionia as a protection. Another Karma to keep the I'm going to mill my opponent out by just drawing or just passing over and over again and dealing with everything they have. Also creating a bunch of spells. I mean, this is exactly where Bryguy wants to be. Mana advantage, leveled up champion in play, nothing on the opponent's board, and a deny to back it up.
Yep, another Vengeance.
Yep.
Easy enough to just deny it.
Yep, just 3 free mana.
Actually, consideration for Will and save deny for Ruination. Consideration even for Bryguy to just say okay and then play the next Karma.
Yep. I like it. I definitely think the deny I like to save. Avalanche going to come out. That's fine. Definitely opens up, you know, it turns on Vile Feast and stuff, but that also means that there's a Vile Feast in Kryos' hand, which is not the worst for Bryguy.
Yeah, this also opens up, he can just develop Ezreal.
Yep.
It is the last Ezreal and he's not leveled, so that is a little bit uncomfortable. However, there is deny to protect this board from any big spell that comes out.
Yep. And how about some refill? Okay, gotcha. Not really what you want. Time Trick is fine. Gotcha will help with the Ezreal level up if Kryos plays anything to actually target.
Yep, open attack makes sense. Force a fast spell.
Probably another Withering Whale. 2 Vile Feasts. Okay, Flash Freeze. Sure.
Vile. You can just Nopify the Vile. That seems okay.
Yeah, there's not a lot of things that you actually want to Nopify or even can Nopify. It's really Vile Feast, Glimpse, and Gluttony.
Okay.
If only
multiple vials.
If only you could move that second Nopify over to the second vial. I have to imagine that this just goes through, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Kryos just doesn't have any cards, right? Like, this is like, oh, 2 of his 6-card hand were Vile Feasts? Cool.
Right, exactly.
Like, pretty happy with that.
Yep, now Bryguy, happy to take as many 1-for-1s as Kryos is willing to offer up. Because, boy, will Bryguy be ahead on that on all of those exchanges.
Yep, get the time trick again. Can find your next Karma. And just another time trick for good measure.
We could even see the gotcha on the spider just to get another proc for Ezreal.
Yeah, I think Ezreal's far enough away that we might not even... Well, Bryguy might cast something on the spider because the hand is getting a little full. But it might just be like a Conch Bomb or something like that.
Ooh, Static Shock's nice.
Yeah, that's a good draw. Hand size is a worry now. We are at 10 cards for Bryguy.
Yep, there's
Okay.
Ruination.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Man, did I. Snap, did I.
There's the
Yep,
Vladimir.
Cryo
There's the
says,
surrender. That makes
yeah,
sense.
we're not going through this again.
Yeah, it's a matchup. I guess we've seen it a couple times now recently, and
Yeah.
it kind of always does the same thing. It always looks like that,
Yeah.
where Braga just survives to the late game. Honestly, that matchup is probably one of the higher percentages on victories for one deck versus the other.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty hard to lose that one with Ezreal Karma. You have to get pretty
Yeah.
unlucky, and it has to be kind of a perfect hand for Krios.
Yeah, I'd say even more so than we would traditionally see because the game, like, inevitably goes to turn 10 plus, like, by design. So the variance of, like, oh, you know, I had a nut aggro draw, it's just not going to happen. So
Nope.
you take that variance out and it starts to approach, you know, 90-10s more so than any other matchup, I would say.
Yep. And I mean, those are really rare in lore. Like, we don't have many matchups that are that polarizing, but that is one of them that is just pretty much unwinnable for Anivia. And Braga continuing to make their way into the late stages of Fight Night with Karma Ezreal and running into Anivia. It's these, like, control decks. I mean, I guess Karma Ezreal's combo, but reasonably at this point, it's more of a control deck than a combo deck. At least comparatively to how it used to be.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the not the fill up the stack and kill with Ezreal days of yore. And the classic warning shot just to get a proc for the champions coming out. Braga could get the value, make it rain there, but opts not to. Ooh.
I could lead this turn with the Make It Rain. Now that he drew that BMM.
Yeah, I don't mind it because the BMM, I think otherwise it would be a little bit risky, or not risky, but a little bit maybe greedy just because this opens you up to Avalanche. Granted, the open attack's not great either.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if there's consideration to Corsair on the last turn so that your open attack is just guaranteed to get the damage in. Now the develop on the Corsair does mean that it can be an Avalanche.
Okay.
However, if the Avalanche comes through, you do still have Make It Rain plus BMM, which obviously is not a fantastic play. But it would still be available to you.
Yeah, this just has to be a read from Braga that there's no Avalanche, right? I mean, that feels super sus if you're even giving a possibility of an Avalanche there. So Braga, I mean, makes the correct read there. There is no Avalanche, or at least not one played. I would imagine it feels like there probably would have to. You had to play one. And there's one of two Ruinations taken.
That's good for Braga because of the information, right? Just knowing that one of those is out of the deck. But the fact that there are two is that kind of sucks because now you still have to play around it. So
yeah,
there still is that worry in the back of your mind. It can be kind of nice to use this Ruination in response to a Harrowing at some point.
Yeah.
However, if you reach the point in this game where Harrowings are being played, you've probably lost. So it likely will not be getting value.
I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said. Yeah, if you're for a Harrowing point, we're kind of at go next point. All right, the poor barrel making the sacrifice. Avaros and Sentry from the top of their guard tower sees a barrel just in the middle of the snow and runs out and kicks it. just punts it into the mountains.
Okay, so just a GP swing to get the level up. I mean, this GP is likely dead. Just by any number of things. However, it is going to get the level up secured by that attack in.
Yep.
And there's a Dreadway to pull a new GP.
Sure is.
I wonder how emboldened Braga will be knowing there's only one Ruination in the deck since he's got one in his own hand.
You can be pretty emboldened. I mean, the two halves of his hand are actually broken up pretty nicely on either side of the Ruination. I mean, you can develop the right side, the sort of go wide side with the Monkey Idol and the Jagged Butcher, and then if the Ruination comes out, then you're free to play the Dreadway.
Yeah.
Granted, yes, it can get Vengeanced, but that's fine. Because you'll also have a follow-up Gangplank.
Yeah, Blighted Ravine, now not letting Bryguy develop further.
Yep, such a good card.
GP stays alive for another keg, at the very least. There's Sedge, so another level champion.
Yep. Not quite as good as it is in other matchups, but still,
No.
solid stats.
Actually does very little in this matchup, but it is, like you said, it's a 6-mana, 6/7 with an upside and overwhelm, right?
Yep.
It's pretty good in general.
Makes your attacks a lot nicer. It essentially prevents this Tavern Keeper from actually trading.
Right, yeah. Prevents any damage from coming through. May just get Vengeance immediately, but that would open up the Dreadway a little bit more. And I think the Dreadway is a much higher value card than Sejuani in this matchup.
Sure is.
Vile Feast on to the GP.
2-mana Vengeance.
2-mana Vengeance. Spider gonna go kick the keg.
Yep. He punts the keg right up into the Freljordian Mountains.
So at this point, I mean, open attack's obviously quite bad into just Vengeance. But none of your develops are that good either, other than obviously Dreadway, but that's horrible against second Ruination.
Yeah, this is the the control deck fork that any deck wants to be able to present of, well, you open attack and I have the pointed removal, you are screwed. But if you develop and I have the AoE, you are screwed.
Yeah.
And I know the answer, and it's also possible that Cryos just has both, right? But Bryguy saying, you know what? There's only a 1 in however many cards are left in the deck in hand chance that there's a Ruination, and there's a 3 in however many cards are left in deck in hand chance that there's a Vengeance. So goes for the play that plays around, or that plays best into there being a Vengeance and is rewarded.
What I wanted to say was, like, if Ruination happens there, I think Bryguy is actually kind of happy with that. He knows he's going to have a GP to back it up, right, as his next play. And he has more Dreadways and other things available in the deck that are still going to be strong, right? 1 more Dreadway, 2 more Sedge. And so at that point, he would know that there are no Ruinations left, and he can basically develop with reckless abandon. But the fact that it's just a Vengeance is, of course, good that you know that there's only 1 Vengeance left, but you're still stuck on, like, okay, there's 1 Vengeance, 1 Ruination, so I kind of have to play around both. And yes, I mean, if a Ruin comes out before my next Dreadway, I'm happy. And other than that, though, it's still just a hard scenario, right? Like, there's just too much to play around still, even though you know it's only 1 Ruin, 1 Vengeance. And the odds are, like, yeah, maybe Karos doesn't have them. Maybe I don't play around them. But yeah, it feels rough. I think Bryguy would have much rather that board get ruined.
Yeah, I mean, that just removes the fear of it forever, right? But either way, Bryguy is in the position that they're in now, and this is, Anivia versus Bearded Anivia, the classic matchup.
Ah, yes. The old tale of Anivia versus Bearded Anivia.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure a bearded eagle is I'm pretty sure that's an actual type of bird. Or at the very least, it's a unit in Storybook Brawl, so that's what I'm taking that myth as fact. Okay, it does look like maybe there's such a thing as a bearded eagle, or maybe it's an IT thing. I don't know. Either way, this attack's coming through. The board of Cryos is going to be frozen on the blocks.
Yep.
Unless Sejuani's killed, in which case that would not happen.
Yeah, could get out the last vengeance, theoretically. This is a lot of damage going to face because the blockers are getting decimated and then the overwhelm is coming through. It's going to be a freeze on Anivia. Or on Sejuani.
Yep. Does effectively just gain some life. And
I think Bragai might be just turning on the switch as well and continuing to put pressure on, not going to worry too much about Ruin or Vengeance.
right. I mean, you can. I think you can say with essentially certainty that there is no vengeance in hand. It would have to come off the top, right? I mean, when that Dreadway was played, there are few times where there are a few better times to play a Ruination. Oh, Withering Wail's great here.
That's really not bad.
I mean, we
You
can just kill
monster
Agnivia
harpoon.
right now.
You can kill both.
Oh, that's right. You can harpoon that one and then kill both. That's insane, actually.
Yeah, that's really good. That's actually such a great pull.
I mean, you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you really do. Because the problem is, yes, there's like harrowing in response or ruination in response. And like, yeah, there's some bad situations that can come from this, but it's bad to just have two Anivias attacking in anyways, right? Like, you're already in trouble. And this is a way for you to deal with both.
Yeah, I mean, is harrowing any... I guess this just puts more Anivias into the pool for harrowing, I guess is the thought, maybe?
Yeah, I would put one more Anivia in the pool, but at the end of the day, ooh, that glimpse, that means harrowing is coming out, I'm pretty sure. Or Chris is digging for it. One of the two.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have your own ruination to answer it. We did joke about that earlier.
Do also let's see what's drawn, but there could be I guess this is it got to be harrowing, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, this might just be might be back in Cryos's favor here, as yes, the ruination can happen, but there's still going to be 3 Anivias in play.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I guess you just ruination post combat to try and just deal with some of the eggs. It'll leave one Anivia up.
No, because the real one's gonna get killed, right? Or no, it's not.
No, because the
there's
3 yeah, they're all dead.
Procs. Never mind.
Can play Ruin and Ravine. And that will deal with all Anivias, I think. Or does it not work like would the Anivia come alive first?
I don't know. I guess we have to
see. Well, the freeze made it so these didn't egg.
Oh no, the monkey idol. The monkey idol punish.
Oh. I think it's Ravine plus Ruin. I don't know if that interaction's gonna work though.
I think we're gonna find out. There's really not a choice. It's not like you're playing around it. There's not anything you can do.
I think Bragai's also not sure.
I mean, I'm definitely not. My thought, and from what I've heard and from what people have said in the past, it's like the person whose attack token it is, their effects happen first. So theoretically, Ravine should happen first, and then the eggs will die. Okay, and that's exactly what happened. So all of a sudden we're back at parity, but I think at parity, Cryos is probably favored,
very
especially
favored,
with way more cards in hand.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a couple fight nights ago, Blev, because there used to be like an old way that it worked, and someone in chat told us that they had changed it to like the attack token priority is now the way it works. Because there was an old way it was like depended on who clicked end turn.
Yes, that's right.
It was like the old way that it had actually functioned. Because that was like an old chat with like how like Leviathan Swain Yasuo boards.
Right.
But
always
yeah,
comes back to it always comes
back to
Swain
Yasuo. Yeah, always comes back to it. But no. I think I remember last time that we had a chat about this. Yeah, there was someone saying that it just depends on the attack token now. And since attack token was going to Bragai, it actually does allow for that Blighted Ravine to work and remove those Anivias. At least that's the impression I'm under right now. Honestly, I don't even know anymore. If anyone can like confirm that, just let me know. Just if
Boulevard is kind of confirming it, but that almost makes me think it's unconfirmed because there's an equal chance that he's just trolling us. You can never tell with Boulevard.
Yeah.
He either is the most knowledgeable person and or is trying to troll harder than anyone, and it's very hard to tell which is which. And it could sometimes just be both.
No, I mean, I see someone in chat saying never worked that way, but I know that's not true because we literally labbed it for hours. So I know there used to be another way that it worked. So
Chat also thought that Dawn and Dusk Get Excited with Karma was going to do 30 damage. So
yeah. I'm not that wrong.
Yikers, chat. Anyways, back to the match here. Looking like this is just cleanup duty for Cryos, as pretty much any random cards in hand are going to be good enough here. And also, if there were no cards in hand, I think it's probably going to be good enough. All right, we start with an Avalanche. Let's just clear off the board.
Yeah, I mean, this should be Cryos being able to find the win, which is, you know, we really are just in a time vortex right now, Blev. This is this is just a repeat of a match we saw many times last week, where Bragai finds the win on their Ezreal Karma deck, then loses to Anivia with the Bilgewater deck, and then they found the win against the second deck, the Targon deck. But this time, can Ruben's Pile actually find the victory against Sejuani GP? Where Aphelios failed to do so. I mean, that's definitely really just the question.
Difference here. Yeah, definitely a variable has been changed, but so far this is exactly how it was drawn up last week, at least in the matches that we saw. As this one's going to be going to a game number 3 with Cryos taking that game number 2.
Yep, here we go. We got one more game between these two to decide who will make it to next week's fight night. Also, the grand finals for this week's fight night.
Yep.
Bragai took it last time. Both sets against Cryos took the fight night victory. Their first. Cryos still hungry for their first fight night victory. Only having one runner-up slot, and also just wants to get back to the next week. Everyone wants that. It's really coveted just to get that top 2 spot. Keep getting those invites back. And the pivot of going from Aphelios to Ruben's Pile. I mean, we'll see if that makes the difference.
Yeah, I mean, you know, don't keep running the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Cryos, you know, not changing a ton, you know, only changing one deck, which I think makes sense, right? I mean, clearly Cryos has the read, like, okay, Zombie Anivia, pretty good read on the meta, which I would agree with the exception of exactly Ezreal Karma, which you've seen him lose to a bunch of times. So that's only one game, right? The Ezreal Karma is only going to get one win against you. You can get your win with, you can get a lot more wins over the course of the event with the Zombie Anivia, and then you know, just change up the other the complementary deck and go from there.
All right, but turn 2 attack for Bragai available. When you have hired gun, there are times where you want to pass and then get the gun down to try and get something good, but it feels like the way the meta has shifted with how we play GP Sedge is to just ensure that you do get the plunder proc on every single turn that it's possible. So Either just the quick develop or the open attack feel like the better opportunity. The develop is so that you can avoid losing out to a mystic shot.
Yep. Yeah, basically you're valuing a Sedge or GP proc above almost all else, at least in the early stages of the game. You just want to get as many as you possibly can as quickly as you can. Fry Guy debating if they want to take the pass here, but instead it goes for the monkey idol. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
they could have taken the pass. So if they take the pass there, they're still likely to get the plunder proc on the next turn with the Yordle Grifter or the open attack. And they're not, they're not in need of the monkey necessarily straight away. However, developing the monkey now ensures a better opportunity to get that plunder proc on turn 5. So I do like the develop a little bit more, trying to ensure you're getting this GP leveled up as quick as possible.
Yeah, I also think, in general, having the 3 bank spell mana is at least relatively useful in this matchup, but we look at Bry Guy's hand, there's no spells. Granted, Yordle Griffer can draw spells, but your next turns are just, unit potentially, so you don't necessarily want to take a turn off when you've got so much potential pressure.
All right, but now turn 4 attack is available with probably just the monkey to trade into the Spacey Sketcher, which probably won't trade. It'll just be 3 damage to the face. I think the decision is just like, do you just go for a pass or do you go for the Grifter? I think the Grifter makes sense. You get a Hush. That can be helpful against Vi in particular. Also against Lifesteal.
Yeah, Hush is, definitely a good catch-all to have for sure. And also, it's 1 fewer Hush that your opponent has, which is an answer to Sejuani, potentially.
Because the swings, the fangs, just going to trade, or chump block, I should say. Ends up holding it back, potentially looking for more buffs to have for the fangs, get more value. GP only on 2 of 5, but there are warning shots now. Plus you have the monkeys. So we'll be 3 of 5. Next turn is an attacking turn, so easily 4 of 5. It also has another monkey. And then the warning shot can close it out. And set up to give you a free freeze for the Sejuani. Double fangs down for now.
Yeah, and outside of, let me take a look here. Outside of invoked spells, Hush can stop for a turn. A 7 mana Thermo Beam can kill a Sejuani. But outside of that, you're really looking to do a lot of work to kill a Sejuani with this deck.
GP just going to be the development for Bry Guy. Does open up a keg. This is kind of bad because, yeah, you can just stop the lifesteal. It's a bit of a bait for Bry Guy. Krios just walks into it. I guess maybe Krios wasn't going to attack anyway. So, ends up being fine. Actually, that's the most likely consideration is Krios just wasn't going to attack. But because there's a keg, he's like, okay, well, if you screwed up and gave me a keg to hit, then I'll hit it.
Right. I wonder if that was the right warning shot to use. I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention if that was the hidden one or if that was the known one, because I know last week we pointed out a spot where Bry Guy accidentally played the wrong one.
See what Grifter is able to nab this time. Submersible.
Not too shabby.
6 of 10 already played. With the Hush and the Sejuani, that's 2 new ones as well.
Yeah.
Barley. Potentially another. Could actually get the Submersible to being online.
Well, the funny thing about it is that even if it's not online, you can, with the Sejuani out, even if you don't have a damage proc, you can play that at the front of the line and effectively use it as a mini gangplank hit, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to ping with the Submersible first. Your whole board is frozen, and then you've got terrible blocks.
Hired gun to just give vulnerable to the ballistic bot. Attack token goes back over to Krios, but easy enough for just a warning shot to come down. And Bragai will be on the level up for their champions. First pass, in case there's a Vi played, Bragai can just respond with Sejuani. Backshot Corsair. This might just be a hush on Zoe. There's also, it's kind of fine to just let this hit go through.
Yeah, you're not really all that worried about Zoe in general, I don't think. I guess there are some spells generated that could be useful, but it's like there's 6 cards in Krause's hand. It's not like card quantity is the issue. It's not like there's not things for Krause to do. It's taking things that are relevant, and I don't know how relevant a lot of the Zoe spells are right now. And also, I mean, Zoe's is extremely unlikely to level up. So I think you just take your 1. Yes, you're allowing your opponent to draw a card, but I don't think you care about what that card is a lot of the time.
Yeah, Crescent is relevant, but I think Braga can also just open attack, knowing that Crescent is possible. They can just set up good open attacks with the Gangplank. Okay, Thermal Beam, though. He's going to deal with GP. That does mean that I think Braga does have to develop.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to just attack with this board.
Yeah, this is a pretty measly attack. Can Betty Croker first draw a card and reassess, potentially?
Sure, yeah. It's getting Submersible even closer. There hasn't been a Croker played yet, so 8 of 10. Sedge makes it 9 of 10. Hush makes it 10 of 10.
There we go.
So we're certainly getting there if Bragai wants to. I mean, all these cards are cards that are going to be played. Does feel like you want Krios to play something, and then you can Sedge in response. Okay, there's a stun. Daybreak being expended, so now Sejuani is a little bit more open to come out.
All right. Now, I don't think, unless there was I don't think that there was an invoked 6 cost. Okay, Crescent Strike, pretty good. Still get to attack. You're killing Zoe. You're getting your 1 with your Crackshot Corsair. I think you can probably, still just attack with the Crackshot Corsair. Just get your 1 damage in. I think you probably want... Well, no, this is fine. This plays around Hell Cascade. Just try to save Zoe.
Yeah, you want to make sure that Zoe dies.
I
mean, really, Bragai just has full control of this game.
Right.
Now, we know that Targon decks do have ways to stabilize, but with the board so heavily in Bragai's control, and the Sejuani leveled up, and actually, I will even mention, this Submersible Steel is rather impactful. It's another win condition that is just being given to Bragai that also draws a card, which is pretty big in this deck to be able to draw.
Yeah. Well, and we also see, like, I mean, the Submersible is threatening 5, right? There's a warning shot. That's 6. Christ is at 7. So, I mean, yes, there's probably at least 1 star shaping somewhere, but even so, I mean, not a ton not a ton of work needs to be done by Bry Guy to push it over the finish line here.
Okay. Comet can just warning shot. You want to proc the plunder anyway because you have this BMM, which can find you burn, right? Like BMM can just find you a get excited. It can find you a mystic shot. Pale Cascade, that's more draw.
That's the one of.
Submersibles 10
Also
to 10.
an extra damage. Yeah, also an extra damage with Submersible too. Submersible, yeah, now 10.
There's a
Make it rain, more damage. Potentially, at least.
Not bad. Might be able to snipe the charger.
Yeah, you do have the nightmare scenario of not hitting face or charger, but
Low odds.
I mean, yeah. I think you probably can. You can probably wait. I don't know how much value the doing it now is.
Oh, it doesn't have to be played right now. It's not like oh, you must do it. Equinox onto Submersible. I mean, that hurts Bry Guy, but he's still wider than his opponent. And I kind of like the Make It Rain. There's only one hit is bad. Every other hit is good. And so this is an option that's just fine. And because Krios is not going to be able to develop wider, Bry Guy gets a very good open attack.
True. Yep, this feels great. The open attack, we're pushing at least one with the crack shot. That's a pull there. We block 3 and 2. We're taking 2, 4, 5 on the open plus the crack shot. That's threatening lethal at max block. So there needs to be more that happens. Unless we pull like this. I think this attacking like this forces unfavorable blocks and another card. This is still 0 exactly. Yep. What else do we have?
Yeah, it has to be some kind of heal. Pale Cascade can't beat any of the heals, but it's still like a good position for Bry Guy.
Yeah. Yep. Get Excited would also work.
Yep. So does Mystic Shot. Okay, there's a star shaping. That's best case.
Star shaping. I think we probably still see the Pale Cascade just to cycle and get an extra damage.
No card has been played, right?
That is true. We could use Hush on the Ballistic Bot to save the crack shot and also draw a card, I guess. Probably not worth, but...
Doesn't feel great because you do have Hush to maybe get a Monster Harpoon through onto another target from Krios, or to remove their elusive so that you can actually block the big space dragon that may come out from this star shaping.
Right. I wonder if we'll just see Pale Cascade for 1 damage and no draw. I don't hate it. I mean, the question is a random draw worth more than 1 damage? And if so, are you going to be able to get that damage through later?
Wow. Actually going to Hush
for the
Pale.
Hush. Okay.
And then play Monkey to try and finish it out.
Sure.
But this is a little bit risky into... I guess at 18 HP, you don't feel too... Wait.
I mean, this at least saves the crack shot, which is, again, another damage.
That still matters. That's another damage.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that we didn't see the Pale.
Also surprised we didn't see the Pale.
You should harpoon
seems
that.
Seems like a good enough harpoon target.
Harpoon that.
Yeah,
because then, with the Submersible down, suddenly a Great Beyond is scary because this Great Beyond could be a 13 attack right now. There's been a lot of Celestials played.
True. Interestingly, because the Crackshot Corsair was saved, that was an amazing draw, by the way. Okay. Because the Crackshot Corsair was saved, the Monkey Idol no longer creates a monkey.
Right.
Not enough space.
So Hush with no Pale Cascade definitely still feels really weird.
I would potentially even go as far as to say it feels sus.
A little sus.
Little bit sus.
Now we're going to get Zoe. I wonder, it feels like you have to play some kind of bomb or enough removal off that Living Legends. But I don't think it's likely that Krios can find their way back in with only 4 health. Looks like aggressive option is not in the cards for Krios. It looks like just going to go in with the attack on Zoe. And then maybe play a bunch of small Celestials to try and stabilize the board.
Okay. And we're also, I mean, depending on what was drawn, potentially like over the course of this this Celestial turn and next turn could be pretty close to leveling up Zoe. Yeah, this is a great spot for Guy. Can pass the turn. If Krios passes back, great. Your whole, all of those Celestials gone. And then you can open attack and threaten lethal. If there's a develop, then you can, you know, play Gangplank and go from there.
Oh,
Wow.
Krios doesn't have any good cards in their deck. They've got to steal a
Right.
BMM.
Steals the old BMM and gets a hired gun. I mean, it's a blocker. Sure. Cool. Funny enough, the BMM getting the +1/+1 is enough to actually block the Dreadway, which is relevant here.
That's true. The Fearsome
Well,
would have just been able to get in.
It's kind of relevant. I mean, all of the other units are also lethal, but it's the small things sometimes. We've seen 0 of the cards played from Living Legend so far. There's one.
Equinox the Dreadway.
Sure.
Still a 4/6. Still scary.
Yeah, still it might as well be a 36 right now. Granted, life gain would change that, but you get my point. It's attacking for lethal. And we played Living Legends in order to play an Equinox.
Yeah, not great.
No. Well, now attacks can come through. Krios effectively at 3. Block, block, block. You're taking 2, 3, 4, plus the... Yeah, you're taking 4. 5 total. You're at 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's still P and Z tools in this deck that
Get
can
excited.
make you stay alive.
Would be enough.
Guiding
Guiding
Touch.
touch.
Zoe's close to leveling.
3,
But she is
4,
dead.
5, 6. This is still lethal. Oh, okay. Hasn't declared blockers yet, so this is... You can block the Grifter to save yourself. This feels like Get Excited. Or Mystic Shot. Mystic Shot gets punished hard. Okay, Get Excited.
Okay.
Okay, we
Board.
have room.
Board somewhat stabilized, but now Guy just gets to play Monkeys or Gangplank or, you know, whatever, really. Just find the rest of the damage.
Yep.
One card left in hand. The Zoe's gone, so not even generating more value. Need to hit like a Star Shaping into something good.
Yeah, the problem is that Star Shaping... Yeah, I guess Star Shaping into 8-drop can be played. Counting up the number of Celestials played to get an idea of how big a big Celestial would be, but that's going to be Spacey Sketcher discarding Vi. So Vi was not enough for Krios. Okay, Messenger gives you a shot off
Find a
the
Vi.
top.
You can find a Vi.
It's true. That Messenger could even get you a Vi. Yeah, it's very true. Okay, Submersible. I didn't put you in my deck. I don't want you here anymore. This is looking pretty good.
Grills with the Renekton emo. That's
Yeah.
not one we see very often.
No, it's not. It's a definitely a sleeper pick emo. Okay,
Oh, okay.
let's draw again.
Find a Vi.
Could still find a Vi. Please be a Vi. That would just be so funny.
Oh, it'd be like, it's even better too, because then it just gets Monster Huntered. Or Monster Harpooned. It just gets killed immediately.
Open attack. Going to be really hard to survive this open attack. And Cryos giving the Vlad emote. Got back-to-back Bry Guy Grand Finals.
Bry Guy, back-to-back Grands from the winner's side. Takes down Krios once more. And just trying to run it back with the same lineup from last time. Going to be waiting to see who their matchup is in Grands. But that's, Bry Guy, 2-1. It's the win with Ezreal Karma. It's been a very successful deck for Bry Guy. And just going to be, Sedge GP, a deck from Rising Tides, getting revamped. Resurgence back in the meta.
Yep, the Sudrakon special.
Yeah. Exciting to have this deck back. I know people hate Nab, but I think that this version of the deck is not as toxic as maybe old Nab was. And it feels like it's a fun deck. I really like the tempo. I like the like always trying to hit them every single turn to get the level ups. I like the little mini games that it has.
Yeah. Well, I like and maybe this was Riot's plan all the time, and we've just been bamboozled. But it feels like we had this deck, and it was kind of oppressive during its original time through, or at least annoying. We had Karma Ezreal, which felt annoying at its original time through. We had all these decks that have been really good in the past, and they got nerfed or changed, kind of fell to the wayside, and then Karma Ezreal gets reverted, the Nab stuff gets reverted, and now those decks are sort of replanted back into the meta, but there's now Azure Aurelia and TFIz and Go Hard and all these other things, so that, like, even if they're just as strong, if not more strong than they were before, it's in a pool of other decks that are also very strong, which is kind of a cool thing, right? You don't always, in other card games, like, if the old deck usually rotates completely out where the cards aren't even legal to play anymore, or you see nerfs to things and they're gone forever. Now it's like they've kind of been reintroduced into a new world, and we're seeing, it's almost like I don't know why my brain went to this. It's almost like taking dinosaurs and bringing them back into modern life and seeing how they would react to humans these days.
Yeah.
Karma Ezreal is like it's like Jurassic Park. Yep, that's
exactly like that.
That's what we got to. It's exactly like that. I think there's at least a 50% chance that one person is following my logic and understands and is like, "Yep, this makes sense."
100% like that, Blev. So with that, we'll leave you on that nugget of knowledge, chat, and we'll go to a quick break. But when we come back, we got the loser semifinals. Green Sears versus Stolen Cause. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. We've gotten through the winner's bracket and have our first grand finalist. It's going to be Bry Guy. But now we've got to find out who that opponent will be, Blevins. We're going to the losers semifinal, Green Sears versus Stolen Conch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw Conch earlier on camera. Was not as successful as they would have hoped, of course, running their patented Lulu Jinx, which has not performed super well on camera, but also the Rek'Sai Pike Lurk deck, which actually had a pretty reasonable showing against I don't remember who they played, but they ended up winning that game at least. But Lulu Jinx a little streaky, I think. But I mean, hey, they ended up winning. They won 2-1 in the match before we watched them. Yes, they ended up losing to Bry Guy. That's right. And then they played against Kato in the losers bracket and won 2-0. So perhaps we're just catching the Lulu Jinx on the downside, which I guess doesn't maybe bode well for Conch. We're going to be spectating him this round.
Yeah, might be boding well for Green Sears, though, as the curse of Stolen Conch might continue on camera when it comes to playing this Lulu Jinx. And Green Sears has a pretty interesting lineup as well, one that I was pretty excited about at the start of the day, but we didn't get a chance to see them. They're playing a Swain Sejuani list alongside Shen J4. Shen J4, of course, a little bit. But we do have Swain Sejuani, which is one that I am very excited to see this deck anytime I can. I am still a fan of Swain, even though I don't think he's scaled so well with patches. I think he continues to get a little bit worse and worse, but that's why we see him as a one of in this list. Is just kind of a potential additional source of, well, a finisher, right? He can set up a lot of stuns. He can set up a lot of late game damage. He's a nice 5-drop to have, but maybe not something you always want to see. And this deck is more about Sejuani and leveling her up and controlling the board.
This deck is deceptive because when I saw it, I'm like, oh, this is going to be... I hate playing against these types of decks. They pop up every once in a while on ladder. They're never really that good. They're just like a control deck that's blah, blah, blah. But actually, this is an aggro deck that is running some AoE spells, but those AoE spells also attack phase. It's running 3 Blades Edge. It's running Legion Grenadier, Demolitionist, Legion Saboteur. No, this deck's actually sweet. My initial thought was just wrong on this one. This one's great. And also, Babbling Bjerg auto draws Sejuani, which is a pretty cool little interaction there.
Yeah, it's really strong. Basically running Babbling Bjerg instead of Entreat, just because you want the body instead at the 4-drop to ensure that you find the Sejuani. Plus, you never want to keep Sejuani, but you always want to have her on 6. So Bjerg just helps to ensure that.
Yeah, this deck is actually super sweet. I definitely misjudged this deck when I took a look at it originally. I just wrote it off. I saw, I saw Death's Hands, I saw Swain, I saw Ice Shard. I'm like, yeah, boring. But actually, this deck's really cool. This is almost not quite enough Overwhelm to be a Rico Rex style deck, but feels very Rico Rex-esque, where it's like a kind of an off-kilter aggro deck.
Yeah, somewhat it does have those vibes. I just want to touch on quickly, we saw Stolen Conch on turn 1 miss Lurk, and so this is going to be another opportunity to try and hit it, but if Stolen Conch misses again, that's going to start to get a little bit rough. Doesn't miss this time.
Yeah, that would have been quite rough if there was another miss, as this would have just gotten eaten for free.
Yep. Conch also recognizing that by holding back the 2-3, you know that you're going to get a good trade on that Grenadier, well, as long as you hit your Lurk, but knowing that Green Sears will always take that block because they want to level Sejuani faster.
Right.
But this Sedge is getting leveled pretty quickly. I think she's 3 of 5 at this point. We know Green Sears had a pretty good hand to continue that. I know there was a Demolitionist at the very least.
Yep. We're going to see Rek'Sai thrown on the top.
Yep. Call the pack.
Yep, call the pack. I kind of think you want to play the I feel like you actually want to play the Piranha here, because you can effectively attack with it twice if you played it here. As it will start a free attack, and then you can attack with it again and with Zap. This, I feel like, I guess maybe Conch is just not going to cast it now, which is reasonable, but I like the pseudo open attack of just playing the 2-drop Piranha there and getting the procs that you know are going to be there, getting some chip damage, and then potentially even attacking a second time with it. I mean, if the Zap Spray Fin was going to die, it's going to die mid combat, right? It's not going to. What was that?
Conch just passes, so not gonna get the proc from Rek'Sai. I mean, I know he's got another Call of the Pack in hand, so can put Rek'Sai back on top. But it feels like you would want to do that anyway and just continue to get value.
Right. I feel like there's just like the units just have -2, -0 right now. Like this now is not even trading with Swain. Like that could have happened last turn when there wasn't a Swain out. It would have pushed 5 damage and then also been able to attack again.
Yeah, I don't love that line where we ended up, but now we are going to see a lot of better hits off that Call of the Pack as far as just things that were playable for Conch. We know there's 2 Jawfish there, which is potentially going to give a way for Stolen Conch to get back on board if they can get a bunch of lurkers out.
Wait, does Conch need to attack with a lurker to proc the on top of deck trigger? Does Zap also proc it?
You have to attack with the lurker.
Okay, yeah. So then, yeah, that makes a lot less sense to me. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like starting the free attack felt good for a lot of reasons, but either way, this is the... Okay, chat is saying that Zap also procs lurk, and it's enough of chat all agreeing that it makes me think that it might be true. So, also the size of the units makes me think it is at least potentially true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I don't hate it as much, but I still don't like it. Yeah.
Just doesn't play the animation, which
we
is...
might have just missed. We might have just missed it potentially, or it doesn't play the animation if there's not a lurker, which feels like that is an oversight. But either way, the board is as it is. I mean, we know Conch's hand right now, right? No. We know it's 2 Jawfish, and the other unit was actually already played. So I'm saying the wrong thing the whole time. I don't know what it's actually called. Snapjaw Swarm was already played. Now Sejuani going to be able to come out, and we're going to be able to level Sejuani with a Ice Shard if Green Seers wants to. No. These attacks are a little awkward. I mean, the Zap clearly comes through. We could see the other units... Oh, okay, we're going to pull Swain as well, which is fine. I mean, Swain is basically dead, so this just makes us Ice Shard feel even easier to cast. Which means we'll have a leveled up Sejuani, and leveled up Sejuani feels about as close to a lock against Lurk as is reasonably possible.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, as long as you have ways to actually proc it, which Green Seer should. I mean, here we've got a Fervor, we've got an Ice Shard. Demolitionist can be the way that you're just going to get the initial level up, and now you've got only fast spells to continue to deal with it.
Yeah, we've got... I mean, we even have Sejuani attacks first and has Sejuani's Fury of the North, or the Three Sisters Fury of the North potentially as well to pseudo proc it.
Iron Ballista is going to be an additional way to go wide and get a good attack through. Green Seer's looking to consider just passing, though. Does have ways to freeze the board, so not worried about too many attacks.
Yeah, the attacks are not that scary. Jawfish is also not super scary because of the proc, but and there can't be a turn that has 2 Jawfish, right? It's not possible, at least not with Stolen Conscious deck. It'd be like Jawfish into Bone Skewer or something of that nature to kill Sejuani, potentially. Yeah, there's the Jawfish.
Supposed to clear this out, but you can freeze the board, and that does completely nullify the Jawfish. However, now if they lurk,
there's an 8/7 in play.
Right. But it does, it's not going to have any attack. Yes, if they attack in with the lurk, then they will gain like 1 attack, but yeah,
up to 2, but yeah,
you're okay. Up to 2 if there's a Rex sign.
Yep. Feels fine. Only it were strikes each other, then Green Seers would be in a really good spot right now, but also Jawfish would be significantly worse.
Unplayable card.
Yeah, unplayably worse, in fact. Just casts a bunch of random single combats. That's like the nightmare. And Green Seers can even, pretty aggressively use the Sejuani's Fury of the North if they want to, because of the Babbling Bjerg, it will automatically be drawn again. All right. Free zap attack there. Yep. Okay. So it does play the animation. We just missed it the first time.
Yeah. Interesting. I guess we just missed the animation, that's fine. I think it was like one of the things that had me confused, and I just typed it in chat because I appreciate them correcting us on it, is most of the early lurk decks were like essentially only lurkers.
Yeah,
and so you would only ever see you would only ever see lurkers attack in.
Yep.
It does make more sense that anything would proc it, but I think I just don't have any memory in my head of a non-lurker swinging in and seeing lurk proc.
The only time I've seen it besides right now is in labs.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It does make way more sense that it works like this, though. Like, that makes infinitely more sense.
Ooh, there's the Grenadier being first, serving as the pseudo Sejuani proc. Love this one. Love it.
Conch can just not block the Grenadier, but that does mean that Fervor can come through. And also the Grenadier's still going to get the damage in, so still freeze.
Yeah, Grenadier will get its pound of flesh one way or the other.
It's always getting in there. Freeze your own unit. There's a pike. That
pike
can't be frozen.
No, it can't, but it's +7, so 9, right? So Fury of the North technically is going to be enough, I think.
Yes, it should be.
Yeah, down to 1. So almost, there's a lot of the cards that potentially could deal with the Sejuani here. But this is going to freeze the board. Kill. Do a little bit of damage in. 1 off. I wonder if it was ever worth it to just play another one and then Fervor for lethal. What are the answers there? I feel like if there was a Bone Skewer, it's coming in regardless, right?
Yeah, Bone Skewer would have probably gone on the zap to actually stop the initial freeze, right? Because that was a way that you could actually cancel out the Grenadier. Beat a Bone Skewer, the zap.
You could also, if you used it on the Xerxerath or whatever it's called, and just killed the Sejuani in response, that also would have.
That's true. That also works.
Done it too. So I think it's pretty reasonable to put Stolen Conch on not having a Bone Skewer there, and I don't think there's really any other answers.
Yeah. Another Jawfish, though, just going to be answered by an Oxine Fervor.
Yep. Now, I think the chances of there being Bone Skewer are actually higher now because a pike in hand would now be turned into a Bone Skewer. So I think
That's
it's
true.
reasonable that there could be additional outs of Bone Skewer, not just off the top.
If it is there. He does have one right as well.
Yeah, Red Negation is something that would open this up. Granted, I mean, there's still... The 4-3 stays alive. Okay, looks like we jumped ahead a little bit. Looks like there's a little in-game glitch, but it looks like that went through. The Fervor went through, rather. Okay, we're gonna just pull and try to kill Sejuani. Although, it's public information that this Fury of the North is in hand. I guess, no, it is, because open deck list. You know for a fact that Sejuani was drawn with this Babbling Bjerg, so this is throwing away Pike.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could force out potentially a Fury of the North.
Okay.
Actually, wait, is this Sedge the one that was hidden? Because there was one Sedge before the Bjerg was played.
I'm pretty sure there was a Sedge. The Sedge in play was played. Then there was a Sedge's Fury of the North to save this one, which is why it's at 1 health, and then the Bjerg was played. I think that all happened
so
within the last 2 turns. So I'm pretty sure it is known information that Sejuani Fury of the North is in play. Or in hand, rather.
Yep. But this is better to actually let the Sedge die so that you can put the vulnerable onto a target that is very low HP so that you can find the victory.
Yep.
That's going to be game 1, going over to the Sejuani Swain deck. I haven't seen this archetype in a while. The archetype's changed quite a bit. Now, Swain is not really the focus of it anymore.
Yep.
Swain used to be a big focus. We'd see Leviathans. We'd see City Breakers even.
True, the Sero madness.
Yeah, now it's entirely on the Sejuani, it feels like, and the Swain was just like a little addition, a one of that's kind of a nice 5-drop to throw in occasionally, but not really a main focus of the deck. But that is game 1 going down, and now Shen Jarvan. I mean, that's a very powerful deck. Both of the matchups that Stolen Conch has brought are unit-centric, which tend to be the matchups that Shen Jarvan really enjoys playing against. So I would heavily favor Green Seers going into these last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, we're also, I think we can just call it now, have caster cursed the Lulu Jinx deck completely. So, I mean, it's going to be tough for Conch to not only win an unfavored matchup, but also when we've completely caster cursed the deck out of existence. We'll have to see. I mean, Conch may be the savior. I think if you win through a caster curse, it's like permanent immunity to caster cursing, and also you have the best luck forever. So maybe this is just Stolen Conch being the savior of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how things kick off for Stolen Conch because, you know, Shen Jarvan can take a second to get off the ground, and if you can get aggressive enough on the side of Conch, maybe you can find your way to finding a victory. But the Zonite Urchin discarding a augmented Experimenter instead of something like a Jury Rig or a Flame Jumpers is not the start you really wanted to see.
All right. Get a nice little 7. Oh, make it 10. How much is Green Seers willing to take? Well, not really going to have a choice if Conch wants to pull. So Conch thinking, nope. Conch is saying, nope, you will be taking your medicine in the form of 10 damage to the face.
Yeah, and the fact that this is turn 4, not turn 5, means the Screeching
Yeah.
Dragon doesn't come online. If this was turn
Yeah.
5, I'd feel okay if I'm Green Sears, because you got the Screeching Dragon, you can start to
Yeah.
stabilize, but because this is only turn 4, I'm pretty worried. This is not really going to be enough. Young Witch can try and go in, get a little bit of value, get a little bit of damage back, but Conch pretty much can always just let this happen. I don't actually
Okay.
like the block, really, because
No,
it does
me
open
either.
up things like this
Yep.
instead of just taking 1 additional damage.
Yes. Oh, I agree entirely. That was a loose block, I think, is what you'd call that. Either way, block 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're not quite pushing lethal.
Well, there's Lulu. That's big.
Lulu is threatening lethal right now. Block Lulu, block there. That gets pulled. I think we're still on 7 damage, so we might just be going for a value Lulu. Nope.
No, looks like just deal as
Block,
much as you
block,
can. You
block.
have some burn in this deck. You've got Get Excited.
2. No, this is threatening lethal. Yeah, this is threatening lethal. You block the 4/4, you block Lulu. The Chompers pulls
Oh, yeah, it's 8.
the blocker. Yeah, it's 8. It's 8 exactly. I miscounted.
Okay. Well, that's just game then. Green Sears doesn't have a single combat or a concerted. That's just going to do it.
And well, I think I did a good enough job of reverse cursing the Lulu Cheeks here, as this was
Yeah, and gets a
pretty
turn 5 win.
pretty much exactly how you want to play the deck. Ooh, I never noticed that Lulu animation. I wonder if that's new. Nope. Sorry, bud. It's exacties, friend.
Yeah, just not going to happen. And this is the first time we've actually seen this deck really do anything on Fight Night. I know this deck is
Yeah.
good. I have watched it plenty. Like, I actually know that it does have a lot of these high roll games. And even
Yeah.
when it doesn't have high roll games, it does still have games that it can win on, like, later
Yeah.
turns. It also pretty consistently can win fast. So I
Mhm.
know this deck is pretty good. I've seen it a lot. Mo actually there's a clip of Mo, and I don't know if he still believes this or ever believes this, but he was saying he thought that Lulu Jinx was better than a Zero Aurelia. He said no cap.
Of course.
Yeah.
I didn't believe him until he said no cap.
Until he said
in
no
which
cap.
case-
And of course
yeah,
he
in
said
which
no
case
cap, so it has to be
I knew
true.
he was serious. Yeah.
But yeah, there's a clip out there of him saying that, and I disagree. But I do think that the deck is better than a lot of people give it credit for, and it's better than it is shown
Yeah.
on Fight Night. And Stolen Conscious is even proving that, right? He's made it to the semifinals. He's top forward with it this time,
Yeah.
even though on stream it hasn't looked great.
Yeah, I mean, Mo definitely not someone who speaks in hyperbole or over
Yeah,
exaggerates.
never at all. He's never done that
always
before.
straight down the line and never exaggerates anything. And Stolen Conch definitely not upset about the fact that they missed their turn 1 lurk for the multiple time on stream.
Yeah, and like I was saying, it's not that I think that
Okay,
Mo
they made up
actually,
for it though.
Mo actually believes that, but
Yeah.
there is a clip of him saying it. So
Yeah. Stolen Conch makes up for the miss though with a Rek'Sai on top.
yeah, already gets Stolen Conch back in a good pace for buffing up their lurkers.
Mhm. But if they would have hit and had the Rek'Sai, then these trades all of a sudden
Ooh.
are... Oh, well, now who does not know the name Florence is now going to have to block with a sharp sight in order to survive. And I guess you have to because it's just another block.
Yeah,
In
you
my-
do.
Yeah. In my experience playing against Lurk, it is literally at all costs block, trade, kill the units in any and every way that you can and hope that it's enough.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Green Sears isn't in a terrible position, right? Because this is now Shen coming down with the Laurent Protégé. As long as Conch doesn't have something that's going to be higher than 5 attack to develop right now, Green Sears can get a very good trade with the barrier onto one of the Sharklings, and is going to be in a pretty reasonable spot going forward with this Spirit's Refuge in hand. Jarvan ready to come down. There's also going to be this Golden Aegis that can be played on a future turn with Shen on board and really set up for some big plays.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, it was, I think, maybe a little bit risky to play the Shen instead of like the just giving the protege barrier with
Right.
the 3-2, but I mean, it's still. I think Green Sears was just a little bit behind and needed to take that little bit of risk. It's not a huge risk; it's just a little bit, and it ends up paying off. And now I think that they're, like you said, Casa, pretty far, at least in control. I'm not going to say ahead because certainly, Conch, we know there's a Rek'Sai in the mix. We know there's a bunch of lurkers generated. So really,
Yeah.
especially once we start getting to Jawfish turns, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Jawfish and Pike are really big scare cards for Green Sears. Rek'Sai can be as well on the level up, but not as much. Under Titan is a little worrisome at the moment because Green Sears hasn't had time to get this Jarvan online, but Jarvan will clean this up on the next turn as long as Green Sears can stay safe and stay alive.
Yeah, and I think if this procs lurk, which it does, this is now 4,
just
which means
game-
Rek'Sai 7.
Oh, it's not game because of the lifesteal, maybe? No, it still is, I think. I think that lurk sealed it. I think that actually just finished the game, yeah.
Yeah, I still, to this day, have no idea how barrier and lifesteal and all that interact together, but does not interact well for Green Sears, as that is 2 lightning fast games from the side of Conch, and they're going to be moving on to the losers finals here. Against Cryos.
Conch makes it through. Really, really well done on these aggro decks. The lurk with a really nice high roll on the Rek'Sai straight away, and then being able to reshuffle it was really hard for Green Sears to have to deal with. I think if Green Sears could survive one more turn there was a chance for a comeback, but the Under Titan just completely sealing the deal with the overwhelm on the lurk hit, and well, Stolen Conch. We've cursed them plenty. I think they deserved a chance to come in and high roll a little bit, because I think they have low rolled on stream. God, more than any player I can think of off the top of my head for us. They haven't been on Fight Night that many times, and every time they've come on, they've brought some aggro stuff and just low rolled out of their minds. So
if we're talking about player feedback, I can name a couple of players that claim to have low rolled more than that, but I'm not gonna name any names because we've already talked about Mo too much on the stream already. But anyways, Stolen Conch not low rolling that match and takes the dub.
Yeah, and Stolen Conch now just has to take out Krios in order to make it to the grand finals. But I will say the Targon and Nivea lineup does look a little bit tough for Conch. We'll see if they can go underneath both of those decks in just a moment, but we are going to run to a short break. Losers finals when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Following the waves of your gold. Following the waves of your gold. But I don't wanna wait to hold you.
Everybody find somebody. Everybody find somebody.
Following the waves of your gold. But I don't wanna wait to hold you.
Everybody find somebody.
I can take your pain away. I can take it. I can take it.
Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm still Casanova, that's still Blevins, but we do have just a few more matches to go. Losers final, Krios versus Stolen Conch coming up. Blev, this is going to be that Anivia and the Rubens Pile going up against Lulu Jinx and Lurk. I mean, just first thoughts going into the matchup, Blev. What are your takes?
First thoughts, if I'm removing all luck generated and curses broken and just looking at the matchup on paper, I think I'm definitely favoring Krios here. I mean, the Anivia deck we've seen now 2 weeks in a row has performed marvelously against everyone who's not named Bry Guy. And that has continued on this week. And I guess now is really the first shot that we're going to see on camera for that to potentially not happen. I think Anivia really great against these unit-centric decks that Stolen Conch has brought, and Rubens Pile I think is a deck that we've already seen Krios have a lot of success with and be able to pilot very well. Which is it's a deck that can kind of flex into a lot of different roles, and it takes a master pilot to be able to do that. And we've seen Krios do that, so I think just on paper, I'm favoring Krios over Stolen Conch. Granted. Yeah. That last smash that we just saw, Casa, I don't think that there's a lot of deck lineups that are beating those draws. So I don't know. It could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, if Conch is able to draw like they did in the last series, they should be able to take out Krios, because those were just very quick games that even if there were some forms of removal, I think that we're still going to get the same result. Now, I guess, yes, an Avalanche would have shut down the Lulu Jinx on the hand that it was on, in particular on the previous game. But it still does feel like there are win conditions there for Conch, especially against Rubens Pile, if you can get off the ground fast enough to avoid the value generation. Overall, going to be favored towards Krios, and setting us up for a potential rematch once again of the same grand finals as last week with Bry Guy and Krios. But still, Conch gonna have to try their best. They've been cursed on stream a lot, but last set was pretty blessed for Conch on these two lists, and maybe they can continue that party with these aggro lists to try and get that victory over Krios and this lineup that does feel a bit favored.
I mean, the beauty of the aggro or aggressive lineup, I would probably consider this double aggro. I think most people would, but you could maybe make an argument that Lulu Jinx is like a mid-rangey board control deck. It feels like Zoo from Hearthstone, actually, where it's like it's an aggro deck, but it actually controls the board a lot with the Flame Chompers and the Lulus and the Pixis and whatnot. But I think the beauty of running a lineup like that is that even playing into your bad matchups, you still have that auto win hand sometimes, where it's like it doesn't really matter what my opponent drew, or like if my opponent missteps at all, I'm so proactive that I can punish any sort of missteps. Did you have a clunky opener? Did you not have your sentries or your blighted ravines or your avalanches or your vile feasts, and you just drew like 3 ruinations and a harrowing? Okay, well there's only 2 in the deck, but you get my point. Where it's like, okay, I have two Anivias, a harrowing and a ruination in my opening hand, and then you draw your second harrowing and you're like, yes, I'm dead, didn't matter, right? I think that you just have that opportunity as the aggro deck to punish any sort of misstep like that.
Yeah, it definitely can work out in that way, and I guess that really is the thing that Stolen Conch is having to hope for in this matchup, is that they are able to get off the ground very quickly, and Krios potentially misses out on some of the draws that are needed. We're going to be going in from Krios' perspective, so we won't really be seeing what Conch has to offer straight away, but we will know what the answers are going to be, as Krios has an easy pass up on all of that. Straight away, having the access to the Anivia at turn 6 is going to be nice, but realistically wanted to find things like Avalanche, and yes, the Iceveil Archer is good, but this hand isn't exceptional at dealing with aggro just yet.
Yeah, this is, we saw the snap full mulligan. Certainly not where you want to be. We see Conch keep 1 card on their side, and wow, maybe I've portended Krios a bit, saying that they have an awkward hand and then they draw a harrowing first. We'll see. Maybe Stolen Conch really has beaten the curse, and I will say sending in the message of 0 damage is definitely a way to win the Blevsing. I will say you got to send the message. another enemy.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opening for Conch. If they can really
Yeah.
get a big develop, they've got the picks, which is normally a very strong early game tool.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
Conch has an opening. We were talking about a bad hand with a good hand from Conch.
I know. I call the breaking of the curse, and then Conch rewards me by just completely and perfectly demonstrating the example I gave before the match. Now the question is, does Conch want to develop? I mean, open attack is 5 damage. Open attack is actually pretty good against almost everything because the Pix is going to put the Boom Baboon out of Vile Feast, out of it's going to put it out of range of almost every kill spell with the exception of Grasp. But the Iceveil Archer can come down here and potentially throw a little bit of a wrench into the plans of Conch, though. I think picks on Lulu. Yeah, picks onto Lulu, then Lulu hitting Boom Baboon is still probably good. Or just, how about we just kill the Iceveil Archer? And push some damage while we're at it. 7 coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this is really solid. Lulu is the perfect pickup to be able to make picks a threat that you can continue to use. You actually have the chompers as well, which is good.
Oh.
Just opting potentially for pushing more damage instead of dealing with the Iceveil.
Okay.
How do you
I
feel
don't
about
love
this one,
it.
Lev?
I don't love it, but also, like, if you think about it from the sense of, okay, A, Stolen Conch might have another Flame Chompers, in which case this makes a lot of sense. B, one of the ways that Cryos comes out of this or catches back up is something like Avalanche or Blighted Ravine, which is also going to kill this Iceveil Archer anyway.
That's true.
So that's my guess as to the thought process, at least. I lean towards killing off the Iceveil Archer, but if there's another Flame Chompers, I'm perfectly fine with the line that Conch took. Looks like Cryos passing the turn, and
Okay.
Conch happy to oblige.
Yeah, Conch will take his attack token back. Now the worry becomes like, okay, is this a development turn or do I need to play around Avalanche?
Yep.
Looks like Avalanche is going to be played around. Get the Lulu level up as well. I think that's also part of the reason we're going to see this straight away, but
Yeah, the Lulu level up makes sense because now there's no real good block, right? I mean, you can still trade with Boom Baboon, but that's fine. We're gonna be we'd be pushing 9. Yeah, wow. Lulu. Actually, I guess it depends on when Lulu levels up, so it might only be 8. I don't actually know how Lulu works. I haven't used Lulu in a long time.
okay. Development. Feeling safe into Avalanche potentially. It feels like there were other opportunities to use it, so maybe Conch is on a read, but it does feel very tough to make that decision. It's really hard to find the victory around the Anivia because there's so many tools that you want to play around.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's like we talked about a couple of matches ago, the control deck fork, where you can pick one path or the other, but sometimes both of those paths just end up crossing in the middle, and it's a pit in the middle of both paths. But I think Conch does not smell an avalanche for sure. I think that's pretty reasonable based on their play. All right, we've got a full develop here. There could be a
Suit up?
Suit up? Yeah, suit up
If
would
this
be.
is suit up or a twin, it's so big.
Oh yeah, twin too.
It's massive if either is there, because this Lulu staying alive is very important at this spot.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so rough for Conch.
It is. I mean, we're still pushing a good amount of damage, but yeah, it is significantly worse. Interesting timing on Cryos too to pull the trigger there. And then interesting. I mean, it ended up obviously working out great for Cryos, but like if Conch is a little bit less greedy, or like it ends up being way in favor of Conch. If Cryos is a little bit less, I guess greedy as well, waiting that long to play the Grasp. Very interesting how that sequence could have potentially played out. And still 7 coming through. I think... I feel like open attack was doing the same amount of damage there.
Yeah.
And this isn't even factoring in the Grasp that gained 3. Yeah, I think that this... Not to mention the fact that... I mean... I think it's reasonable Conch, had the correct read of there not being an avalanche, but yeah, that felt like felt a little sus. And now Nivea comes down.
Yeah.
We're gonna start chipping away at the board.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wash, and you lost your Lulu. She didn't get because the level up would have put her out of grasp range, so the open attack would have been good for that. But now Jinx gets to develop onto no mana from Krios, so potentially Conch can level up Jinx on this turn.
Oh,
yeah, that seems very interesting.
I might go as far as to say sus.
All right, but
Okay.
Conch just has to set up the open attack. The fact that Krios got out the Anivia, though, does mean Harsh Winds is on the table.
True.
Rummage. Okay, there's the level up. This also
Right.
could theoretically lead to a rocket,
True.
because you can re-empty the hand. Question is, will you have enough mana to play it if you are able to
Right.
empty this hand? If it's another
Yeah, really
rummage, you could.
Ooh.
Okay.
She just opts to play nothing.
Shoot, that's also going to make it very hard for this rocket to get generated. It's 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand. Okay, Lulu coming out leveled here is nice. Notably not on Ruination mana, so that's pretty strong. Obviously, Icefill Archer gonna hurt here, but Conch at least knows that like the biggest punish cannot be played this turn.
Yeah, and you have Lulu to buff up an elusive, so that
Right.
feels pretty good. Now, we do know that there is going to be the ability to just play this Harsh Winds,
Yep.
stop the 2 biggest damage threats, but Pix is still generating a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's gonna be Harsh Winds and then block. Yeah, half the Harsh Winds. Don't you Harsh Winds the Lulu and kill the Pix? I mean, maybe not. Just getting 1 damage on Lulu or 3 damage on Lulu is fine. Yeah, that means that Anivia attacks and kills. Okay.
Yeah. Is there a way that Conch is going to be able to get this rocket and use it, though? I mean, there's no mana for Krios. If there's a Get Excited in hand or another Jinx, I mean, this game's just going to be done.
Yeah.
Wait, there was a...
There was a Get Excited,
It
but
wouldn't
then
have
you
been
wouldn't be able
playable.
to play Rummage. Yeah.
Oh. That is... That is tough.
Ooh.
But I think that that laser beam...
The laser beam makes me feel like it was another
makes me
Get
feel like
Excited.
there's a Get Excited that he got picked up to go alongside this rocket.
Oh, we'll see.
And there's good odds, right? Because you got Jinx. So there's,
Yep.
2 Jinxes Get Excited.
There it
and there it
is.
was. Wow, Conch! Actually finding the wins with Lulu Jinx against Anivia. This is big to be able to pick up that win.
Oh,
'Cause
absolutely.
Now you have 2 chances with Lurk. And yes, Lurk is
Mhm.
going to have some similar issues early on against Anivia, but Lurk also has some good win conditions. The
yeah.
Under Titan does get Spell Shield, so if you can get some early Lurks with Rek'Sai, pump up the attack fast enough, you can get some big late game threats that can cause a lot of problems for the Shadow Isles list that only has very expensive spells. So we
Yep.
could see potential, but even then, it does get 2 chances. It is going to be able to play against Ruben's Pile as well.
Now, does Anivia read Last Breath create Agnivia, or does it read Last Breath transform into Egnivia? Reason I ask is if there is a Jawfish and Anivia gets hit with 2 procs, is Anivia completely dead? If it kills the first Anivia, does the second target still target the egg, or does it just get countered? I don't know the answer to that.
I actually don't know the answer either. I mean, I know it summons the egg. It's not a transform, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Boulevard is saying it's not like Tryndamere.
Yeah,
it
it's
would work
not like
on
Tryndamere.
Tryndamere.
Yeah, it's not like
okay.
Tryndamere. So the egg should
That's
be
what
safe.
I thought, but
Yeah.
I thought maybe. Oh, also, we're not seeing that matchup yet. We went Kryos went with Ruben's pile here.
Yep, Chris went with the pile. Does have Zoe on 1, but no token. Conch has missed every first lurk.
I wasn't going to say it.
Let's
I
see.
wasn't going to say it, so I wouldn't jinx it.
Oh, it's the lurk.
You reverse the second reverse caster curse, the caster blessing. It's
Conch
back.
has gone from the worst luck of anyone ever to appear on broadcast to having some very good high rolly games and low rolls from opponents.
It's like
over the course of the tournament.
Luck is kind of like spell mana. You can bank it for later turns. And Conch had some bad luck on some fight nights, banked that spell mana, and is now using that to go through
Hits
this.
Again. Hits on
Escape
one and
through.
2.
That's pretty good. But a decent number of different options here for Kryos. We're gonna see the El Destrero down. Very good blocker.
Yeah. The question becomes, how lucky was Conch? Was one of those lurks a pike? Because it doesn't show your opponent if it's pike. We would know if it was
True.
Rek'Sai. We know it's not Rek'Sai,
True.
but it could be a pike.
It sure could be, and boy, would that be good.
Nice, can predict. Get another lurk. Gonna guarantee more lurks for Conch.
Chat is calling 2 pikes.
2 pikes.
Chat also saying that the predict is definitely not a champ because they took too long.
I mean, it's a good call out.
1.2 seconds instead of the 0.3 seconds it would take.
Look, if you see a champion, you click it so fast. I mean, it's...
What if there was both champions?
Ooh,
Did you think about that, chat? Did you think about that, chat?
You'd pick pike.
Please be Rek'Sai.
It's Rek'Sai. It's a champ. It was
Take
a
that,
champ.
chat. Take that,
Chat is in shambles.
You don't know.
Chat is in shambles. It was a
Oh,
champ.
man. Conch is, even though this is in the past, this is on delay, Conch is right now looking into the camera, even though the camera's not on, looking at me and giving the affirmative nod. Like, you know what? I'm going to prove Blevins right now. 5 minutes in the future. I'm going to make chat look dumb. I'm going to make them look dumb.
Oh, God. Chat says they'll take the L. All right, well.
Okay, good. As long as,
The whole
it's rare
deal.
that chat
The whole
will take
deal.
an L.
They'll hold it.
Someone clip this. It's the one time I've ever won over chat.
You've ever beat chat first time? Yeah.
First time I've ever beat chat. Also, Fight Night, the only LOR tournament that you can go to and get flamed by the casters while they're casting.
Yeah.
Just saying.
We'll flame you while getting things wrong, too, because Fight Night's where we learn everything.
True.
Fight Night's where we learn.
Another
Yeah,
lurk
it's a
proc on an
Rek'Sai.
off turn.
Because they just threw it back in the deck. They
Oh,
threw it
okay.
back in the deck.
Yeah, you can Mystic Shot that. Sure. That's fine. How about all the other stuff?
Yeah, the bombs are terrifying now. I was talking about the Under Titan, right? Like, he shows up now. He's pretty close to just... Actually, he already will have Overwhelm on his attack. Overwhelm and Spell Shield.
Is Under Titan 5 or 6?
6
I
man.
know the other one's 6. I know the beetle is 6. It looks like a beetle. It's like hair. It looks like hair across the Pokemon. I mean, at worst, we have Rek'Sai, who will be 6, 7, 8, 9, and then on attack will be big enough.
Oh, Under
how
Titan's
about
5. There it is.
yeah, the Under Titan? This is okay. We're gonna have a cheaper Golden Sisters. Conch, have to imagine is like,
that's Zoe.
yeah, okay.
Zoe's very close to leveling up.
Another hit.
But having to sacrifice the Zoe, not going to be able to get the level up.
Yep. We are going to 9 here.
And this Under Titan's just going to remain a problem, right? Like, this is still just going to be a nightmare.
Yep. Doesn't go
For
away.
Krios. Like, it does lose its spell shield, so you can beam this. But if you spend this entire turn beaming the Under Titan,
Yeah,
it's not a good position because Conch is going to be able to develop as much as they want.
right. We know there's, well, you can't pre-develop the Rek'Sai. I mean, you could. I would not suggest doing that because she's going to burrow away back into the deck. Yeah, Conch can just take the open pass here. See what Krios wants to develop.
Yeah, get rid of the iterative probably.
Iterative not amazing in this spot, I don't think. Oh, Serpent, how the mighty have fallen.
Now that Krios is developed, if there is a Pike, this is pretty doomed.
Yeah,
Goes
I
for the
agree.
Equinox on to the Under Titan.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer to it. I would say arguably the best answer to it. Casual 2-mana 8/2. Don't mind it. You'd probably play that card.
Yeah, you like that card. Yeah, you like that card, all right.
Yeah, especially since your now newly minted 2/2 can pull the blocker away.
Yeah, and push 8 in that way, but develop also seems good, especially if there is a Rek'Sai.
And we know there's a Rek'Sai, right?
Right, we do.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's a way to shuffle it like completely.
You can
away.
predict if you put it on top, but that hasn't happened.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
That hasn't
yep,
happened,
Yeah.
so we know there's a
Yeah,
Rek'Sai.
Yep, we know there's a Rek'Sai, and chat is saying that there's 2 pikes. So
Yeah, so this hand is two. It's 2 Death from Belows.
yeah,
in
2
fact.
death from belows, one
Rek'Sai
and an Under Titan.
and an Under Titan. That's a pretty
Okay.
crazy hand, chat.
I mean, that is, and yeah. I mean, what is Kraus just gonna open with some life gain? Oh, which turns off the Solari.
Yeah, and I mean it was 2 turn on the Submersible though, so I think ends up being good. But also the problem is now like you can either Submersible or you can beam, and I think you have to beam on the Under Titan. You need to be able to deal with it best you can. This is just your best opportunity.
Yep.
Problem is, you play this. If it is Pike, I think you're dead.
If it's Pike or
Yeah, you
if
are
it's-
dead.
If it's any lurk, right? If it's any two
That's
mana
true.
or lower lurk,
Yeah,
right?
it could just be a Sharkling, and you're dead.
Sharkling. Yeah, I mean it could be any manner of thing.
Yeah.
But this is I mean, it's not that Cryos painted themselves into a corner. They were thrown into the corner and the paint was spilled everywhere by Stolen Conch.
Ooh.
This doesn't
It doesn't
do it,
end the
right?
game, but this is rough because the Under Titan is one of the most difficult things for you to deal with.
true.
And you were hoping that you could remove one, but now it just gets replayed. You're not close to winning. Conch is just getting to play this one of the strongest things that they can.
Yeah.
This is a 5 mana overwhelm spell shield.
Right.
10-6.
Chat lethal has been called. I don't know. Don't know where it was, but it has been called. Nope. Chat immediately back down. We're 2-0 versus chat this game. Chat in shambles.
You're just fighting chat right now. That's your entire goal is to fight chat at the moment. Oh, yeah.
Chat in
Let's
absolute
Goldfish.
shambles, and unfortunately, I think Cryos might be in shambles as well as good old Jawfish is coming down, and this might just be it. We know there's another Under Titan The Comet can deal with it, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, but you have all these other lurkers. That
Oh,
is
but the
a-
Crescent Strike.
It's a good card. It's not
What does open
currently
attack
enough
look
to
like?
even a single develop, though, is it? Yeah.
Open attack.
Also open attack kills.
block. Open attack kills even through. Is there an actual punish if it was like? Oh yeah, we have Rek'Sai plus. This
Stun Rek'Sai.
actually, this is going to be enough, right? No, it's exactly. Well, yeah, even
so
the 3 powers.
Under Titan gets played. Even if you
Yeah.
obliterate the Under Titan, you now
Yeah.
can't play Star Shaping, and then you just die to the
Yeah.
other attack.
You die to the 3/2. Yep.
Yeah.
So this is going to be enough. Stolen Conch going to be winning the what we called, or at least I called it, an unfavored matchup, and going to be taking this into the what? That card's in the deck too.
Yeah, it's a one-up. It's a
into the
one-up.
grand finals.
It's another one.
Okay.
I think it's just another one drop to try and proc Lurk on turn 1.
Sure. I mean, it's a great card. I just wasn't expecting to see it. Yeah, funny enough, the Waking Sands is good enough, and still leaves Under Titan mana.
Yep.
By
Still
the
left
way,
Under
Chad,
Titan mana.
it was not 2 pikes in hand. By the way.
I mean, this is cool to see. Conch with a lineup that probably a lot of people would have slept on. Lulu Jinx and Lurk. We don't see either of these decks very often right now. And when we do, they tend to not have the success that we would hope for. Stolen Conch is taking it all the way to the grand finals. Takes out a
Mhm.
lineup that looked like it should have been heavily favored. And instead finds the 2-0. And Conch is going to move on to the grand finals to face off against Guy, and will be returning to next week's Fight Night.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say that I called it, except I absolutely do want to say I called it. The curse has been broken, and now Stolen Conch will have good luck on Fight Night forever. So it's just,
Oh, really?
are they going to be
Okay.
bringing? Are they going to be bringing decks that can utilize that luck? Because I'm not saying that their opponents won't also have good luck, and their opponents also won't play well. You can luck only gets you so far. You still have to be able to capitalize on it. We'll see if that's even true, because I completely made it up. But B, if Stolen Conch can capitalize on it.
Yeah, really, it's just like, do we see Stolen Conch's luck continue against Guy? Are the draws still good? Does Guy whiff on all of his Eyes of the Dragon in Ezreal Karma? Right? Is that a way that we can get back in for Conch to find the victory? I mean, it's hard to say. It's going to be a tough matchup, I would say, against Guy, but it should be arguably better than the matchup that he had against Kraos, and he was able to take that 2-0. Conch, maybe looking for that run, that reverse, the run back, or not the run back, but well, no, he did lose to Guy earlier. So yeah, the run back against Guy to actually find the bracket reset and find the victory. But we will find out in just a moment. We are going to run to a short break, but when we return, grand finals, Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere.
find somebody. Everybody find somebody.
Following the ways of you, but I don't wanna wait to hold you.
Everybody find somebody.
I can take your pain away. I can take it. I can take it. I can take your pain away from you.
Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm still your host, Casanova. That's still Blevins, unfortunately, but we are going to be going on to
Wow.
the grand finals
Wow.
between Fry Guy and Stolen Conch soon enough. But before we do that, I don't know if you're hot and ready to break down the format for everybody, Blevins, but go ahead and jump into it.
I absolutely am. We've got our good old-fashioned fight night format. Double elim with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players are going to bring 2 decks with no region overlap, so a little bit different than the traditional Riot Lock format. But to win, the goal is still the same. You need to win with both of your decks. And now, at that very bottom, the little black box at the bottom, coming into play here, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, in this case Stolen Conch, there will be a bracket reset, and the finals will play an additional best of 3. If Fry Guy wins any best of 3, it's over, and the players are playing that $50 prize match, which I think, you know, first place, that's $100. That's like 5 large pizzas, Casa. And I know a lot of folks watching right now, you go for a slice. $100 will get you quite a few.
All right, well, with that, we can take a look at the bracket real quick, Flev. We are going to see that Bry Guy has yet again made a full winner's run and make it to the grand finals. Trying to PB this one as he goes up against Stolen Conch. He is on pace to break his previous record, as last time it was a little over 5 hours when he got the victory. And right now we're looking at a 4:34 runtime at this point. So Bry Guy trying to get that PB a little bit quicker than last time. Has to take down Stolen Conch to do so, but Stolen Conch not going to roll over. Does have the double aggro lineup, which can look to punish Karma Ezreal quite a bit. So we'll have to see if Fry Guy can find those Eyes of the Dragon early on and protect themselves against the onslaught of the Lulu Jinx and the Lurk.
Yeah, the double aggro deck, I mean, it's definitely a choice, and we've seen it play out over, multiple different metas in the fight night ethos and metas over many, not many years, but what feels like many years. Many
years.
Different metas, many sets. And the double aggro, I mean, it's kind of like pizza, right? Pizzas always can be good. Sometimes it's better than others. And if you have too much pizza or too many people are bringing double aggro, then all of a sudden it doesn't seem as good, right? Because it's just it's too much. But sometimes when you get that perfect pizza, you get that not one aggro, 2 aggro, the double stuffed crust pizza, the double aggro. I'm picking Stolen Conch here. He's broken the curse. I made a completely irrelevant pizza metaphor, and I think maybe half a person got kind of. Even I'm not in that category. It was the loosest. That might have been the loosest metaphor I've ever made, but I still love it. I'm going with Stolen Conch here.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think Conch has a good shot. I like how his lineup lines up against Bry Guy. But I do think if Bry Guy finds this win on Karma Ezreal in game 1, I think Bry Guy will take it. That's kind of my caveat, right? I think if Bry Guy takes game 1 with Karma Ez, I actually think that he should be able to take the whole series. So there's a lot that rides on this match. Of course, Bry Guy will get another chance if he does lose. But we're going to look at this mulligan, see if they can find a lot of the early answers. Thermo Beam is actually very nice in the matchup.
Yep.
And it looks like Bry Guy is considering also keeping Shadow Assassin, but sides against it, keeps the static shock instead to try and deal with some of the early threats, maybe Boom Baboons. But double shock is going to be a little bit slow. Thermo beam's still going to be helpful, however.
Yeah, the consideration for Shadow Assassin makes sense. I think in theory, it's like, okay, well, I can trade the Shadow Assassin. I don't really care what it trades for, as long as I'm trading for something. But you got to think about how the deck plays out. I mean, there's the Poro Cannon, which is not a great trade at all. It's like trading 3 mana for like half of a card. And also, if you only have one blocker, it's almost always going to get pulled with a Flame Chompers in this deck, so it's just not even worth keeping. You want something higher impact. Now, of course, Bry Guy did end up drawing another one, but, you know, it wasn't their choice to do that.
Yeah, now Bry Guy just going to have to try and set up to defend against the onslaught that Sullen Conch tries to put out.
Oh, Conch, a little bit of psychological warfare.
My God. Oh my
You'll
God.
love to see it. You'll love to see it. Of course, Bry Guy loves to see this as this Static Shock is getting about as juicy as a Little Caesars hot and ready pizza.
Not a sponsor.
Hashtag not an ad.
not a sponsor, actually. So,
So that would be a great place to integrate the sponsor. Just letting you know, if anyone from Little Caesars is listening, reach out to me, blevins@wisdom.gg. Anyways, back to the match here. Pretty, maybe Conch was not joking. A pretty busted hand, though. The Static Shock might be busting it.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good answers for Bry Guy, right? So he's got Static Shock, but he's also got this Thermo Beam in case this ends up being a Lulu hand. You don't really want to use it on the picks. It's not going to be that much damage that comes through with just picks and a Flame Chomper. But you do have just this potential to continue to clear away some of the major threats. Now, Time Trick is also going to be a fantastic card because you can find exactly what you need to remove. Yeah, this is 2 damage on the turn 3 attack when this was looking like it was trying to ramp up to be, like a 7 or 8 damage attack. Bry Guy's got to be really happy with this situation and will be looking to try and get more value out of this Thermo in the future, especially because this is a turn where you could play out this Ezreal, and if there is a Lulu or a Jinx, you do have the Thermo as backup. Now, it can get blown out a little bit by something like a Twin Disciplines, but it may be a risk that you're willing to take at a certain point. I like the pass when the board is not very threatening. Wait for Conch to play something. They can take their attack token back, but I think you're okay with them not developing and just taking the token back in this situation.
Yeah. One of the biggest threats here to Ezreal right now is the get excited, as you don't have any protection at all for it. 1 mana off of Ezreal plus deny. You would theoretically like to throw it on this Ezreal, get the generated Mystic Shot, kill either the Picks or the Flame Chompers, and go from there. Probably gonna take a little bit more of a conservative route and just go with the Shadow Assassin. I'm just going to attack in for 2.
Yep, goes in for 2. Will also be a potential blocker. Now, of course, Picks onto Chompers is going to just delete this, but there we go. There's the Lulu. Definitely want to find a way to deal with this. The problem is you can't just rip a Thermo for 8 onto this Lulu right now. Well, can you? Feels like you can't. Feels like that's not good.
Doesn't feel great to do that, I would say. I would rather, you can Static Shock these 2, and then Static Shock. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, the Static Shocks are not even that good. The second one's not that good. This one's fine.
Rummage on Jury Rig. Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Sure. Yep. And that's going to be burst speed attack. Or are we just going for max damage here?
Yeah, just trying to push 11. Still mana to protect against a potential Thermo Beam onto Lulu. There's 3 mana left for Twin Disciplines. Maybe Conch wasn't lying. This hand's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, the psychological warfare, my immediate thought is, oh, they actually have a bad hand and they're joking. But man, when that message is sent in earnest, boy, you gotta really be scared. When you're sending that message of, hey, you should concede so you don't get embarrassed on stream, and they're sending that as an actual courtesy, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how Braga might be able to pull this back. I mean, the Eye of the Dragon is very important that they were able to find this.
Mm-hmm.
Going for Time Trick. What does Braga want to find with that? That they're playing it on this turn instead of just passing. Ends up getting another eye. Oh, they just needed to proc the eye. I didn't realize it hadn't been done yet. I thought it was already active. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Second eye is a big pickup.
Yeah, it definitely is. As we'll get, we'll get the chip in here. Actually kind of have to open attack, or else Lulu effectively stops the life gain with her help picks.
Right. Well,
They
open
kinda
attack's
have to open
fine. I mean, there's no real reason why you don't like open attacking here.
Right. I agree. Unless you wanted to develop Ezreal, but again,
Sure.
you're still in the same spot where you're like, you're not really. It's fine, yeah. And you do actually, I guess you do have deny. So if there is a get excited, you can at least save the Ezreal. If there's two get exciteds, Ezreal's gone. You can't do anything about that.
Doesn't really put you in a great position though if you have to deny that, because now
Yeah.
you have no mana. You're not proccing your Eye of the Dragon.
Mm-hmm. I don't.
In fact, how are we proccing our Eye of the Dragon this turn?
I think we are. It's inefficient, but we're attacking with Ezreal, getting the generated Mystic Shot, targeting Lulu, and then thermo beaming Lulu for 2. Or if Lulu gets help pixed, then you kill a Pix and a Flame Chompers, or 2 Flame Chompers. I think any of those lines are fine. You're just playing Mystic for 2 and Thermo Beam for 2 on 2 things. This is actually fine, I think. Also, if Lulu blocks, then you get the option again to kill Lulu. Okay. No life gain, but Lulu back on the table potentially.
Like, does Braga need to pop this barrier in order to lifesteal? If he does so, the only way that he can proc the eye is with a 0 mana thermo. It would
That
level
feels-
Ezreal, however,
Okay.
because he's 4 of 6.
Hmm.
So instead of denying
Oh.
this, you could actually just use Static Shock and level your Ezreal and get the lifesteal.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
Whoa,
I
okay.
definitely liked that better than
So he just lets this
let
through.
Ezreal die.
So Eye of the Dragon, Deep Med, 0 mana thermo. That's the line.
Sure. I mean, I think we're kind of priced into it at this point. Okay, you at least drew an extra thermo. Can free pass here. No real reason not to, I don't think.
Look, I've
Just
got
give-
faith in Braga as a pilot on this. I mean, this is
Oh, yeah.
a really hard spot. None of the lines felt good. If Braga likes this one, I mean, it does give you the most opportunity for lifesteal with double eye. It might just be the best line.
Okay, suit up coming through. Interesting.
Yeah, just while it's cheap.
All right. Well, an eye, actually, both eyes are probably dead here, but we are gaining some life. Though we might not even gain life if we give a Flame Chomper's barrier. We wanted to do that, or if we give,
You could
I
just
guess we could
barrier
give
Lulu
barrier.
and then not attack with anything else.
Yeah. In which case, I then think we will almost certainly see at least a Static Shock, if not something else, to get some of that life gain. And the good news for Bry Guy is that we're conscious pretty low on cards, right? I mean, there's only 3 cards left. If Bry Guy is able to even deal with the board a little bit. We're the corner may be turned relatively quickly, as you know, Conch doesn't have a ton of ways to get back into the game outside of like Jinx and generating a bunch of rockets, but Braga has a lot of answers for that potentially. Braga valuing the mana over the life gain here. Just trying to think what are we playing around, or what are we trying to cast here?
Yeah, because now you don't even care about casting 2 spells. You don't have any Eye of the Dragons anymore.
Right. This is just trying to set up as many 1-for-1s as you can. Maybe gonna play. Oh, I'm not gonna play anything. Okay.
I mean, very close to the turn 10, but I don't know if you're surviving the turn 9 attack from Stolen Conch.
Right. Might just be on Karma and roll the dice as to what spell you get.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something that can really save the day. Attack first just to pass.
Yeah. I mean, again, I definitely trust Bry Guy's read on the matchup more than mine because I've played very little Ezreal Karma and even less Ezreal Karma in the current year. But I really I don't feel super safe at 7. I also like, even though you are banking into full mana, like you're still burning some mana, and right now you need to be playing cards because you have a very small window of time. You need to be playing the cards that you have, not, you know, burning 2 mana here, burning another 3 mana here, and just going into a turn with full mana. It feels like you're not going to have enough actions on the key turn if you keep doing that.
Yeah, because mana is just a commodity that you actually are worried about. A lot of times with Ezreal Karma, you're not worried about mana too much. But right now, you have a lot of cards to play, and not enough mana to really play them. Especially because the Thermal Beam ends up being so clunky because it completely taps
Right.
you out.
Mm-hmm.
And Conch has consistently had enough mana to defend the Lulu past whatever the beam is going to be.
And Brad, I taking another pass. I mean, are we even how are we surviving this open attack right now?
Augmented, that's got to be a deny.
Has to be. Got to be deny, and then are we can 2 mana Thermo on Young Witch, or and it doesn't feel great. 2 mana Thermo on Young Witch, then we have Gotcha and Static to potentially deal with some more stuff.
That Disciplines has just been there the whole time.
Yep. I feel like we're like just
What's
a
this
little bit
Mystic
off.
from
Mystic
the
shot's
spell?
huge. Mystic shot potentially huge.
Can Bright Guy live? Another Mystic.
Okay.
Double Mystic Gotcha are playable. Double Mystic Static are playable.
Okay, gonna give barrier. Pull on the yes. So much
Oh, this
damage
is just
coming
not
through.
livable. It's just too much damage.
Kill 5. You're taking 9, or kill taking 9. And you have to deep med. I don't think there's anything that we can draw here.
Kong Palm
Yeah.
off deep med, but I don't think it's enough.
I think this just ended up being a scenario where it was too cute to keep passing, and Conch just overloaded on one turn. There's enough stuff to do right now.
Yeah, Will Kong Palm are great cards, just not enough mana to play them, and
No.
even then.
Yeah, you just have go get it, does nothing. Yeah, that's just it. It's gonna be Stolen Conch taking game number 1 in the grand finals.
Yeah, ends up kind of close. Feels like Guy just didn't have enough mana to cast everything that he needed to cast.
Yeah.
And that gets pretty tough. There was an opportunity to heal 2, but it was 9 damage coming through there, so the heal 2 might not have actually done anything. Would have just had the static out earlier, so you actually would have had, theoretically, that Conch Palm or that Will in your hand. There's a couple things that could have been done differently, but Guy just going with the fundamentals of Ez Karma. But with that loss in game 1, Ezreal Karma is going to have a tough time. This is a good opening hand, though, into Lurk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Eye of the Dragon, huge. Mystic Shot, huge. Conch Palm, also quite huge here. So, yeah, I think Deny is a pretty easy throwback. Guy debating the Conch Palm as well, which is reasonable. It's definitely a little expensive, and I feel like you probably want it a little later into the game, though. I feel like you're almost always happy to have a concussive palm in this matchup.
Yeah, Mystics are really good. They deal with a lot of the early threats that Lurk likes to play.
Okay, Fallen Feline. Another pretty good blocker, as well as getting that Hexite Crystal put into the bottom 10. Free attack, Conch taking the block. I mean, that trade can always happen, and I don't think that there's a better trade for Conch to have.
Goes with Treasure Seeker. Mystic Shot can maybe stop Lurk from being procced, but if there's another 1-drop, then Braga's in a little bit of trouble. In the sense that it wouldn't have done much. Yeah, it's just a Zersai Hatchling.
And the Elise. Oh, and there it is. And it's, okay, not a Rek'Sai, but maybe a Pike. Although Pike, I think, is significantly worse in this matchup than it was in the previous
can just
one.
get denied.
Yeah. Arguably even worse than just having a regular Pike.
It is. It can be just game losing, flat out. If your Pike gets denied, there are a lot of games where that would just end it on the spot.
Yep. Static Shock, huge.
Yep, we'll get value here. And potentially set up a better Mystic as well.
This feels like the scenario that Bragai wants to be in. This open attack, not super scary, can be just completely countered by a Static Shock if you want. Could also just take 3.
Yeah, I think you're pretty willing to take 3 here, develop your Eye of the Dragon. If Conch develops, you can just go for Static Shock plus Mystic. You get to generate a Dragonling and potentially remove multiple targets. Bragai just wants to wait to see what the development is.
Yeah, I'm wondering what do you put Conch on, given the open attack, and then just nothing played. I can't imagine what is in Conch's hand that makes them think that this favors them and not Ezreal Karma.
Okay, Swarm, you just Mystic this.
Yep.
Now you play your Eye. And if you want to generate the Dragonling, you've got Time Trick, but also, if Stolen Conch plays something, you can just Static Shock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is solid for Bragai. This has gone pretty as well as it can in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much exactly what Bragai has wanted. Conch, I'm just like, what is in their hand? I gotta know.
Yeah, Bragai's deciding if proccing the Eye is necessary in this spot.
Ooh, That's a freebie.
That's so good in this matchup too.
Yeah, that's a Karma Popcorn if I've ever seen one. I'm just super excited that there's at least some argument to be made that movie theater style popcorn exists in the lore of Runeterra. That's the thing I'm the most excited about the Ruination event. The movie theater style popcorn and popcorn butter is confirmed as canon. There it is.
Tap below deny, and there's Pike.
Yeah, finding the opportunity. Now this makes at least some sense as to the play pattern of Conch, though Static Shock plus Hexite Crystal deals with this pretty nicely. We're only at +3 on the lurk, so what is Undertight needs to be 8? It starts at 2, so we're not there yet.
Yeah, another Eye of the Dragon being picked up is very good for Bragai.
Yep.
To make sure that they continue to stay healthy while looking for the karma.
Okay, Waking Sands just egging the Hexite Crystal on, I think.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Conch knows that the Hexite Crystal's there, and Bragai knows that Conch knows that the Hexite Crystal is there.
Yeah.
And Conch knows that... Okay, I'm not going to go down the whole line, but...
I mean, right. Yeah, I mean, that's...
It all
this
ends
is
up
interesting.
being... Right. It all ends up being like, okay, Bragai, I think... I mean, you got to see through it, right? I don't really know what Conch... I mean, this, I guess, just forces out the Hexite here. If it's just an attack with Waking Sands and Pike, it's like, okay, well, let's see it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. You have to force it out at some point.
Yeah.
And this is a good way to, because Bragai probably has to play it. You can't really just let this thing come through and hit you for 5.
Yeah, I mean, hitting for 10 even with the Pike. I mean, you already want to kill the Pike. Because I'm wondering, maybe Conch just thinks that the attack wouldn't have justified the Hexite Crystal, so you're, I guess, pseudo developing into it. But I don't know what this accomplishes, is what I'm...
Yeah,
Like, do you think if this was...
The tough thing now, Blev, is he played the Eye of the Dragon, and so now if he plays Hexite, Conch can Bone Skewer.
Yeah.
And get out of this.
The eye was a little weird. Because, I mean, you're obviously not blocking. And if Conch played and passed, I think you still just take that pass if you're Bragai. Like, you don't need to develop the... Okay, well, this is forcing the issue. Does Conch just not know that there's Hexite Crystal, or...
Well, I mean, this
Saying-
could still just be a Bone Skewer. It's just forcing
Right.
this out.
But is this, like... Everything that Conch has done has said, okay, play your Hexite Crystal, but I feel like it's like Bragai saying, okay, I'll play the Hexite Crystal, and Conch is like, let me stop you there. Play your Hexite Crystal. I need you to play it. And Bragai is like motioning to put it into play, and Conch is like, no, I really, really want you to play this Hexite Crystal. And Bragai might just not play it. Or maybe that's the mental game where you're being like, I really want you to play this Hexite Crystal. So Bragai's like, well, he really wants you to play the Hexite Crystal, so I'm not going to play it. But Conch really didn't want him to play the Hexite Crystal. I don't know. I'm trying to think
But
of
I
something
mean,
here.
right in negation. All right,
Okay.
that stops it. This is just big damage coming
That
through.
works. That works. Big damage. Eye of the Dragon down.
Pike very close to the level up.
Yeah. So I guess the eye was almost necessary there, right? I mean, that would have been a lot more damage.
Right guy, I mean, he's got the pods, so he can start looking for more spells.
Yep, fast speed.
Oh, that
Gets
would have
a
been useful
deny.
earlier, but still good for dealing with future pikes, especially if it gets reshuffled.
Yep. Attack comes through saying, you know what, if you want to chump with a pike, I will take it. Granted, I think that will probably level up future pikes, but we'll deal with that later.
But you've got deny for future pikes, so
I mean, if the future pikes are the spell version.
right. And Conch would ideally, well, actually, maybe not in this matchup. Normally, they're gonna
Right.
try and make it a spell, but in Sionia, maybe you don't want that.
All right, Fallen Feline. Perfectly reasonable blocker. Call the pack. So does this this doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think Pike just eats.
Yeah, it feels like you
Probably
just palm
everything.
pike right now.
Yeah, I think you probably want to palm Pike or yeah, you want to palm Pike because then your other units are trading. The zap is going to get through, but that's basically inevitable
Yep.
at this point. Zap's not going to get through for another attack turn unless both of these pods are killed. So this 2 is theoretically the last 2 that Pike is going to, or that Zap is going to be able to get through.
Yep, and there's no more right. Right has already been used.
Yep. There's the skewer. Deny. Could be a second skewer. Could be a pike. A second pike. Ooh, it's a second skewer. It's not great. That's leveled up pike, which is now
Yep.
going to strike the.
It's wiping the board.
Oh, that's right, and it gets bigger. Oh, this is and that counters the that counters. Yeah, that's just it. That's his game.
That's lethal.
Wow.
Gets game number 1. Or set number 1, sorry. Conch.
Yeah.
Gonna get the bracket reset. 2-0 over Bry Guy. Gonna be running it all the way back and trying
Yeah.
to take this one more time. Can he take down Ezreal Karma twice in a row? Once again, I mean, that's the big thing, right? Like I said,
Yeah.
if Bry Guy finds the win with Ez Karma, I think Bry Guy can win. But
yeah.
that is a big uphill battle for Bry Guy. And we saw just how hard it is in these 2 matchups against Conch. The double aggro lineup that Bry Guy was probably hoping was the one person that just would not make it out of that loser's bracket. But Conch comes
Yeah.
crawling back, and now Bry Guy just has to try and find that victory to get the second win in a row.
Yeah.
But that is the bracket reset.
Yep, it absolutely is. But we're running it back, and Conch is going to start with the lurk this time. Not a problem for them. I'm wondering if Bry Guy is looking back. I mean, obviously, you know, Bry Guy is not able to go back and watch the match because it's happening. The second set is happening immediately after the first, but it really makes me think that I think Bry Guy just needed to be a little bit more proactive with their spells. I mean, there were so many turns where, you know, we could have seen a spell thrown here, an additional card played, but instead it was, you know, taking the traditional line of, okay, if I'm given a pass, I'm going to take it as Ezreal Karma. And I think that ended up biting him as Conch essentially built up for, you know, the timing attack that we've talked about in the past, where basically Conch is able to overload Bry Guy. And even though, you know, Bry Guy has a ton of cards in hand and a ton of answers, it just doesn't have enough mana to use them all on the key turn.
Yeah, I mean, Bry Guy is now going to have to just try and find a way to take down Lurk in this game 1. This might be somehow slightly a better matchup with the right draws than the Lulu Jinx is. So maybe this is even a better opportunity for Bry Guy to try and pull this back. Can continue to keep this board clean. I mean, that can just be a Mystic into the Snapshot Swarm.
I will say I don't think that Conch has missed lurks since we called the curse
Yeah.
being broken. Just pointing that out.
But I don't know. The last few games has been like Bry Guy sitting back making banana bread and not actually playing any cards.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely a great time to be making banana bread right in the middle of a game. But Conch gonna be getting in here with the Treasure Seeker, gonna be attacking for 2. Shadow Assassin gonna come down. Again, Shadow Assassin is fine. I mean, it's gonna be drawing a card, of course, the Fallen Feline, a good one to be picking up is that Hexite Crystal. I mean, at least could have been relevant last game. Of course, it ended up getting denied. Again, Conch able to put so much pressure on and keep that tempo going that even though Conch, spends 4 mana to counter a 2-mana spell, it doesn't matter. There's so much pressure. Bry Guy is not able to take that mana advantage gained and turn that into an actual game advantage because the game's just over too quickly. But either way, Fallen Feline going to be coming down here. Setting up that block. I mean, Fallen Feline is going to be able to block most of what Conch is able to put out. Granted, we are on the Underlurker turn. It's not going to be fully leveled up or effectively leveled up. It's just going to be a big unit here.
Yeah, I mean, you still got to be careful of those, but it's not going to be like game ending at all for Bry Guy. He's still got the ability to stun it with Kong Palm or the ability to send it back with Will of Ionia. And I mean, he's honestly so far in a good position this game, right? Still has a good amount of tools to deal with the major threats. Kong Palm and Will are both incredibly valuable. Still has Gotcha, which is going to be able to deal with this 6-3 potentially. The Static Shock is okay, right? Like there are targets that will come out that will be helpful, and I guess the fact that it cycles is going to be good, but Bry Guy does, at least at this point, still have the luxury to find these passes. It feels like this is just this is a nice opening for Static Shock.
Yeah, the Static Shock lines
value.
up nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is, in other times, Bry Guy actually really, finding spots to play the spells, not just taking all these passes. Granted, they're all being proactive and conscious giving him targets for things, but I think this is really leading to a big difference in how this game's playing out. Granted, he's taking an open pass here. It's pretty standard. But if we see another open pass, I'm going to go back. If we see another pass back, I'm going to go back to my initial premise of like, are we getting a little too cute with these passes?
Yeah.
Bry Guy taking, I think, a concertedly different approach here and saying, okay, I'm not going to take this pass, even though, Bry Guy has answers next turn, right? Could just play this gotcha next turn, but that's all that mana on their turn is burned. Even though they're going to have full mana next turn, you're still burning all the mana this turn, and you need to have enough mana over the course of many turns and enough actions to do it.
Yeah. And Bry Guy, for this one, I like this pass, right? You can take the 5 from the Waking Sands. That's okay. This thing is just going to be disappearing. It's like, yes, I didn't want to be decimated here, but I will have to take that and deal with the units that get played in the future. Those are more important overall.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that's great for Bry Guy. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I think this I'm sniffing out a Pike spell right now.
Yeah.
And I think Bry Guy purposely not going to want to tap below 4 mana for a little bit here.
Yeah, Eye of the Dragon's a pretty safe develop. You can also play Scattered Pot on this turn, but obviously that would tap you below the deny mana for the Pike spell. I think Bry Guy can pretty safely stay above deny mana.
Yeah. Now, does the Pike spell work like Conch Palm, where if you say Will of Ionia the target, it will counter the whole spell and you won't get a Pike? My assumption would be yes.
I'm pretty sure the damage and the Pike summon are separate. I think Pike still gets summoned.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But chat will probably correct.
Okay, chat says Pike summons.
Yeah, Pike summons.
Proc says no Pike summons. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Pike versus Glimpse. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, referencing the famous court case of Pike v. Glimpse.
Yeah, Pike v. Glimpse 2021. Yep. Another lurk hit. I don't think
Yeah.
Conch has missed a single lurk hit this game or
It does
this
not
set.
feel like it. But that's a decent use of the eye, even though it's not going to generate more dragonlings. It does set up for this static shock to get more value.
Yeah, I mean, what are you expecting out of an eye? To gain, 8 life? Well, guess what? It just gained 8 life there by blocking an 8 power unit.
And,
Theoretically, you could block more, but yeah, that's
We're enlightened.
tough.
This round can be ended at any time. Scattered Pod is a fine play. You want to look for deny. That's why we see that fast speed being picked. Hexite is
Hexite
found.
Crystal with Karma.
Yeah, that's going to be huge.
There's the
Here's the death
Yep.
from below.
again. Yeah. Like we talked about, Casa, it was a concerted effort to stay above 4 mana. Granted, this does play into the Thermo Beam, so Bragai, I think, perfectly okay with this. Yes, the pod is an answer, and yes, now you have a Pike in play, but it's just immediately killed.
Yeah, I mean, he snapped this off. I think he was anticipating that the Pike was there. Just knew that the pod would probably die to it, but he'd still have an answer. And he's made it to the Enlightened turn for Karma. Doesn't? I was about to say doesn't have a deny for another Pike spell if there is a second Pike, but now this Karma is a little bit safe to be played down. It's your attack token. You've got the deny, but to back it up.
Here, I don't mind the pass as much. Call of the Pack. Maybe putting a Pike on top. Although, unless there's a swarm, it won't turn Pike into the spell.
I'm cool with these passes until Conch develops.
Yes.
I think just with the Chronomancer, I think you're fine. But now that there's actually something on board, I do want to see Braga actually play something. This, though, can just be still waited on because of the fact that he's got Hexite.
Mm-hmm.
Even actually, the Static Shock is good enough.
Yep. Yeah, I like the pass as well. I also like the pod in general, just like as a stopgap. I feel like I kind of like Karma a little bit better, though. Karma into Pike spell getting played, then you deny that, and then they write. That's kind of bad. This is also not great.
Yeah, Jawfish, a bit rough for Braga.
We still have, I mean, the Hexite or the Static Shock will still kill the 8/1.
Conch Bomb.
And yeah, Conch Bomb can stop the Jawfish. Conch Bomb also is a pretty good development punish. I don't think we really have too much value in doing anything this turn, even though it is, like I was talking about before, it burns 2 of their mana, but I think this is and you could play, if you know exactly what card you want, I could see playing the Time Trick here, but I don't know if you know what card you're going to want. Like, you basically would be setting up for a card 3 turns from now, because your next couple of turns are pretty straightforward.
You have all the cards you want at the moment.
Right.
You have 2 Conch Bombs, you have Will, you have Hexite Crystal.
Yep.
If Karma's allowed to be developed, you also just have a really good position with the Hexite being doubled, double Conch Bomb, give more blockers.
Yeah, and like we talked about before, this open attack is not that scary. Also, open pass,
Wait,
not that scary.
I mean, I think you can always take this as Bragai.
I think so too. 2, 4,
Yeah.
6, 8. Oh, that was just getting cute from Conch saying, "Hey, you've got 10 cards. You're gonna play something." Nope,
No.
I have every card I want in my hand. Joke's on you.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect for Bragai.
Now, the interesting thing here is that the punish is another Jawfish, because that I don't think you're going to be able to save Karma from.
Right, I guess there's too much able to
It'll be
strike, because you can...
3...
you have 8
Oh, there
mana.
it is. You can.
Yeah, you can only will
kill-
1 and Hexite.
Yeah, will and Hexite. If you will, no. Yeah, that's just not going to be enough. Karma, I think, is going to go down. It's just Bragai deciding if he wants to draw the cards first.
Yeah, if you had a little more mana, you could will, deny, and Hexite, and you could live, but not quite enough. Finds Ezreal, though. Finds 2 Ezreals.
2 Ezreals, but it's slow. It's very slow. Wait. Wait.
I guess I never knew how Time Trick worked with Karma.
I
I mean, this makes more sense because you predict twice, it shuffles.
I guess I'm. What am I thinking of? Not Karma. Where you predict twice.
I mean, this makes more sense.
Oh, he predicted the same Ezreal. So the same time trick just didn't have... Okay, I don't know what happened. I'm not going to
My
pretend
brain's
like I
broken.
can try to figure it out either.
My brain's broken.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
See, that's what I thought, is you get both predicted cards.
That's also
So
what
I
I
guess
thought.
I guess it's just the same Ezreal twice.
Sure. There's nothing that anyone in chat can say that makes that make sense.
No,
There's
no,
just
I
not.
mean
It's
they're
just
right. Like they are right. But it's just like the most confusing thing to witness.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say, okay, back to the match.
Yeah.
'Cause that's really all I can do at this point. I mean, we're at a point. I feel like we almost needed to use Hexite Crystal last turn because now one of the units that dies to Hexite is going to be able to pull the eye. I guess you're still fine. You're still able to block a Jawfish with an Eye of the Dragon, which is really your goal here, right?
Yep. And you've got Conch Palm for the other. It's just gonna potentially
Also,
pass again.
Conch does not like attacking. Bragai says, guess what? I have every card that I need in my hand.
Yep. Deny gets burned, which is a little bit spooky, but he does have 1 deny, which may just be all you need.
Yep.
Try and stop any pikes. Right has already been played by Conch this game, I believe.
I don't...
Was it this game or was it last time?
I think it was last game. I think the deny was last game. I
That's a
don't
little
know.
worrisome then.
Yeah. Bone skewer. Oh, that is particularly brutal because that means another Jawfish is coming. And this just makes me think that there's a pike spell or multiple pike spells. I feel like you kind of have to deny this. Could look for a Nopify. Awkward because now you burn whatever card you
Yeah,
pick.
so couldn't pick the karma. Oh, wait.
Oh,
No, we
JK,
miscounted.
there's enough cards.
I was with you. I thought that was 10.
I
I didn't
yeah.
count it. I just looked at the hand. I
Oh,
thought
right,
that
because
was
the
10.
Ezreal was played. Yeah. So, yeah, it was at 10. Ezreal was played down to 9, and then, yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
Yep. This feels... Oh,
Yeah, willing this feels so bad because then it just gets played.
Yeah, willing doesn't really help at all, does it? I guess it gives you an attack with Ezreal, but...
If you will, you need to
Yikes.
also play Hexite to remove the other lurkers so that there's less attacks and you can potentially have them both hit your Eye of the Dragon.
True. I mean, you could just deny this too. Alright, guy says this resolves. Okay. We get some mod check win cons. Ooh, Dark Odious brings up a good point. Could have willed the Ezreal. Would have been an interesting choice.
Yeah, Braga also could have played this before that resolved, so that Ezreal would have dealt more damage.
Mm-hmm.
There's the only right of negation in this deck.
Okay.
Six mana thermo on Jawfish. Yep, just gonna set
Okay.
up another Hexite.
Sure. I don't mind this.
Another Jawfish coming off the top for Conch.
Mm-hmm. Conch. Is there another bone skewer?
Yeah, just an important note, because chat was asking the question about does Conch know about the second crystal? Bragai pulled that from a scattered pod. So Conch is unaware that this other crystal is in hand.
Right. Yeah. Okay, Rek'Sai. We can stun Rek'Sai plus
Yep.
Crystal.
Sun plus crystal is kind of the play for this turn.
Yep. Rek'Sai gonna shuffle back.
And Right's already been played, so there's no way to stop this. Even if it hadn't been, there's another palm.
Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, letting an attack go through technically gives all the units extra power, but at this point, their power is irrelevant. I mean, it's relevant in the sense that you can technically survive one of them, but even one more trigger will allow that to happen. And technically, seeing a lurk proc is giving Bryguy a little bit of information. Conch in the tank here. This is turned into a very, very crazy game, I will say. Conch going yet another turn with Lurk without attacking against Ezreal Karma.
Yeah, Braga just happy to take this pass.
Yep.
Starting to look for the win cons. Finds Karma.
There's one.
Knows there's a Jawfish, though. But there's a lot more targets to hit now. I would say, though, maybe... Well, I guess you can Hexite Crystal in response, so it's not too bad this time.
You can.
I would even argue you could do it now, because only one of your targets will die. Unless Bragai finds that Static Shock is enough.
Yeah, Static Shock is gonna save the eye, which I think is the only thing that matters. Yep. This... Yeah, you don't need to get fancy here. Just kill the 2x ones. Like, you don't need to play too cute here and maximize damage, because that, if you target the other Jawfish, that's like, okay, why aren't you killing the X one? Oh, you have either another Static Shock or a Hexite Crystal. This is not really giving away that same information.
Yep, Hexite Crystal still just decimates this board. There's room to play Karma or Ezreal, but doesn't need to be played yet. Just going to develop again.
we play Feline here?
Just max mana efficiency and blockers. I think there was argument for it, but ends
I
up with
just
a
don't see a
pass.
reason not to. It just seems like it's such a. It doesn't help you to have it in your hand, right? I guess it gives you an action to use here to sort of soft pass back.
Yeah, there's one more Jawfish or more, I guess, if they were created.
Trying to think if there were. Yeah, I don't know if all the created spells have been played yet or not. So almost certainly prompt another Jawfish or a Pike spell or a Bone Skewer.
All right, can go in with the elusives.
Yep.
That's
There's a
going to
Pike
get a death
spell.
from below. That's going to be denied. There's no right. That's probably just game.
Unless there's a second death from below. We've already seen one Pike, so there
That's
technically
fair.
could be another one. Which could get willed.
Bone Skewer can just will back either the Jawfish or your Ezreal.
Yeah, I think.
I think willing the Jawfish is fine because you have Hexite
yeah.
to just clear all these lurkers.
Yep. And then Jawfish just becomes a random devourer, which is still good, but not nearly as good when there's going to be 5 targets at least on the field.
Yep, Mystic
Oh,
Face.
also, yeah, this is just Ezreal.
Should just be able to close it out with Ezreal.
Yeah. 5, we can even do 2 with a 0 mana Thermo, which we're
And
going
Hexite just ends.
to, and then Hexite or any of the other spells just end it. Yep. Wow. This was a game.
Okay. But Bragai, I mean, I said it in the first set. If he
Yeah.
wins with Karma Ezreal, I think Bragai is just going to win this. And Bragai won in
Yeah.
game 1 with Karma Ezreal. He's got GP Sedge for 2 matches against
Mhm.
Stolen Conch's aggro decks. I feel like this is going to be incredibly tough for Conch to actually win.
Oh, yeah. It certainly is. I mean, the GP Sedge deck, I think, by a country mile, has a better early to mid game against aggro. Now, Karma Ezreal can basically do anything in the end game, right? But you have to get there, which we saw not the easiest thing to do, especially if Conch can line up the turns and put on a ton of pressure on key turns that punishes Bragai for all of these passes. Now, in the GP Sedge deck, not really able to do that. You're going toe-to-toe the whole time. You're doing direct damage. You're getting the monkey idols and whatnot to get a lot of value and trades. And then also, both GP and Sedge leveled up are game enders against both of the decks.
Yeah, they absolutely can be. The only concern ends up being like a leveled up Pike, but
Sure.
that is not a thing in the Lulu Jinx matchup. So this is an opportunity for Bragai to still be able to find that victory. Maybe Warning Shot BMM as a turn 2 play. Can be really good to find additional things to play in the early game. There's a lot of early cheap units that you can get
Mm-hmm.
that will be reduced by 1. Give a lot of value. Might just see this used to get the Jagged Butcher to be a better trade. Yeah. Plus you get the Plunder on 1.
Yep. And then you get open attack, which is unlikely to be blocked. You get the BMM anyway. It's like the Jagged Butcher gets to carry the Warning Shot. It
Yeah.
gets fired and then he gets to carry it.
No,
Okay,
this is correct from Conch, I think.
Sure.
You don't want to let the Plunder happen. You need to stall this out. But Conch also is going to need to find things to develop. Boom Boon works. Braga can just go for Jagged Butcher because it trades well
Yep.
with pretty much everything.
Yeah, stopping the plunder is definitely correct, especially considering that you want to soften up this the bigger Jagged Butcher anyway, so that your pumped up chompers are going to be able to actually trade. Here still can't Can't really attack with Lulu unless you want to trade it for a 3-1, which I doubt. You can attack with the Boom Baboon if you're fine. Ah, okay. We have the
Okay.
free pull. Yep, nope, this is good. This is going to push a decent amount of damage and kill a 3-1 for free. And this right here is the premise of the deck, right? Like, this is, you know, value, like, have, you know, good statted minions and units and value trade. This is exactly like Zoo from Hearthstone, right? The old Void Walker, pump it up +1 attack and have a 2/4 for 1. This is pretty much exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean, play 6 Flame Chompers and ways to get them
Yep.
out, and then support them
Yep.
with picks and Lulu. I mean, that's the big,
Yep.
the big reason this deck is so good. And Conch is able to find some of it. There's another Chomper.
Another Chomper, Black Market Merchant. What's it going to get? A
Ooh, that's actually bad.
Old Rummage.
Yeah,
It's going to get Old Rummage.
it's actually a very bad pull.
Not great.
Yeah, you really want to hit the cheap units and then play them for even cheaper. But this Gangplank is going to level pretty quick because of Monkey Idol. And that is going to be very big for Bragai in trying to deal with this board.
Okay, get excited. Just the value, get excited. Onto the Betty Croker. Also going to put a Jury Rig into play. Bragai going to be able to...
You ever just zap and try and look for Make It Rain?
I don't hate it.
You get good value out of Make It Rain here, but obviously it's like not a guarantee that you're gonna hit it.
Yeah. Hired Gun is a decent blocker. It also puts vulnerable on Lulu, which is
Yeah.
going to be good into your Gangplank turn. Also, it's... Yeah, Parlay is kind of low power and also gets countered by Twin Disciplines, which I hate, and also Suit Up, so probably not the play there. I don't mind this one. You're not getting the greatest trades, but you're also not yeah, I mean, you get to trade a 2-1 for a 2-1. Your Monkey Idol kills the Flame Chompers, and your Hired Gun actually just gets to eat a Flame Chompers as well. You are taking 8 here, but I think that's kind of unavoidable. Pretty sure you're blocking somewhere. I guess you could block Lulu and Parlay. I don't hate that. But also Lulu's vulnerable, so like it's a kill with Gangplank. Okay, another proc for the champs. 3 of 5 on the champs of Bragai.
Yep, guaranteed to get the 4 here, and then you've got the parlay to finish it off on the next turn.
Yep. Okay, Young Witch gonna come out. I wonder if we want to I would imagine we're gonna the parlay does want to get saved for next turn, but also killing a Young Witch feels pretty decent for the parlay. I think Zap is pretty favored to draw you into something to proc. Actually, might be guaranteed based on the list.
Well, Make It
We
Rain
get
would be
Warning
guaranteed,
Shot.
but you'd still be happy with drawing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's Ice Shard, which would be guaranteed, Make It Rain, which is
You can get Warning
favored,
Shot.
parlay, and Warning Shot, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is at least giving you a possibility.
Well, you might just be parlaying this Lulu, though. Don't want to leave that alive.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since it's going to be leveling up. The spell is... Oh, that's not great. That's not great.
That's fantastic if you're Conch.
True. That is
Literally
very
the
good
best
if you're
card
Conch.
if you're Conch.
And now I think you kind of have to. You got to kill this Lulu. The Lulu's going to level up. It's just going to be so tough to deal with. It's going to be putting out a bunch of damage too. And also, I mean, it's going to be doing so much. You can't leave that around. Unfortunately, Jinx, it's free reign. There's a make it rain.
Yeah, I mean, that's solid. Might be able to hit the Poros, stop a lot of the damage. Suit up is horrifying if this is an open attack. Boom Boom gets played though, which does mean Zap can come down to block that Poro.
Yes, it can. But does it matter?
I think somewhat. Like, you're having to chump a lot of this, but I think that keeps you alive for this turn. Problem is your GP's dying, so you're not getting to clear away.
Also, that Zap can't chump the Poro because Flame Chompers is going to pull the Poro.
You're right. You're right.
So that's going to be one. I think you probably need to pull. You need to Young Witch the 4/4 Poro, because if Make It Rain comes down, it could kill the 1/1. So I think you're gonna hit 1 + 5 is 6, guaranteed. Yeah, you can guarantee 6 damage here.
If they play the Flame Chompers, you have to double Make It Rain and pray. But it looks like Conch is just gonna attack.
Yeah. I mean, you still have to double Make It Rain and pray, right?
I mean, yeah, probably still. It's still happening, but
and you go Zap blocks what will be a 5 power. Yeah, Flame Chompers.
there's Chompers.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see, bro, guy.
Send them. I guess you can still play a
No, if you play the hired gun, then the attack comes in. You can't block the 4/4 Poro.
Right. Yeah, and that's just death. That would definitely just be death.
You kind of just have to hope that these hit the Chompers.
Unless it would still be 5 coming through. Yeah, that's enough. You have to do it. You have to.
I mean, maybe Rummage gives you better odds than just throwing out the 2 Make It Rains.
Rummage could get you Ice Shard. I don't know about that. Warning Shot's
Monster
a dud.
Harpoon, but
Monster.
it's not,
okay,
not,
Warning Shot.
But Warning Shot
plus
procs it.
Monster
You can play all
Harpoon.
3. This is actually big.
Yeah. I guess you don't need to do it now, right?
Yeah,
So
you can play it in response.
Oh no, we don't kill
It
Jinx.
has
we
to kill the
kill
Poro.
Yeah, it has to kill Poro. Also levels up Gangplank. Not that I think that's super relevant right now. We killed a 1/1 Poro, which is also pretty big.
Yeah, unfortunately, actually, GP doesn't. Wait, does GP have to die? Yeah, GP has to die. You have to block with GP.
No. Oh yeah, you do.
Actually, you could
No,
live
you
on
don't.
1. You could live
You
on
don't.
1.
I mean, this is not a spot where you play to not lose, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. I guess you live on 1. You hope that Conch can't proc their rocket straight away, and you find a way to deal 9. GP's attack deals 8.
Yeah, plus Warning Shot. So if the
Yeah.
GP is not blocked,
Right. So, but that means that Jinx has to block, right? And then if Conch can't actually make a rocket, no,
I
it's
hate
actually
this
yeah,
block.
it's got to be correct to hold the GP
Hate
back.
this block.
Has to be correct to hold the GP back, right? Because then you force the Jinx to just die.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. No, I hate this block. If Sedge is drawn, is that a win?
Yeah, because this is just you're dead to 2 rockets, but the open attack would have forced Jinx to block.
So if we assume that Conch doesn't have burst speed, create a rocket, play a rocket, does Sedge win here? Harpoon definitely doesn't.
Well, this is kind of interesting because maybe Braga is alive, but I don't know. I don't think this is really going to work out.
What if that Jinx had to block a Gangplank that was doing 8, and
Yeah, and he had the harpoon.
Yeah, I mean that was literally lethal.
Yeah, it actually.
I hated that. I did not like that block.
Braga won this game. Braga won this game.
That was a play to not lose.
Oh,
not a play to win.
Conch is still in.
It's definitely over. Yep. Yeah, and this is gonna be Conch winning this one, going to game number 3 of set 2. Chat, this is the final game of the series. No more resets, no more anything. This is the decider.
It went the distance, and now it comes down to this. It is going to be Sedge GP going up against Lurk, and that is going to decide who will be your Fight Night champion. They're both coming back, but this will determine the champ. Can Bragai pull it out, or will we see Stolen Conch make the entire losers bracket run?
Yep, absolutely. Okay, not a terrible hand.
Yep,
But Bragai doesn't want any of it. Yeah, I definitely think you want 1-drops for sure, or plunder enablers, or both. The BMMs are fine, but without something to proc them, they're just 2 mana. They're just 2 mana Jagged Butchers.
Yep. You get the proc on 1. There's a warning shot for turn 2. Gonna be stacking up pretty quick on these plunder procs.
Hired Gun.
Hired Gun's good because it's a good block against a single Lurk.
Yep. This creates an awkward spot for Conch where this pull could backfire. It didn't, but it could have backfired if the Lurk wasn't hit. But of course, Conch did break the caster curse, and therefore will hit Lurk every time they attack. Yep, warning shot just a proc. The turn 2 champion proc. Oh, there's turn 3 if this gets chump blocked. Not, it will be the turn 4 hit. Perfect. We are right on schedule if for Bragai to have these champions leveled up on time. Yeah, now it is technically could be guaranteed to have them leveled by 5. I just needs to draw them.
Yeah, I mean Bragai's getting there for sure. It's just happening already. Like we already know.
Oh no, Conch used up all of his curse breakers. Oh no.
Yeah, it doesn't hit.
Oh no. Now it's almost nightmare scenario for Conch.
I wonder if Bragai it doesn't actually have to proc it for 5. Doesn't have the champions yet. Fine Sedge, but yeah, you could level it for 6. It's not a big deal.
You'll get it on time. Yep, you'll get it on time. And actually, now, you'll have it on time, and then with either Make It Rain or Warning Shot, you'll be able to get the Sedge freeze as well. Yeah, this is looking pretty doomed for Stolen Conch here, unless something crazy can happen. But I mean, we're at the point where Pike Spell is doing 3 damage, which is good against any one of these units, but not against the Sedge. Jawfish, pretty weak, also gets hard countered by leveled Sedge. Not looking great for Conch.
Yeah, I think Bragai is going to be able to clean this up as a 2nd week in a row with a victory. Doesn't PB it though, Blev. Doesn't PB it.
Hey,
fact,
you know what?
Well under his time.
That's fine. The finals, that's a Those are marathon runs. You're not going for world records on the marathon. You're just trying to finish the run. And Bry Guy looking like they are on pace here to not have to do any hard resets. And even the Snapjaw Swarm. No, Snapjaw Swarm doesn't do anything. I mean, it will do 1 damage to something, but yeah, it's
huge.
I mean, it's 1 fewer Snapjaw Swarm that Conch has. That's something, right?
There's a Pike just being played.
Now, here's a question. Because I don't think the Pike spell, the spell that it turns into, that doesn't count as a champion, right?
Correct.
Like, can you...
You can have a Pike on board and still play Death from Below. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can have a Pike on board and still play Death from Below, but like if you cast Entreat and there's only Death from Belows in your deck, will it draw you a Death from Below?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
I don't know either. So then my next question is, if a Pike gets shuffled, if a Death from Below gets shuffled in, can you nab a Death from Below if it's somehow on the bottom? That's what I want to know.
I would guess no.
Go to the lab.
But
I
don't know.
Would probably guess no too, but I also until I see it played out, it's always possible in my mind.
Cody says they just patched that out and you used to be able to. So that's kind of crazy.
Interesting. They just patched it out. Okay. Death from Below is... I mean, it's not a champion spell. It's I don't know. It doesn't matter. If it's patched out, then Big Sag. I mean, not really. It's almost a complete irrelevant interaction.
Thank God they did that. Yeah, that's a good thing. Like, that's not something that should be in the game.
Well...
Don't
Treasures of the Ages for a prize. Yeah, this is looking like... I mean, this is kind of like the victory lap at this point, right? Just cleaning it up. You got leveled up Sedge. You got 2... you've got 2 elusives that are going to be effectively proccing the Sedge for free. You've got Warning Shot if you need to do it at burst speed. You've got Make It Rain if you need to do more. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, I mean, Bry Guy has a wealth of resources alongside a leveled up Sejuani. It's already hard enough for this deck to deal with it, but Conch hasn't even lurked enough that a Death from Below bails him out. And a Bone Skewer to try and put this on top, but I mean...
Bry Guy probably just like okay.
Yeah, it's still not big enough.
Sure.
I mean, maybe this is trying to turn it into
but I mean, there's just one less blocker now. Like,
yeah,
I guess there's actually not. It's the same number of blockers anyway, so I guess it's irrelevant. But yeah, this is just over, right? Double Make It Rain, double Warning Shot.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, can play all of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if Stolen Conch plays something. I mean, you can just do it anyway. So we might see 2 Fight Nights in a row, Casa, ended at burst speed with a Warning Shot. You got to go. I mean, is there a reason not to do it?
Bry Guy? Bud? What's going on?
You have the win. What's the punish? I mean,
they're not going to lose to anything, but Bry Guy? There's nothing that heals. Does he just want to play Dreadway? Does he want to play Dreadway double Warning Shot?
I think
he just wants to play Dreadway double Warning Shot.
Okay, again, this is the marathon run. So like you stop and you do the crazy thing, even though it's not time efficient. No, I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, I guess there's one right. You know, there's one right. I guess you just like play around that. Sure. Why not?
I mean.
Yeah, just Dreadway double
why
warning.
Why not?
Man.
Yes.
Just Dreadway double warning. That's all you want to do.
To quote the philosopher Hilary Duff, why not?
Get the juicy. As soon as priority is past the Bry Guy, you can win at burst speed.
Yeah.
I love how he opens that to say GG, and it shows the old message of my hand's looking pretty insane. You might want to surrender before you embarrass yourself. Oh, God, but Bry Guy. finally takes it in the end, 2-1 in set 2 of the grand finals after Skull and Conch gets the bracket
Yeah.
reset. But Bry Guy gonna pull off the back-to-back fight night wins. Congratulations to Bry Guy.
Yeah, that was a great performance. There's set number 1 where Conch was making a statement there in that set number 1, winning 2-0, but it was in fact Bry Guy who battled back. I mean, not easily though. Conch made it a 3-game set in that second set, the bracket reset. It's got to be stressful, coming in from the winner's side, losing that first set, especially 2-0. But Bry Guy was able to keep the composure and finish it out in the end, Casa.
Yeah, Bry Guy able to find it and taking the same lineup back-to-back weeks, taking the wins both times in a row. Kind of a throwback to the Filthy Gamer Weeb, running through fight nights, winning a couple in a row with their lineup of TF Fizz, Azirelia, which was TF Fizz was kind of an off-meta deck, and then at least comparatively to what most people were playing.
Yeah.
I don't like calling it off-meta because it was very good, but not that many other players were playing it. It was mostly just him. He was playing it with Azirelia. Now Bry Guy playing Ezreal Karma. I don't see many other players playing Ezreal Karma. It's mostly just Bry Guy right now. I know it's like part of the meta, but Bry Guy's really the only person I see playing it in tournament and playing it alongside another meta deck adjacent to like what Phil the Gamer Weeb was doing. And Bry Guy takes their second fight night in a row. Really feels like a flashback to that.
A little bit, although GP Sedge didn't have that like absolute reign of terror like TF Fizz did.
No.
It just was quite good. But not like, people saying that it's the worst thing that's ever happened to the game, which usually is only for one deck at a time. Although I don't know if there's any decks out right now that people are like, oh, this is the worst thing ever, meta's ruined. I feel like people are genuinely pretty happy right now.
Yeah, I think, the meta is pretty diverse. There's a lot of stuff that's really good right now. We see a lot of repeat decks because people really feel heavily or feel strongly about the Bilgewater list at the moment. And also we're going to see different, pink and yellow decks time and time again. But there's a couple that are available. But I know we are getting Bry Guy in for the interview in just a moment. Just trying to have, another little chat with him. See how he's doing. We got to talk to him last week as well. Bry Guy, are you here, buddy?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Hello, Bry Guy. It's a long time no talk, buddy.
Yeah.
Congrats on the back-to-back.
Thank
Didn't PB.
you.
I know we talked about that last time. You'd be looking to
I
try and
know.
PB. Didn't PB,
Yeah,
but still
unfortunate.
another completion of the bracket, getting a first place. So how you feeling coming off 2 weeks in a row, getting the W?
Feeling fantastic. My head hurts, but that's okay. But you know what? When you start a new speed run, right? You're supposed to just finish runs at the start, and then you start getting fast. So that's my plan here, right? Like just get the run done. But yeah, no, I mean crazy sets all around. I had a bunch of 2-1s again, super stressful.
Yeah.
Like that second finals was crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, we were saying that this is fight night's like the marathon run. You're not going for world records. You're just trying to make sure you finish the run, and even sometimes taking some some meme strats like playing the Dreadway into double warning shot at the end.
I was playing around right, but it's fair.
I know,
If you
I
have
mean,
right, I could have played
fair.
a second Dreadway and not use the warning shots. But
Very
true.
But also it's still a meme regardless.
yes. Did feel good.
Yeah, always love to have the win like that. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about Ezreal Karma. I know we touched on it last week, but you're pretty much the only person I see bringing it to tournament right now. A lot of players talk about it like it's an okay deck in the meta. It's pretty reasonable. It seems fine to bring, but no one else is really bringing it. What is the I guess, main reason that you feel so strongly about this deck in the current meta?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe this is just some of my ignorance, but I don't know what consistently beats it, right? Maybe a super fast aggro, but even discard aggro and pirates is fine for as Karma. Sivir Akshan I think is favored for Sivir Akshan, but I didn't expect to see so much of that this week in Fight Night, and in most tournaments you can ban it.
Right.
And then also it's just a comfort deck for me. I really like it, feel good with it, and yeah, so it's gonna be a staple, I think, for me at least.
Yeah, the Karma Ezreal definitely, I think, especially since you're personally favoring it, seems like it's a good all-around deck to bring. But the GP Sedge, I mean, I think very, very powerful in the meta right now, but maybe not necessarily the overarching power, well-rounded deck. Or maybe it is. I'm curious how you feel about the GP Sedge. Is that, in the same boat as Ezreal Karma for you, or is that more of a meta call?
No, I think, yeah, that one's more of a slight meta call. I think it's also one of those decks that can beat everything with a good draw and can also lose to everything. And can lose to its own draws sometimes. Like you're running 8 top end, and if you end up with like 3 of those in your hand in the early game, that feels pretty bad. So I think it's pretty swingy, but can be nice for tournaments. And then also if you like pilfer one of their cards, it like they have to play around their entire deck for the rest of the match, which is pretty tough.
All right.
Very true.
Well, Bry Guy, congratulations once again. I guess we got the final question that we always have. Is there anybody you'd want to call out to play against next week? Now that you've won back-to-back.
I am prepared this time. I don't know how to pronounce their name, but Oneiric, Oneiric.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Stopped by my chat during the last fight night. Another got me on the Karma train. I saw them get really high on the ladder, and that's where I took the deck from and sort of went from there. So maybe another Karma next week. We'll see, or maybe they'll bring something else.
Yeah, they've been a high ladder player for a very long time. I recognize that name all the way going back to beta. That's somebody who's definitely a strong player, and we'll get Croc on that for sure. But thank you so much, Bry Guy, and congrats on the back-to-back victories. We'll see you soon enough.
Yeah, thank you both, and let's hope for the three-peat.
All right, chat. Well, with that, we have reached the end of this fight night. Bry Guy is now your 2-time champion. And that's going to do it for me, for Blev, and the rest of the crew here at Giant Slayer. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you all next week.